Right, good morning and welcome to Irene Cricket Club here at the Global Cricket Tournament. My name is Sean Mayers and I'm joined by Jenna Searle, and what a wonderful day it is. This is day 3 of the Global Cricket Tournament, and what a beautiful sight we have here. The covers are off, the games are starting on time, especially after the washout on Friday and the late start we had yesterday. Right, we're going to start with the pitch report. Jenna, over to you.
It's wonderful to be here. Thank you, Sean. It's as you said, a wonderful view out here at Irene Country Club, and we're just going to start with a little bit of a pitch report. If we can move closer towards this side, I'm going to do down here. Yesterday we did see that the seamers were quite successful, especially when they were bowling cutters into the wicket. They were bowling the ball a lot fuller, and that seemed to be more successful for them. Having a look out here at the track, I sort of expected it to be sticky, but going down and having a feel, it's quite dry, it's quite hard, and I think a really good decision. We have news from the toss that the Lions won the toss and have decided to have a bowl first, so I think that was the right call after winning the toss for them to get the most out of the wickets here. It is the slope going down towards the leg side for a right-handed batter, so coming from the golf course end, I do think with the seamers bowling cutters into the wicket, making sure that they're bowling into the right-hander. They do, however, need to be careful. On the left here, the leg side for the right-hander is a short boundary, so that can be tricky for the bowlers up front, but I do know that all of the players that are contracted into this series and are part of the squads have all of the talent in the world, and they will be able to control all that they can. So looking forward to a good day of cricket, and we will move over to Sean for that half of the wicket.
Right, as you come up towards the golf course end, I'd like to say that this is, I'd say, the easier part to bat from. You come here, all the bowlers, when they're bowling short, especially the seam bowlers, it just sits up and holds, so you find that though that is the longer side of the ground, it becomes very easy to hit 4s and 6s to the far side, which is what we've seen on day 2 of the Global Cricket Tournament. If you're a seamer, right, you want to hit a good length, a little bit fuller than what you would normally hit. It is hard, however, bowl your variations and you will get some purchase and put batters under pressure, making it very difficult to clear that boundary. As Jenna has mentioned, for the right-hander, going towards the right, it is shorter. Right, so you bowl wide, we have seen a lot of boundaries. So that's what you want to do, keep it as straight as possible and bowl those variations. Jenna, just turning to you, what do you think a pass score on this wicket would be?
We had a little bit of a chat earlier, Sean, and I just think that what you said earlier about between 100 and 110 runs in that first innings will definitely be challenging to take on later on in the second. We're on the chase for the Lions, and I do think that if they're getting as close as possible to that 110 mark, that's where they want to be. Yesterday we saw the scores not really getting too close to 80, which I think would have been a pass score in the T10 format that they were playing yesterday, but with 15 overs in the game for each innings today, I definitely think 110 is on the scorecard.
Right, and there you have it from the pitch report.
Hello and welcome to the third and final day of the Global Cricket Tournament, and we're coming to you live from Irene, the pristine conditions here at Irene Country Club, and I'm in the company of Sean Mayers, and the game that will be taking place today is the Titans up against the Lions, and news is that the Lions have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first, and we will be talking about what we can expect in that game. But for now, let's just talk to Sean and get a bit of a summary of what took place in yesterday's game. Sean, it's good to have you.
Lesego, it's an absolute pleasure being here, and especially on a day like today. We didn't get this start yesterday, a little bit of a delayed start, but we're here, we're playing cricket, and we're starting on time. Credit goes to the ground staff and to the players for just taking everything in stride.
And how would you summarize day two?
Day two, I'd say a little bit of a slow start. We were a little bit late. The ground staff still had a lot of work to do on the pitches and on the field, and they came through. They pulled through, and the players, I'd say, returned the favour. Started off with Eastons, starting off with the bat, posting 64, and then Titans chasing it down in good time with 6 wickets to spare. And then we did see, after that, the Lions went into bat, playing against Eastern Storm. 61 runs for the loss of 5 wickets, and they'd allotted 10 overs. However, the big star of that match was Amara Carr, scoring 38 runs off 23 deliveries. But the Eastern Storm, knowing what was to expect out of the wicket and the conditions, came in and bowled and managed to score 65 in record time in less than 8 overs, with Robin Dormel showing what intent does. Mm-hmm. The highest score of the day, 40 runs not out, and that won her player of the match.
And it was good to see Eastern Storm being able to secure their first win in this competition.
It was, and if anything, it just, cat amongst the pigeons, because they are a Division 2 team, but as was said earlier, in this format of the game, it's anyone's game. It's all about who pitches up and who performs. And Eastern Storm were backed up. Simone Botha came in. It was her first game in the second match that Eastern Storm was playing. And in her 2 overs, took 2 wickets for 4 runs. It was incredible. It
certainly was. But let's look at the Lions. They're coming in to play against the Titans. They have not secured a win as yet. What should they be doing going into this next game?
Well, the Lions have been hit with a little bit of a setback. One of the international players, Amara Carr, will not be taking part in this tournament anymore. She pulled up with a quad strain. Very experienced player, a wicket keeper as well. So she now will have to take part and, I'd say, mentor from the sidelines. So the Lions, their big thing will be get your length right with the ball and stay calm in the field. I think that is the area that let them down in the last 2 games, and when they're batting, just show some intent. And it will be nice to see how Amara Carr isn't playing, so it gives a chance to some of the younger players to learn from her, talk to her before they go into bat, and I'd say almost emulate what she did.
Yeah. And who are some of those younger players from the Lions side that should be stepping up?
Well, you've got Sarah Barber. Right, I do believe she's an exciting young player, was a late call-up, but came in and has a lot to offer with both bat and ball. You also have Neo Molefe. She came in, she's an opening batter, wants to hit the ball hard, but I do think just needs to, I'd say, calm down a little bit. But most importantly for me is Jenna Libba. She's the captain and a batting all-rounder, in my opinion, stronger with the bat, and in all honesty, these conditions will suit her, both with batting and bowling. So I think this is a chance for her to show that, she does deserve to be here, and just showcase her talent.
But Sean, weren't you expecting a little bit more from the Lions, especially knowing that Division 1 team, they've got a pool of talent, and weren't you expecting them to perform a little bit better in this competition?
I was expecting them to perform a lot better, in my opinion. I am a former Lions player myself.
Yes.
So I was expecting them to perform a lot better, and knowing the talent, seeing how these players have grown into themselves and grown into their cricket. However, I also do look at it from, this is T10. It is anyone's game. At the end of the day, you have to come and you've got to pitch up and perform. So I think my advice to them would be, don't think too much about what happened the night before. come back today. It's a new game, fresh day, a little more overs to play with.
Yes, let's talk about those overs. Yesterday, T10, today, 15 overs. Does that change how you approach the game?
I would say yes, from a T10. And you've got more overs of power play. It's 5 overs in the power play. It gives you an opportunity to get a read of the wicket, I'd say in the first 2 overs, and then cash in where you only have 2 fielders out for the next 3 whilst you still have your eye in. But the most important thing will be stay there. Get through those first 2 overs. Look to play strong shots. Get a good read of the pace of the wicket. And then I'd say express yourself after that. But most importantly, what we did see with the batters that did well was intent. They showed intent with what they wanted to do, and when they did, they got runs.
Yeah, and the Titans are a team that's showing a little bit more intent in comparison to the other teams. What are you expecting to see from them in today's game?
Well, so speaking to them and seeing how they came today, some of them were in the nets, they're raring to go. They see that the wicket works for them. So it's going to be exciting, especially seeing Katie Price, who's going to be opening the batting with Maya Nagida. Maya has made it very clear she wants to see ball fly off the bat.
And we see the umpires walking onto the field at the moment, and of course the 2 opening batters for the Titans ready to go onto the field. Quick predictions, who are you going for, Lions or Titans?
Well, you know, look, I am a Lions supporter.
Oh, wow. Of course, Sean is going to go for the Lions.
But make cricket win.
Make cricket win. Thank you so much for tuning in. And now we're going straight into today's game as the Lions up against the Titans. Enjoy.
Good morning from the Irene Country Club and the home of Irene Villages Cricket Club for day 3 and the final day of the Global Cricket Tournament. I'm Ken Ball, and alongside me is Sean Myers, who's been very busy with pitch reports and pre-game build-up. But we're about to see Game 1 of this final day get underway. The DP World Lions playing against the Fidelity Titans. The Lions won the toss and elected to bowl first. And we're about to see that first ball of the day.
I just want to close the mic when I get that thing from that set.
Welcome back to Irene Country Club. Sorry, just a slight technical error there, losing sound. But we've seen 3 deliveries from Tokoloko Motsepe and a couple of twos scored by May Yanagida. A bright start for her, the Japanese captain.
May is very, her intent is known. She wants to score runs quickly, and that always helps, especially at the top of the order, just taking advantage of that power play.
Oh, that's all gone horribly wrong for Motsepe. She's been pretty accurate so far this over, but that's going to be possibly even a no ball. I think we're going off the... Did it go off the cut strip?
I think, the umpire got it a little bit right there. I think just playing with that line of the cut at the edge of the pitch. So the Lions are a little bit, I'd say, have been hit a little bit of a blow with the top batter, Amara Carr, missing out, and she won't be taking any more part in this tournament.
We did suspect that there was a leg injury suffered by her yesterday while batting. Nicely pulled away by Catherine Pryor. Long on, oh, it's gone through the legs. It's not going to go to the boundary though. The outfield's still fairly damp from the dew. And Yanagida's well home.
That is some aggressive running, which is exactly what you want. Catherine Pryor seeing that the misfield has happened, and as soon as it happened, just took off. Knew she's running to the danger end, and knowing that, given her international experience and knowing that she needs to get to the other side, got there, I think stole an extra run.
Yeah, I think the Fidelity Titans have shown the most intent in this tournament in terms of their running between the wickets. Tokoloko Motsepe bowled very well against the Titans yesterday. 2 overs for just 12 runs. She's gone for 9 with a ball to spare in her first over today. Nicely driven, but mid-off. We'll keep it to a dot to end the over. A bit of untidy wicket keeping, but the umpires have called the over. 9 without loss after the first over. Don't forget, this is a 15 over game, and kind of like a replay of where we ended yesterday. Unfortunately, Lightning forcing the abandonment of the first game between the Titans and the Lions. The Titans had batted first there and posted 71 for 3. Christelle van der Skuyf 26 off 23 balls. Robin Searle 24 not out off 15 balls. We mentioned Motsepe's good bowling, and Kwaramba also bowled well, 2 overs for 9. But the star of the show was Letabo Bidley with 2 for 10 in her 2 overs.
Letabo Bidley is on a non-travelling reserve for the Under-19 World Cup, so it's good to see her just maintain her form. Especially in tournaments like that, you never know what will happen.
And speaking of non-travelling reserves for the World Cup, another one in the DP World Lions team is Kemochatswe Chwene. Oh no, they've changed shirt numbers. I think this is going to be Kwarombi bowling. Chwene was wearing number 9 yesterday. Now it's Kwarombi.
Kwarombi is a really good bowler. She just comes in and a little bit difficult to get away because of how accurate she is.
Just a bit full this time and whipped through mid-wicket by Katie Pryor. Bit of a misfield. Oh, Yanagida wasn't expecting the second. Will have to make fast, but she gets there okay.
I like the intent with the runs, with the running between the wickets. Katie Pryor is not wasting time. She's like, we're not getting boundaries, but if you're running 2s and you're taking a single, you can easily get 10 and over without scoring a boundary.
Nicely worked into the offside. Could there have been a single there? They decide against it. I thought Catherine Pryor actually looked pretty good with the bat yesterday against the Lions. Unfortunately, got out just when well set. But I'm sure she'll be eager to really make this opportunity count this morning.
So she feels she missed out on that one, but Quarumbi still has to bowl an extra delivery, and the Titans get another run.
Yeah, accuracy was a feature of Quarumbi's bowling yesterday, not so much so far today. Nicely worked behind square by Pryor, the shy, but fancy Yanagita's home. We did see in that first over 2 2s and a 3, which meant that the ball spent a lot of time running over the outfield. It is still quite dewy this morning, and I wonder if it's not a little bit slippery as a result for the bowlers.
Well, we saw at the beginning, I say that before the last delivery was bowled, Quarumbi just holding onto the ball, just trying to get as much feel of the seam as possible. So I do think it might be a little bit slippery, and I think just working in the favour of the Titans. Make it difficult for the bowlers to hold.
Hit over the top by Yanagita. She has cleared mid-off by quite a distance, but that slightly damp outfield, the ball plugs. And they're back for 2. I'm surprised there don't seem to be any towels out on the field for the Lions just to help them dry the ball.
I think they're very aware of how hot it is out there. They know that this won't last for too long.
That appeal doesn't have too much going for it.
That's a much better line to be bowling for Quarumbi. Not too comfortable. Maya Nagita not comfortable with the ball, with a much straighter ball, especially at that length. You can see she wants to free her arms, scoring through the covers, heading over the top, over mid-off.
Nicely cut by Yanagita. That's a very delicate, beautifully played stroke, and it will run over to the boundary for 4.
Yes, as you see, she wants to play through the covers. She wants to play on the offside, and that one, that is a classic stroke. Late cut right between short third and backward point. That is placement.
So a great start for the Fidelity Titans. 19 without loss after 2 overs.
I do suspect we might see a change a lot sooner than expected. The first over going for 9, the second over going for 10. I think the conversation will be around who should we slow it up. Maya Nagita is playing the seamers a lot. Is playing them freely. So is Katie Pryor. So the question will be, let's slow it up.
We've seen the other teams not afraid to use a spinner inside the power play. Nice and full and straight, this time from Motsepe. Just the other thing about the ball getting damp in this dewy outfield is that it will cause it to stop swinging. It will also soften the seam, and I think the seam bowlers won't be too happy about that. Down the pitch, beautifully struck, and fantastic fielding at cover by, is that Sarah Barber? Great work by her. Sune Wittmann, I beg her pardon, the Namibian captain, did some great fielding yesterday, and another tremendous stop by her at cover. Bit agricultural by Yanagita, bottom hand coming through, but she's got it away through mid-wicket for at least 2. Oh, they're going to risk the third. No, it's a good arm and a very good throw too.
Yes, Sarah Barber doing some mileage on the leg side. Strong fielder, strong arm. Managed to just keep it down to 2. Yes, Sune Wittmann is a really good fielder there in the covers, has been, say, instrumental in ensuring that nothing goes past it if it's just 1 or 2 meters left or right.
Nicely struck through mid-on by Yanagita, just the one. She's made a good start as May Yanagita, 12 now of just 9 deliveries. Prior 7 of 6.
think that's what you want from your opening batter, even though it might be a little bit agricultural, especially in a format like this. Sometimes it works, and clearly for mine, it's working. She's finding the gaps. It's not as much risk.
Ooh, dipping full toss that Catherine Pryor can't get away.
I think Catherine Pryor's eyes are lit up. She saw the end result before making contact.
Yes, indeed. The ball just kind of died on her at the end there. Nearly yorked her, actually. Oh, beautifully struck over extra cover by Katie Pryor. It might not reach the boundary though. Oh, excellent fielding. Dragging it back there. Tristan Cronje.
I think that's the shot that Katie Pryor wanted to play in the previous delivery, and just making up for it. I think this outfield is just going to get quicker and quicker, and they will start to get value for their shots. But I'd say not a bad start from these two.
Yeah, 26 without loss now after 3 overs, so touching 9 runs to the over. We were very impressed with how well the pitch played yesterday. Certainly better than we expected it to be. There was a bit more pace and bounce, and I get the feeling today is going to be a very good day. Even better for batting, just going out there and looking at the pitch. There's very little deterioration out there.
That pitch is a dream to play on. The Irene ground staff have been incredible to get games played yesterday, and for it to play so well. I think this is just going to get easier and easier as the day goes. And we see a bowling change, I would say almost as expected after that second over, with Samantha Swanepoel coming in, right arm off spin. I would say she's a lot slower, but does manage to get revs on the ball. And the two fielders out in the deep, covering the boundary, this deep backward square leg and cow corner. Not a bad option, especially to Catherine Pryor.
Full P, and she's hit it straight to the straight mid wicket. Oh, Catherine Pryor's done it again, I'm afraid. She's looked so good out there, and then just gets herself out, unfortunately. Oh, batters always, it happens. You have these little runs of very, very frustrating dismissals.
She will be extremely disappointed. It's a full toss, and sometimes that's what happens. A slow bowler comes, bad ball, and you hit it down the throat of the fielder. Unfortunately, that brings Catherine Pryor's innings to an end. That is 10 runs off 9 deliveries. She'll be disappointed given how well she's been hitting the ball.
And a great start for Samantha Swanepoel, starting with first ball wicket. She'll know she was a bit fortunate. It was a full toss. And as we said, that ball perhaps still a little bit damp from the dew on the outfield.
I must say, it's really good to see Sam Swanepoel bowling with the new ball, especially a young off spinner. It can be very difficult to control. You don't get as many revs, and you know, it's always, I would like to say, as an all-rounder myself, or as I attempt to be an all-rounder, that sometimes the ball slips out of your hand, especially when you're bowling off spin with the new ball. So it's good to see her, you know, getting purchase, getting wickets, getting some turn. You know, hopefully she will bowl a little bit later in the middle overs, and be a talisman for the Lions.
Yeah, she certainly got some quite sharp turn yesterday, did Sam Swanepoel.
But with that wicket, Robin Searle has come to the crease. The captain, she has been dependent in getting the Titans over the line in this tournament.
Yeah. Starts with a textbook defensive stroke, yet to be dismissed. Robin Searle, 19 not out or 17 balls against the Eastern Storm. And then 24 not out or 15 balls against the Lions. Really flighted up and nicely hit down the ground by Robin Searle. Long on will come across and keep it to 1.
Yes, very dependent, very dependable. Has shown that, you know, let others bat around her. But in the last match against the against the Lions, she went to her guns blazing, wasn't wasting time in showing her intent to score runs quickly.
Yeah, she certainly gave the innings the injection it needed. Yanagida has hit that very nicely over mid-wicket. They will come back for 2. Robin Searle very much the kingpin, I think, of this batting lineup. She's the fulcrum. She's the one who holds it all together, and I think plays the situation very well too. Again, Yanagida, but this time her luck has run. Oh no, it's been dropped. Dropped at deep mid-on.
And I'd say that was a little bit of a simple catch. Togologo Motsepe will be disappointed in herself, especially not taking my Yanagida out. She has been showing her intent, wanting to play over the top.
Not scared to flat it again. Motsepe was nearly in business again, but it went over her head and it's run away for 4. I think she's misjudged both of those potential catches. In fact, the first one, she probably should have backpedaled just a little bit more because it was uncomfortable for her reaching behind her head. And that one, she seemed to come in when really she should have been going back a bit quicker. So Yanagida, a bit of good fortune, but she's batting with great aggression. 21 off 13 balls for the Japan national captain, and the Titans 35 for 1 after 4 overs.
I love how she got dropped and she still went again, and this time getting a little bit more on it, and it went all the way to the boundary. That's what you want from an opening batter, especially in the power play, knowing that she has a good read of the wicket, a good read of the pace of the bowlers. So if anything, I'm like, continue. If you're going to play over the top, keep going. She's managing to, she's batting at 161. Nobody can complain if that's what your opening batter is doing.
Yeah, doing a great job. And Tukuroko Motsepe is going to bowl out now, bowling her 3rd over. She's gone for 16 and 2 so far. Robin Searle on strike. Bit short, and that's a shot Robin Searle plays really well, that little guard down to 3rd man. She's coming back for the 2nd.
I think this will be key, and it's something you can see that the Titans did talk about, making sure that they don't face as many dot balls in their innings. At the moment, there's only 9 dot balls in the 4 overs that have been bowled so far.
Again, really deftly worked by Searle, square of the wicket for 1.
The fielders are under a lot of pressure now. Robin Searle just using soft hands, knowing they've been playing very hard. They're standing on the ring. That's great awareness from Robin Searle.
And it's all the Titans need, really. They've been going at well over 8 runs to the over, and I think Robin Searle just knows she can take the 1 and feed May Yanagida the strike, who's going great guns, and no need for Robin Searle to take any unnecessary risks. The short ball, and Yanagida can't time that.
I think that just was a lot slower than she expected. She just sat up. She wasn't expecting to be that slow. I do think if there was a little bit more pace, the fielders would be picking it up from the boundary cushions.
Oh, beautifully hit by Yanagida, just over the covers. She wants a 2nd, but it's not really on.
This is David Whitman doing some work out there in the boundary while chasing the ball down to the boundary. A strong arm. She's also she represented Namibia as a javelin thrower at the Commonwealth Games.
She's the Namibian national champion in the javelin twice. Nicely clipped, but straight to Swanepoel at mid-wicket. So there are a few very good cricketers who are Javelin Stars. Sunette Viljoen-Low, DP World Lions player. Tasman Brits, current Protea. Just picking out fielders these last two deliveries, Robin Searle. And Sine Wittmann now, of course, the Namibian captain, 29 years old. She actually attended Pucker University in Potchefstroom in 2021-22, played for the Northwest team. So well known to the South African players.
Yes, and she has actually played in the domestic structures for Northwest, so very well known. And that's the end of the power play. The Fidelity Titans are at 40-1. Kwarombi going for 10 runs in her one over was very erratic. But Sam Swanepoel coming in and making the breakthrough with getting Katie Pryor. And she will now continue after the power play. We'll have a change in commentary, and we're going to have Jenna Searle on the mic. Jenna, it is so good to have you here again. We've missed you.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. As there's a little bit of a stumping chance there. No Molefe taking the bails off behind the stumps there. But Maya Yanagida safely home.
I like the intent. You know, she may have missed the ball, but it's about the intent, and I think that's the big difference. The players that scored runs yesterday, it was just intent. They were intentional about running hard, looking for singles. Oh, just played down to short third and eventually an easy single. Great calling from Robin Searle.
Yeah, and that all just comes down to intent, as you were saying there, Sean. And backward, behind the wicket, square of the wicket, that is the non-striker's call, and Robin Searle making sure that the call came out loudly, not hesitating on the call, and eventually coming into the crease safely.
Short wide, I think. Robin playing it a little bit early. So, Jenna, I know Robin is your sister. Do you ever have these conversations with her, especially as she preps for a tournament?
Yeah, we definitely do have these conversations. She always asks my opinion on her batting, and sometimes it's safe to give the opinion and sometimes not. It's a bit of a mental game, of course, but we really do have quite a close relationship, and we always compliment and criticize in a healthy, positive way.
Two singles just taken down there. That's exactly what you want with the field spread. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. I mean, I guess, you know, speaking about any siblings, you know, you two seem very close, and it is nice that you're both involved in the game, both playing, and you from a coaching aspect. Oh, and that's a white ball. Robin Searle, let's say she missed out. Sam Swanepoel hands on head. I think could have been a little bit tidier behind the stumps. That brings us to the end of the sixth over. The score's 45-1. Yes, I must say it is quite nice, and especially you could give us, you know, I would say I'd say the insight that you give us about Robin and how she plays her game. So yeah, no, I can imagine how knowing my siblings, sometimes after a bad game, it can be a little bit like you know, juggling a grenade.
Yeah, definitely, and just a little bit of insight into her. Of course, I know her a little bit better than the other players, so I can speak on it. She's a real student of the game. She has a notebook that she carries with her all the time. She researches players. She knows everything that there is to know about the grounds that she is going to be playing at. And coming back into the captaincy for this global cricket tournament of the Titans team, of course, because Masabata Class is not involved in the squad, I do think all of her experience and everything that she has behind her and the research that she does is definitely coming into play here, and she is a natural born leader, and it is where she enjoys being, and of course the captaincy with Masabata Class, she assists a lot in that point of view in the Hollywood Bets CSA T20 and Pro 50 leagues, as she just leaves that one outside the off stump. So a lot of there's a lot of experience at the top in the Titans league. Gadi Jafta, Katie Pryor, Elizabeth Marks, who's not part of the squad, and they do all work together really nicely for the Fidelity Titans.
Tutu Tiberi comes into the attack, and Robin Saul just getting that out to the covered boundary. A little bit short, a little bit wide. I wouldn't say that's the line that Tutu Tiberi would be wanting to bowl at.
Yeah, definitely not, especially with the short boundary on that offside for the right-hander. There is protection in the sweeper region.
And a full toss at Mayana Gida, just getting it in between Kalkona and long on. Getting to, I think, the power aspects. I think what my makes up for in terms of a lack of power hitting is definitely intent with running. She wants to score runs and she's very fit. So she's looking for the singles, and Tutu Tiberi getting some purchase with that one. Some turn into might, just cramping her up for room. Another dot ball, which is like gold in this format.
Yeah, just on the power that Yanagida is able to create, because she's quite a small, short player. She does have a low center of gravity.
I just love watching the flow of her bats. It's so good. It's so aesthetically pleasing, especially when she's playing through the offside. Players like that you could watch all day. Especially with the way she's timing it in this match. I think I want just a little bit slower. I think the slower pace on this deck will be the key, especially limiting the number of boundaries. It's 7 overs. The run rate has dropped a little bit. The Titans are 48 for 1. About 7 runs and over. I think they would want to continue rotating strike, especially with all 4 fielders on the boundary, given how well that power play started.
Yeah, it was an excellent power play for the Fidelity Titans. A lot of boundaries were scored, a lot of intent was being showed, both from Maya Nagida and from Catherine Pryor in the beginning. She played a couple of really wonderful cricket shots over the covers, and that's one of the most difficult shots to play. As it really does open you up and expose quite a lot of the technique of a top order batter. But Robin Saul has come in, and obviously with the 4 fielders out, as you said, Sean, they are hitting the ball into those sweeper regions, making sure that they run the first one hard and turning quickly to go through for the second. So just in my opinion, the running between the wickets has been good. A few fumbles in the outfield has aided that. As Yanagida goes up, there's a chance, and it's dropped again, the third one by Matsepe. They're going back for the second, and Robin Saul comes back safely. Her third life, Yanagida, but Sokoloko Matsepe really not looking comfortable under the high ball at all.
Yes, not looking comfortable, and it has prompted a fielding change. I think her confidence is a little bit low, especially dropping the first one, misjudging what would have been her second life. And Maya Nagida, I think, just targeting, that's where she wants to hit the ball. Now going to the other side of the field to long off. I would say Maya Nagida just backs herself, and I guess that's the beauty of the Global Cricket Tournament. Back yourself. You never know what will happen, and don't be afraid. Just the bravery that she's showing in terms of how she's attacking the batters, regardless of being dropped, she's still wanting to attack, to take on fielders. I guess that's all you can ask for, especially as she's playing around the young local players. They get to watch this firsthand.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about catching your dreams, and she is definitely going all out and expressing herself.
The 50's up for the Fidelity Titans. And a partnership is building, 26 runs. The run rate, seven, just over 7. You cannot complain with the way these two are going about this innings. And there you have it, Maya Nagida just dancing down, meeting the ball on the full, and getting 2 runs. I like that approach to Sam Swanepoel, who's tossing the ball up.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of intent is being shown. She's quite exciting player to watch because she can play all over the field. We watched her in the beginning play a third man guide, and she's accessing all parts of the field. It's not just everything that's across the line that we see from a lot of players in the women's leagues.
Oh, I'd say definitely, you know, when they say the ball follows you in the field, I think Motsepe, you know, being followed a little bit deep in the field, shoulders a little bit dropped. You drop a few catches and then all of a sudden runs are taken in front of you.
Yeah, definitely, and it goes her way again. She's unable to cut it off there as Sil just plays it out to Cow Corner for a single.
And that's the end of the over, 55-1. I like how these two are going about it. Robin isn't trying to overhit the ball. Mai is attacking. She's being the aggressor in this innings. What I would say would be a concern if I was the Lions captain, if I was on the field, would be just the body language. These two are just taking the singles, are just coming a little bit too easy for the Titans players.
Yeah, definitely. There have been a lot of fumbles out in the deep, especially by the players at mid-on and mid-off, where the Titans batters are then able to take that easy second run, and that is disappointing from the Lions team.
I'd say well managed there by Robin Sil. That one turned a little bit, cutting it from offside. But I guess that's what happens when you're in the form that she's in. She's seeing the ball well, is yet to be dismissed in this tournament. But I think she'll be very aware of the fact that the ball is turning and the pace that it's turning at.
Good fielding there by Sarah Barber at point, just cutting that one off. And she too is an exciting player. I've worked with her behind the microphone once or twice when we've commentated for the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and Pro 20 series.
And that is swept away to the vacant deep backward square leg. Unfortunately, Robin Sil not managing to get the boundary, but taking advantage of the relay throw and manages to get three. And great running and great calling by Mai Yanagida and Robin Sil.
Yeah, that shot definitely deserved to go all the way over the boundary, but as we were saying earlier, the outfield is wet, the ball travels slowly across the ground, and they did well to get three in the end. Going into a similar region, playing around the legs there, Mai Yanagida, and a very good running again from the Japanese international player coming through for the second.
I do think that's going to, the way these two are playing, especially two backward square leg and in that fine leg region, will either force the change in field or Tutu Tibedi has to change her line.
And she does just that. It's outside the off stump and it's played off the back foot into that third man region. They go through foot two.
You know, I think this is a prime example of if boundaries aren't coming, you have to run. You have to run your runs. And so far in this over, you're looking at 7 and there's still, 9, and there's still a ball to come.
Yeah, really clever fielding, piercing the field, making sure that the gaps are being accessed.
And I say that's the way to end an over with a dot ball. Score 65-1 after 9 overs. This partnership is at 40 runs, and I think now would be the time, especially 6 overs left in the match, 9 wickets in hand. These two are well set. I think if anybody has to be the aggressor, I don't think Mai Yanagida is going to waste time to say like I'll take the responsibility. But it also gives Robin Sil the opportunity to express herself, to show she's shown how she allows people to bat, how allows her teammates to bat around her. The last game against the Lions, she was the aggressor. I do think now would be the time for her, especially just to, take some calculated risks and let's look for the boundary, because if the boundary is going to come, it is going to come from her.
Yeah, definitely. And she plays such risk-free cricket, especially when she is attacking. If her head is in the right space, she hits the ball hard on the ground. She bisects the field. And, yeah, she definitely could be in the mindset to start exploding a little bit more. No power needed as she just plays that with soft hands. Fine of the third man region. She comes through for 2, and it doesn't always have to be this explosive, powerful game when we talk about exploding at the crease and looking for better options, for boundary options.
And it just as expected, it has prompted a change in the field. Letabo Bidley is coming into the attack. She does get a lot of turn. And that one's just a knockdown to long off. Yes, being explosive and being the aggressor doesn't always mean you have to find the boundaries. It's that depth touch. It's forcing changes in the field so that you can access other areas so that the scoreboard keeps ticking, so that, you know, it just puts the fielding side under more pressure.
A chance for a catch there at a short third man, and put down in the end. Bit of a top edge, that fly third man position.
Oh. And there you have it. Robin Searle dances down the track and holds it out to deep mid wicket. She did have to go for it, but what a top catch by Sarah Barber on the boundary. So that is exactly what the Lions wanted, but Robin Searle did have to go for it. She knew that this was the time for her to explode. She'll be disappointed. It was a good hit. I think she would have wanted to either go 5 or 10 meters left or right of Sarah Barber on the boundary.
Yeah, definitely. It came out the middle of the bat, but unfortunately just falling into the very safe hands of Sarah Barber. The ball was up in the air for a long time, and she settled herself really well underneath that. And safe hands from the DP World Lions player in the end. But bringing to the crease Christelle van der Schyff, who is coming in as a wild card under-23 player into the Global Cricket Tournament for the Fidelity Titans, and she's expressed herself really nicely. Hits a couple of maximums throughout the day yesterday, and definitely an exciting player to watch. So she joins her teammate Maya Nagida at the crease, and will be looking to explode from the word go.
Yeah, so in the warm-up matches against the GCT International 11, we've seen her from ball 1 hit her first ball for 6. So she has it in her, and with wickets in hand, it would make sense, you know, get bat on ball, or that would be my thinking, get bat on ball, just keep your head down, just play some simple, I'll say keep it simple for as long as possible before, I would say, playing innovative shots. But if it's in your area, that ball has to go. If it hits a fielder, let it hit a fielder, but you have to attack now.
And she's quite good with the intent up front, manages to get the ball into the gap on the offside, gets herself off strike, and the safest place to be is on the non-striker's end. However, she will be looking to get as much strike as possible because she's quite a confident human being. She knows that she can hit the ball hard and far.
Now Bidley just pulling out of that. Maya Nagida is on 39 of 30 deliveries. And that's a wide delivery. I think just trying not to bowl that ball in Maya Nagida's arc. They know that she will run. They know that she'll take them on.
Yeah, just overcompensating slightly.
And she's just accessing that vacant space behind extra cover. I think, and that just brings us to the end of Letabo Bidley's over, getting the much needed breakthrough for the DP World Lions, ending the 10th over at 73 for 2.
And Maya Nagida goes up to the highest scorer of the Global Cricket Tournament so far. as she goes past Robin Dormal, who had 40 of 25, currently sitting on 41 of 31, and that's exciting stuff from the Japanese captain. As Tuto Tubedi will continue her right arm spin to the new batter at the crease, Christelle van der Schyff. Bit of a commentary change here as I'm joined by Ken Borland. That's just played into the covers, straight to extra cover for no run. Christelle van der Schyff just getting bat on ball and trying to find her groove. She does just that as she steps back onto the back foot and just lofts that over the head of Square Leg, who is in the ring up next to the umpire, and that'll go for a couple of bounces over the boundary rope, which adds 4 more to the total. 77 for 2.
Hello, Jenna. Yeah, I think you've alluded to it, that Christelle van der Schyff, there's no doubting her ability to score quickly, and I just think in this tournament, tempo maybe is a little bit of a thing she's struggled with. She's kind of given her wicket away a couple of times.
She goes through the covers and beats the fielder at points, but Sarah Barber is quick across the field and she collects it and gets it in. They come through for the second.
She was opening the batting earlier in the tournament, which I think is a bit of a new role for her. She's usually come down the order as a very potent finisher.
Yeah, she is a young, exciting player. This is her second year out of school and joining the Fidelity Titans squad from a full-time point of view will be exciting for her. She's got a lot to learn, but she also has a lot to give.
I'm sure you'll remember last year, Jenna, in this tournament, how the final game, she won it for the Titans in quite spectacular fashion with a ferocious innings.
And she lofts it up now. There's a chance at a catch, but it's one bounce over the head of the Lions captain, Jenna Lee Libba. And Christelle van der Schyff adds 4 more to the total. And the Lions captain will be disappointed with that, as she definitely could have been in the game there to take the young batter out.
Yeah, we just heard her utter her frustration and then apologise to the bowler. She misjudged that one. It was a very good strike, though, by Christelle van der Schyff.
And that closed off the 11th over, 84 for 2. We spoke a little bit at the pitch report about what a par score is here in the first innings of this 15 over format of the game. And Ken, do you agree with mine and Sean's estimate of between 100 and 110 is a winning total?
Yeah, I do. I like that, I must admit. I think the Titans have got a very good platform here, though, so they'll probably be trying to look for a bit more, 115 at least, 120, try and get over that 120 mark.
Letabo Bidley continuing. Yanagita goes up and over, and this time the DP World Lines are successful. Tristan Crinier with very safe hands under the ball. She puts in a little bit of a dive and roll there, but that takes out the Japanese captain Mai Yanagita, who very successfully has managed to score the highest score of the tournament so far, 41 of 31, and she was instrumental in building the platform that we've just spoken about for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, it's been a great contribution by Mai Yanagita, and if the Fidelity Titans do go on to win this game, hers might be actually the critical contribution. Interesting that after Matsepe missed the third catch at long on in the previous over from Bidley, the change was made. Tristan Crinier moved to long on, perhaps not as fast across the field as Matsepe, but as you saw there, very safe pair of hands and very nicely judged catch.
Yeah, Tristan Crinier is a player that values hard work and she values putting time in behind the scenes. I know that she hits a lot of balls at practice and she takes a lot of catches. She's a really hard worker, and that catch is testament to all that hard work that she puts in behind the scenes. But Letabo Beedley as well, coming with the critical wicket there of Yanagita, as her figures in her 1 over and 1 ball, 1 wicket for 9 runs. And she's showing why she is the non-travelling reserve for the Proteas under-19 team.
Yeah, classy spinner, no doubt. Very impressed with her yesterday.
To the crease comes experienced leader in the team, Gandhi Jafta. She's captained this Fidelity Titan. She captained the team last year for one game in the Global Cricket Tournament. She's an exciting spin bowler, and she definitely can hold her own. She opens the batting in the Pro 50 League for the Fidelity Titans, and she shows her class here beautifully as she just cuts this through the point region. She'll get off the mark immediately, and Christelle van der Schyff will value the calm energy that Gandhi Jafta brings to the crease.
She's a very ebullient character, as Gandhi Jafta, and she brings that energy to her cricket as well. Very busy at the crease.
Just swiped into the leg side there by Christelle van der Schyff. They go for the second as Sarah Barber collects that on the mid-wicket boundary and gets it in. A good throw in the end, just one bounce into the keeper. Christelle van der Schyff looking good here, getting the double.
There will be just 3 overs after this one. Interesting that Sarah Barber hasn't had a bowl today.
Lofted up, there's a chance at a catch, but Tristan Cronje having to sprint in to collect that one off the single bounce, and she gets it in quite well in the end, just restricting the Fidelity Titans to 1 run.
I might have been tempted to give Sarah Barber an over. Just she looks a wicket-taking bowler, and that's perhaps where the Lions have struggled a bit in this innings, is to take wickets, break that partnership between Yanagida and Searle.
Yeah, they have really just turned to their spinners. And it's swept into the leg side. There's a dive put on the square leg region, but Motsepe is unable to collect that one. And that's a very good cricket shot there by Gandhi Jafta as she adds 4 more to the Fidelity Titans total. And Letabo Beatley just missing her line completely.
Yeah, but a lovely sweep shot by Gandhi Jafta. Really well struck. Made a lovely sound off the bat, and just had too much on it for Tebogo Motsepe, who is now being moved a little bit finer at deep backward square leg.
Jafta sweeps this time in front of square. Sarah Barber collecting that, and that brings the end of the 12th over, 92 for 3. Just a few points on Gandhi Jafta. She struggled slightly in the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and Pro 20 League, unable to get a start and losing her wicket quite early on. She's been opening the batting for the team, and I am enjoying this role that she's been playing, coming in later in the innings. We saw she got a player of the match in the first game against Eastern Storm, and she does seem to be finding her feet in the middle order.
Yeah, I must say, I think most of her success has come in the middle order. Titans had a new coach this season, and Gordon Matheson, and there have been a few changes in batting order and a few shuffles, and it has to be said that the Titans, I don't think, have played to their potential this season so far. Perhaps a little bit unsettled with the changes, and perhaps going back to what has worked in the past might turn their fortunes around in this new year.
Japanese international Nonoha Yasumoto coming into the attack, and she starts off her spell with just 1 into the covers as she bowls left arm over the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah, just 19 years old, Yasumoto, but she has already played 21 T20 internationals for Japan.
There's a chance at a run out on the non-striker's end, but Gandhi Jafta, with that energy that she brings into the crease, was really backing up quite hard and had to really scamper to get back home in time. Yasumoto, quite a wristy bowler, has a lot of wrist movement behind the ball upon release. And she pushes it wide this time. I am enjoying the fact that Naomi Molefe is standing up to the Japanese seamer.
Yeah, she's got no great pace, Yasumada, but I think if she bowls pretty straight and gets it wicket to wicket, her slowness might actually help her. And she could be quite an effective bowler just in terms of stemming the run rate.
Christelle van der Schyff goes up, she goes far, there's a chance for a catch, and a very good effort in the deep by Tristan Cronje, puts a big dive in and is unable to hold onto it in the end, but a very exciting piece of fielding.
Fantastic effort by Tristan Cronje. Goodness, if she had pulled that off, that would have been the catch of the year so far. Okay, Dewald Brevis took a spectacular one in the SA20, but it would have been up there. Lovely effort by Tristan Cronje, and she wasn't far away from pulling that off.
No, she definitely wasn't, but great intent there from Christelle van der Schyff. She does need to make sure that she places those shots correctly. This time she goes straight and it bounces once before it falls into the hands of the captain, Jenny Libba, who gets it in. They managed to get through for 2, and that's very good running from Gandhi Jafta, who was turning and coming back to the danger end.
Jenny Libba, obviously one of the more athletic, better fielders in the side, but as captain, you do wonder a little bit about her always fielding on the boundary, whether she's in connection enough with what's going on in the middle.
That is a very good point, Ken. And I think, you know, as young players, we always taught that the captain needs to be involved in the inner ring, making sure that they're connecting with the wicket keeper who is changing the angles, always talking with the bowler. And yeah, I think slightly worrying that she's on the boundary, but she is managing to control the field to a relative extent.
I suppose if you have a loud voice, it's okay.
Played with a cross bat out to long on. Slight fumble in the end, but good work by the young Letabo Bidley. Gandhi Jafta comes back for an easy double. And that brings up the 100 for the Fidelity Titans, 101 for 3. And that also brings the end of the 13th over. 2 overs to go, 12 balls. I definitely think that 110 will not be a pass score. Sean and I might have been slightly off. Ken, I think you are close to that 115 mark. Is definitely looking like it's on the cards.
Well, it just shows you what a team can do with a good platform, though. You know, Yanagida and Searle up front really laid the platform, and if they can get 20 off these next 12 deliveries, they've got that over 120, which I think will be a very good score. And you know, the DP World Lions will be under pressure. And we know it's going to be a trial by spin. The Titans are going to throw 4 spinners at them and see if they can make the running to chase down what will be a stiff target.
Yeah, and this battle of spin continues as the young Letabo Bidley continues her spell. It will be her last over of the day. Her figures 2 for 18 in her 12 balls so far. She has got 6 more and she'll be looking to make the most of them. Jafta uses her feast and plays this with a cross bat out to long on for 1.
Jafta's got 8 off 5 deliveries. Exactly the sort of intensity the coaching staff would have wanted her to bring. And oh my word, we have a potential munkad.
And it's given out there. Letabo Bidley taking Gandhi Jafta. And what an exciting turn of events.
Exciting is probably not the word I would use. Gandhi Jafta's always chirpy, always happy, always cheerful character. I don't think she's going to be very happy with that one. And I think the Lions have withdrawn the appeal, which I think is probably a good move. We certainly hadn't seen a warning for Gandhi Jafta before that attempted run out. And this is, after all, a a festival of cricket, friendly games, allegedly.
Yeah, having said that though, stealing runs from the non-strikers end is never really acceptable.
I'll tell you my views on this after the ball.
Of course. Van der Schyff uses her feet and hits this out to mid-off. Jafta looking for the second. She runs hard. There's a chance at a run out, but she gets home safely, sliding her bat in confidently. Yeah, I also have a few mixed opinions about the Mancat decision in the game of cricket. And of course, Ken, please give us your views.
Backing up too quickly is definitely not in the spirit of the game either. It is cheating, if you like. I think the umpires should control it personally.
Yeah, definitely agreed, as it's played across the line but falls safely into no man's land. Gandhi Jafta is running exceptionally well between the wickets as they get through for the double.
Just like there are penalty runs for time wasting, for any manner of things. I think if the umpires spot a batter consistently leaving their crease early, they should be allowed to levy penalty runs.
Yeah, that is an interesting point of view, and I do agree with you, Ken, as this is played out into the offside. Jafta looking for the second one. She's halfway down the crease, and a fumble in the outfield. It's a bit of an injury out on the cover boundary as they managed to get through for the 2, but not looking good for the DP World Lions team. Sune Wittmann looks like she might have had a small injury out on that cover boundary.
Yeah, she kind of slipped and then went over an ankle, I think. Goodness, we hope she's okay. Namibia do, of course, have some World Cup qualifiers coming up, which they would obviously be very keen to have one of their star players participating in. This is an unfortunate interruption to the game. Just to finish what I was saying about the umpires policing batters backing up too far. It also takes a lot of unnecessary drama, I think, out of the game. It definitely causes ill feeling when you are run out at the non-strikers end backing up, and the game doesn't really need those flash points. So I think empower the umpires to deal with it, and then no one can complain.
Yeah, the umpires do have the final say on the field, and I do agree. There's so much that they have to focus on. They have to take control out in the middle. Adding one more thing, I'm sure they're all capable of doing that, but it does make things, their job, a little bit more difficult.
Fair enough, yeah.
And Sune Wittmann looks like she is being helped off the field, and substitute fielder will be brought on for the DP World Lions team. This is a slight problem for Neo Malefi, the DP World Lions keeper, who is also on the floor and being attended to by the team physio.
And she's a replacement wicketkeeper as it is for Amara Carr, who either aggravated or did herself a new injury yesterday while batting. Could not keep wicket. So this partnership with 24 runs, growing nicely between Van der Schyff and Gandhi Jafta, and just looking for the big finish now of the final 6 deliveries. 108 for 3, the Fidelity Titans, and a good last over by Letaba Bidley. She's ended with 2 for 25 in her 3 overs, which is pretty solid. Another couple of wickets for her in this tournament.
Yeah, she is a player with a lot of talent, a lot of energy. She is an all-rounder, so both with the bat and the ball. She's good in the field. We've seen some excellent fielding, ground fielding from her out on the boundary. She fields most often at long on. As we are coming back to play.
Bidley hasn't finished her over.
Van Escape looking to be the aggressor here. She clears the bowler's head, and Gandhi Jafta running well. And the break in play hasn't really seemed to put a halt to the energy and the momentum that the Fidelity Titans are batting with.
Yeah, it's important. They want to end with a bang, not with a whimper.
Top edge, big top edge, but unable to hold on to it. There's a bit of a shy on the non-striker's end, but a good piece of fielding in the end of the spinning ball off the top edge of Christelle van Escape's bat. And that ends the over off with a single. A really exciting over, 10 runs from it. Christelle van Escape and Gandhi Jafta really just using the experience and the exciting young power that the two of them both have. 6 balls left, 111 for 3.
And it's going to be Yasumoto who's going to bowl the final over. Left arm slow medium, I guess.
Here, her one over, just going for 8 runs. So not too bad in the greater scheme of things. But she will be looking to bowl a couple of dot balls and restrict the boundaries in this last over. Van Escape looking to clear that front foot, but just plays too early as it goes out to the leg side. They'll just get one off the first ball as it's fielded cleanly by Tristan Crinier, the mid-wicket boundary.
Yasumoto does have the protection of the long boundary on the leg side, and I think that delivery will pretty much be what she's going for in this over. Just nice and straight. She'll take 6 singles out of this over very gladly.
Jafta goes over the head of the bowler and a couple of bounces to Jenna Lilaba, who collects it and gets it in. Fidelity Titans go for that second run and a comfortable 2 in the end.
Yeah, very nice shot by Gandhi Jafta straight over the bowler's head, which meant there was work to do for long off Laba, who I fancy has come quite a lot straighter now. But it was so well placed by Jafta, she could make it into a 2.
Yeah, she is quite straight at long off, but it makes sense with the left arm coming over the wicket to the right-hander that angle does need to be finer. This time it's a full toss to Jafta, who plays that into the same region. And they just managed to go through for a single. It's a direct hit from the DP World Lions captain, but Gandhi Jafta well within her crease.
That last ball might even have been a bit of a slower ball from Yasumoto.
Yeah, it definitely could have. It looked like it floated in the air all the way until it got to Gandhi Jafta. This time into the wicket and a misfield at mid-wicket there. Christelle van der Schyf hits it hard and Jafta comes back very comfortably for 2.
I like that Yasumoto, same line as what she's been going for, but she just pulled the length a little bit back so she doesn't become predictable. Should have been a dot ball, but the ball just evading Swanepoel, perhaps an awkward bounce. She's right on one of the previous pitches fielding there, so perhaps the bounce was a bit awkward for her.
Christelle van Escape hitting that really hard. She bisects Kyle corner and long on, and that goes one bounce over the boundary. And I thought that was the shot she was going to play on the previous ball, but definitely the length just tripping her up slightly, and she really has taken full advantage of the shorter pitch delivery by Yasumoto.
Yeah, up and over that time, and very well struck. We've said it before, she's a very powerful striker of the ball.
Yeah, 121 for the Fidelity Titans with 1 ball left in their batting innings. Van Escape, the batter in charge. she goes again. This time it's up high in the air. Krenia was looking to be under it, but it goes far over her head, and Christelle van der Schyff ends the Fidelity Titans batting innings in absolute style. 10 runs coming off the last 2 balls of the innings in the form of a 4 and a 6 over that cow corner boundary, and that's wonderful explosive batting for her, and she now has managed to get the highest individual total of the tournament so far, as she beats her teammate Maya Nagida, who managed to score 41 as she opened the batting, but Christelle van der Schyff closing off the innings with a very well constructed 42 of 23.
Yeah, she batted really well, and plenty of power in that innings. And I like her in this finishing role, you know, rather than putting her up the order, trying to get her to lay the platform for the others. I think she's the type of batter who can actually finish off, who can, if you like, put the cherry on top, the hard work of the batters before her. So an excellent innings from Van der Schyff. And Gandhi Jafta, a very good foil as well, 11 off just 7 deliveries for her.
Yeah, she brought a lot of energy, a lot of intent into the crease when she came in, and maybe that 11 off 7 doesn't seem that impressive. Yeah, even though it's over 100 strike rate, she ran exceptionally well between the wickets, a lot of energy, confident calling, and she definitely added a lot of confidence and positivity out at the crease. So just to take you through the scorecard, as Maya Nagida and Catherine Pryor opened the batting with a very good partnership up in the power play, and the loss of the wicket of Katie Pryor brought the captain Robin Searle into the crease, and so Maya Nagida and Searle managed to get a partnership in the 40s, as Searle was then dismissed for 16 as she was trying to clear the boundary over Cow Corner's head, and Maya Nagida and Christelle van der Schyff then had a small partnership between the two of them until Yanagida was dismissed for 41 of 32, and then Christelle van der Schyff and Gandhi Jafta closed off the innings unbeaten, with van der Schyff 42 of 23 and Gandhi Jafta 11 of 7. That partnership of 43 runs took the team total up to 127, well over the par score that we had expected, and I do think that that could be a winning total for the Fidelity Titans. Ken, if you could take us through the bowlers of the DP World Lions, and that will set up a really exciting second innings.
Well, the spinner Letaba Bedley got another couple of wickets, but probably the pick of the bowlers for the DP World Lions on a tough morning for them with the ball. Samantha Swanepoel and Tokologo Matsepe, the spinner and the seamer, they both went at 7 to the over. Swanepoel getting a wicket with her first delivery. But it's over to the DP World Lions batters now, and I think they've got a stiff task ahead of them. Although, with the sun shining beautifully here at Irene, the outfield is going to quicken up, and presumably the pitch might play a little bit quicker as well. But however way you look at it, it's going to be a difficult chase for them.
Yeah, definitely will be a difficult task ahead of the DP World Lions team, but they have a lot of talent in their lineup, a lot of explosive power in the form of Naomi Lefe, Jenny Libba, and Sunay Wittmann went off with a bit of an injury, it looked like, to the left leg, and hopefully she will be okay and will be able to bat and contribute to the DP World Lions total. But we will take a short break as the innings change will prepare the teams to change over, and will be an exciting second innings to the first game of day 3 in the Global Cricket Tournament.
And welcome back to the second innings between the Titans, the Fidelity Titans versus the DP World Lions. The Fidelity Titans posted 127 for the loss of 3 wickets. And now we have the DP World Lions getting ready to start their response. Opening the batting, we've got Tristan Cronje, who's taking the first ball, and Danielle Weber, who is on the non-strikers end, and Gandhi Jafta will be bowling the first ball. It's a good length, good line, good start from Gandhi Jafta. My name is Sean Mez, and I am joined by Ken Borland.
The trial by spin starts straight away for the DP World Lions. There are going to be 4 spinners, no doubt, coming at them in these 15 overs.
And with that, gets the... I think I came off the back of the bat. But that gets the Lions tally opened. Account started. First run for them.
The scorebook won't show how that single was made. Not even the wagon wheel. The wagon wheel might make it look like a reverse sweep.
A strong shot. Danielle Weber has come in, shown that I want to hit the ball hard.
I think she'll be delighted to have the opportunity to have a decent bat here, opening the batting. Those 4 spinners that the Titans will no doubt use. Gandhi Jafta, who's to switch to around the wicket. Sophia Smale, Elisha Rudolph, and Paulina Mashishi.
And diving to her right, Danielle Weber manages to survive. Gandhi Jafta only managing to get a hand to it. Probably stops at least a second run from being taken. But Danielle Weber just showing her intent, and great effort from Gandhi Jafta.
Getting a little bit of drift with the new ball. Gandhi Jafta, swing, drift, same thing.
It's not a bad option, especially coming around the wicket to these two that want to free their arms. And Tristan Cronje just chips that over the top. The outfield has dried out, so it travels a little bit further, but only 2 runs are added.
Gandhi Jafta goes a bit against conventional thinking when it comes to a spinner. They say you should settle into your spell. Don't keep changing around the wicket, over the wicket. But she seems to do it with aplomb.
She does, but I guess that's the beauty of this tournament. You get to try out a few things, and in her defence, it's worked. She's been very economical, very attacking, and now we have the experienced Kaylee Tapp coming in to bowl. I think this is the first seamer that the Titans have used in the power play at this tournament.
Definitely. Kaylee Tapp was in the 11 yesterday to play the Lions, but the Titans didn't take the field because of the threat of lightning.
A little bit of shape away from Danielle Weber.
Yeah, it was a good line just outside off stump, but the attempted stroke looked a bit like a swat through mid-on. I guess Kaylee Tapp will be, I think, happy just to plug away just outside that off stump.
She is a very experienced player, one of the marquee players, has a lot of experience within the domestic structures in South Africa. And that is wide. And Danielle Weber, this is the first boundary through the covers for 4. She'll be happy with that start, especially against Kaylee Tapp. Kaylee won't be too happy, will probably be fuming, and I'm sure the comeback will basically just to cramp her up. That will be the plan.
Yeah, it's the danger bowling from this Wally van Heerden end with the short boundary on the offside. If you are going to try and bowl just outside off stump, your length has got to be, it can't be too full. And she was also a bit wide there, so it really allowed the batter, Weber, to free her arms.
And there you have it, another wide one. But this one, Danielle Weber has hit straight to Sophia Smale at point, and Kaylee Tapp has the breakthrough. Danielle Weber falling for 5 runs off 5 deliveries.
What do I know, Kaylee? Just keep bowling full and wide. It's worked out the second time. But a good catch by Sophia Smale, and a good start with the ball for Kaylee Tapp. 8 for 1, the DP World Lions.
Kaylee will not be complaining. It's the first game she's playing. She was in the 11 yesterday, but obviously wasn't able to take the field, so she will be happy to get her first scalp in this tournament. And just showing that despite the conditions, the seam bowlers still have a lot to offer in this match.
Yeah, and we need to praise the groundsman and the ground staff for that. They really have produced a very good pitch, considering the pretty poor weather we had in the build-up to this tournament, and just how wet everything was on Monday. I mean, that there was a lot of mud on that square on the first day.
A lot of mud, and I will keep saying that they are setting the bar very high here at Irene Country Club. The ground staff, they are. But to the crease, we've got Sarah Barber. They're coming in at number 3. Very experienced player, very exciting talent for the DP World Lions. She hits that hard, a little bit of a fumble, but calls early and is off the mark. Also showing, I know she can hit a hard ball, so with the conditions getting easier and easier to bat, she will enjoy, if she stays there long enough, she will enjoy say her time out there to get a good knock, but also hopefully take the DP World Lions closer to victory.
Yeah, she came in quite late against the Eastern Storm yesterday. But actually hit the ball really nicely, I thought. She looked in good nick, and that first ball there was right up the middle as well.
Just change the shape number. So that's 5, not 8.
Sarah Barber.
Yeah, but it should be 5, not 8. At least you have it on the times.
Tristan Cronje also showing she's a big hitter of the ball. Does have a lot of power. Very aesthetically pleasing is that shot.
I was just going to say, what a beautiful square drive that was. Nice high elbow, right up the middle of the bat. Unfortunately for her, straight to the fielder. But that was good looking.
Very, but she is one of those players, once she does get going and starts hitting boundaries, it will be very difficult to rein her in. And I think that's what the Titans are doing. She's strong through the offside, pack the offside, force her to go over the top, because finding that gap will be quite difficult. And that's the end of the second over. The third over, Gandhi Jafta will continue from the golf course end, scores 9 for 1. The run rate is a little bit below what they expected, but it's only 2 overs into the power play. And Gandhi Jafta only has deep mid-wicket and a long on. So I think the plan will be to bowl as straight as possible, because any room, and Sarah Barber will take full advantage of it. And Sarah Barber showing how quick she is between the wickets. Straight to the fielder. Katie Pryor gets the direct hit, but Sarah Barber safely at home.
Excellent running by Sarah Barber. I mean, she hit that so well. I thought it was quite a risky run to the deepish mid-off, and Katie Pryor fielded very well. Clean pick up and throw.
And that's the first wicket. Tristan Cronje going for the reverse sweep, unfortunately not getting into the best position, misses it, and it hits her in the pad right in front. I wouldn't say the best shot to be playing at this stage in the match.
It live, it looked pretty good, looked a good shout. I thought I saw umpire Nom Saddam shake her head though first, and then stick the finger up. Maybe there was a fly buzzing around her ear that she wanted to get rid of first, but it did look pretty straight from Gandhi Jafta, and perhaps just a symptom of, for all the intent that the Lions have shown at the start of this innings, there has been intent, but the runs just haven't really come. I mean, we saw the Titans from the get-go were going at sort of 8 and over, and the Lions unfortunately are 14 deliveries into their innings and have only got 10 runs on the board, so perhaps just feeling the pressure a bit to get the score ticking over. And a bit of a surprise in the batting order, coming in number 4. It's no, the scorecard, the graphic is incorrect there. It's not a surprise that Neo Malefi is coming in the top 4. She often opens, and a very, very destructive batter. In the 2023 under-16 week, she scored an unbeaten 175 against Southwestern Districts, and also made a century, unbeaten 100 against Western Province.
And she top edges that, and Gandhi Jafta calls for it, unfortunately getting under it and so dropping a sitter. She'll be disappointed with that, and as you can see from the reaction, she is not happy with how that has gone.
I think she almost overran it a bit, that in the final stages she was trying to catch it kind of by her chin. Neo Malefi, probably not the batter you want to give a chance to first ball. She can be very destructive, played a fantastic innings in this tournament last year.
And there you have it, she is now off the mark. Just a check drive through the covers, and it stops just before the boundary. She manages to get 2 runs. I like the way she played it, just punches it through the covers.
Yeah, I was going to say, just look at that timing. It really was just put the bat on the ball and raced away through the covers on a quicker outfield. When we haven't had that much rain or dew, that would have gone for 4.
So that's the end of the over. Gandhi Jafta finishing with the dot ball. She will be disappointed that she didn't get a second wicket in that over, but it is 12 for 2. Sarah Barber's on 2 of 2 deliveries, and Neo Malefi is on 2 of 4.
Yeah, she should have had back-to-back wickets, Gandhi Jafta, really. And Neo Malefi, that first ball, just a loose shot, really. Give yourself at least one sighter, but she just swung like a rusty gate. First ball, sent it straight up in the air. Very lucky to get away with it, and hopefully that'll be the wake-up call that maybe she needs, just to focus a bit more at the start of her innings.
With that ball, Sarah Barber, I think, will be key to just keep the innings. Whoever she's batting around, she does have experience. Not too many matches for the DP World Lions, but a very exciting cricketer, just to keep everybody calm. And with the line that Kaylee Tapp is bowling, she's encouraging. She's packed that offside. But is still managing to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, Sarah Barber missed the vast majority of last season due to injury. So she'll be very hungry to make every playing chance she gets this summer, make it count.
And it's a drop catch, a difficult chance from, I'd say, offered to Kaylee Tapp. She will be disappointed. She's hard competitor, but she knows that that was not an easy chance.
Came at her quickly. Never easy in your follow through as a bowler.
Naomi Lefi just living life on the edge, huh? Just a chip over, a chip straight. Naomi Lefi just trying to get her timing, but just forcing it a little bit. But I like the plan that Kaylee Tapp, with the field set that she has, she's got a backward point, cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. So it's very difficult to pierce that offside. You either have to go over or try and hit as straight as possible. Sarah Barber just taking advantage of mid-off, who's on the ring, Paulina Mashishi. But I think she's also very aware that if that ball goes past her, she's standing too close, that is a definite fall past her.
Well, she's hitting it very hard, Sarah Barber, but she, I think just about all four of her runs, she's backed herself, hitting it straight to mid-off and setting off straight away, and obviously very quick between the wickets.
And there you have it. It goes past the slip. Naomi Lefi will be looking for two. Sarah Barber wants the third. And they decide against it, which is a good decision. You want to keep wickets in hand, especially in the power play. After having already lost 2, that brings the end to the over. It's 17 for 2.
Another tidy over by Kaylee Tapp. Jafta will, I wonder if she'll bowl out. Each bowler only allowed 3 overs in this 15-over-a-side game. It's going to be the ace spinner, if you like, Paulina Mashishi, who's coming on to bowl.
Paulina offers a lot of turn. We have seen on this wicket that she does get a lot of turn. She is a bit of a wicket taker. I'd say the only thing, if you want to, as a batter, if you want to go against her, you have to move your feet, force her, disrupt her line and length, disrupt her rhythm. Because she is very tidy, very tight. And I think that's the plan Sarah Barber will go for.
Well, I think throughout this tournament we've seen a general reluctance on the part of batters to use their feet against the spinners.
Again, just as you say it, Sarah Barber dances down the track and cracks that between extra cover and mid-off for a 4. And what a stunning shot that was.
Well, you said she would, Sean. You said she might well use her feet, and there she does it to great effect, Sarah Barber, smashing that through extra cover all along the ground. Really a glorious stroke.
What I like about how Sarah Barber's approaching this is she's not trying to overhit the ball. She's not forcing any shots. And there you have it. She's just getting off strike, score a boundary, rotate the strike, get onto the other side, bat in 5s and 7s, which is exactly what you want. She hasn't played any risky shots yet. It's still in the power play. You don't have to go over the top to score your boundaries. And the pressure with her running. Early call, she knew she was running to the danger end, and it doesn't matter how experienced you are, pressure is pressure. If you can't handle it, you will misfield, and I guess that's what happened there with Gandhi Jafta.
She's fallen over, Sarah Barber, yorked herself, but managed to keep something behind the line in the crease. But that's the danger of Paulina Mashishi. She's a very crafty, deceptive bowler. And Sarah Barber nearly got herself in trouble there.
I think Sarah just didn't get as close to the ball as she would have hoped to, but I guess it helps when you are quick on your feet, you're able to get back. But I think that would have been a very close shot. But you have to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter.
I think Sarah Barber knew she was in trouble. She didn't even really look at the umpire. Off she went. You don't have to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter, Sean. It's nowhere in the laws of cricket. It's just another anti-bowling convention that has snuck into the game.
You know, I say that with bat in hand.
Of course you do, but I don't think there was any benefit given to the bowler there with that LBW. That was pretty straight from Paulina Mashishi and Sarah Barber. You could see the disappointment that maybe just a bit of a rush of blood to the head, trying something unnecessary when she's actually driven the ball so nicely. It's going well for her. She's hit the ball nicely through the covers, down the ground. Just stay a little bit patient and keep doing what's going well.
Yes, I do think with that misstumping, or well, she managed to get back. I think she was just trying to force another boundary, take advantage of the power play, given it was the last over. But sometimes you almost want to say your best bowlers are going to bowl in the power play. Right, and with Sarah Barber's wicket at the end of the fifth over, it's the end of the power play, 23 for 3, and to the crease comes the captain of the DP World Lions, Jenna Lee Libba. And we will see another change at the Wally van Heerden end with the Namibian international coming into bowl, Wilka Mwatile. A very experienced campaigner, also hasn't bowled too many overs in this tournament. So she will be raring to go. She's very tall, likes to cramp the batters up for room. And with the change in bowling, we also have a change in commentary with Jenna Searle back on the mic.
Thank you, Sean. So far, a really good performance by the Fidelity Titans. And a wonderful first ball up here by Mwatile, just beating the outside edge of Neomalefi.
That's a good start. A very good start from Wilka Mwatile.
Yeah, an exceptional start from the young Seamer. She's got a very nice rhythm to her bowling. Very calm, very collected in her run-up, and her action is very smooth. She's not lightning fast.
She isn't, but she also is somebody who's not afraid to bang it in short. I do think that with the conditions, she's had to adjust a little bit because everything's short. Either sails through the boundary or over it.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that as she goes full on the offside. But it's hit straight to Captain Robin Searle at extra cover for no run. A very, very good start to her first over. Mwatile going for 3 dot balls.
I think that's what you want, especially with how the spinners have been so effective on this wicket. You just want your seamers to come and just back it up. But also I like how Robin Searle has gone about it, just allowing the seamers, give them time and take advantage of the little moisture in this first match.
Thick outside edge there as hands are thrown at that one and it crashes into the boundary rope for 4, and that's unfortunate because third man was quite wide and up in the ring there, and just a really unfortunate turn of events, but it adds 4 to the team total. 27 for 3, 2 balls left in the 6th over.
If anything, I like how straight away Wilka went to her captain and is like, let me attack, let's get some people behind the ball, let's force the batters to head over the inner ring. And that's what you want to see from your opening bowlers, or your more experienced bowlers that are starting with, well, Wilka Mwatile has experience on the international stage, so it's basically saying, look, let's put them under pressure.
crashes into the pads. There's a shake of the head by the umpire. Shy at the stumps, and there's a misfield backing up. Christelle van der Schyff unable to collect that one cleanly. And they get through for the single in the end after an exciting delivery. There was a chance at an LBW decision. It's given as leg buys.
I think that's just hitting. Impact was outside off. But I like this field set that Motile has. She is bowling a lot fuller, attacking the stumps, and just almost saying, look, if you want to, you have to create room to hit over the fielders on the offside. But if you want to hit it, take on the fielders on the leg side.
Yeah, and this time just pushing it a bit too far outside that off stump. As the cover sweeper has come up into the ring. We've got third man, fine leg, cow corner, and long on out on the boundary.
I think this is a perfect field for Motile, and some good captaincy, some really good bowling, just backing up the decision, reading the batters well. The DP World Lions are under pressure at the moment, so attack.
Yeah, attack is definitely the name of the game, and that's exactly what Motile is doing. She's finished off her over in style with a dot ball which goes through to the keeper, Tebogo Macheke, and a very good over. Not the start that the DP World Lions would have wanted up front in the power play, just 29, but the most important thing is that loss of 3 wickets that the DP World Lions have been unable to keep. Fidelity Titans have been on the money, both with the ball and in the field.
They really have been. I think with the DP World Lions, the 3 wickets that have fallen, it's almost been trying too much. Right, just I would say under pressure, just seeing a total of 128. It's a little bit of a big one, especially in 15 overs, but the conditions work. Just play a natural game, play yourself in, right? Break the game down into chunks. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. And now we see a bowling change with Sophia Smale, the Essex player, coming in to the attack. Very exciting young player. So taking charge of her field.
She has a deep square, cow corner, long on, and cover sweeper. As she goes left arm around the wicket. It's a full toss to start, but she manages to keep it under control as it's played straight back to her.
I think it always helps as a spinner if you get away with deliveries like that. We saw Sam Swanepoel.
It's lofted up, and Alicia Rudolph is under it, but just drops short of her in no man's land. And Naoma Lefe once again taking a chance and it paying off.
Yeah, we were just saying about deliveries, full tosses. So Sam Swanepoel get a wicket off a full toss. But I think Naoma Lefe would be happy she didn't get all of it, or else I would have been down the throat of Alicia Rudolph at the long on boundary.
And it's a full toss again, and this time it just goes out to cow corner. They managed to get through for 1. That's the DP World Lions captain, Jenna Libba, at the crease.
I think Sophia Smale's struggling a little bit with her rhythm. She's bowling a little bit fuller than what she normally bowls.
And she pulls her length back nicely. They go for the quick single as Searle is on the charge there with the fielding at extra cover. Gets it in, but Libba is home safely.
I think that's what they need. The DP World Lions just need to look at a runner ball for the next 2 or 3 overs. They can play themselves in because the bad ball will come.
Definitely. And that's middle stump out the ground. She's found her rhythm in the last 2 deliveries, has Sophia Smale, and that time just crashes into the middle stump, and that'll send Jenna Lee Libba, who only managed to score 1 run off the 2 balls that she faced, and she will walk back to the gazebo. It's the DP World Lions. A new batter into the crease, Letabo Bidley, but an excellent delivery, finding her feet here. Sophia Smale with the breakthrough.
And what a ball that is. Speaking to a lot of the players that have played against her and have been against her in the net. So they are just saying that she has a mean Yorker, and it's always handy to have somebody like that in your side, especially a spinner with the control that she has. You can never complain about somebody who can bowl that delivery. And a good start for her. I think the Titans are almost running away with this tournament.
Yeah, on paper they definitely are the most experienced team here at the Global Cricket Tournament, and they really have shown that. They've used a mix of experience and young raw talent to the best of their advantage, and they really have done so well. They've still got one game after this against Eastern Storm, but we just see Gandhi Jafta with all the excitement in the world, as she has so much energy. She's cheering her teammates on.
I think that's what wickets bring, the energy, the enthusiasm to get the ball in, hunting in packs. You can just hear the chatter getting louder and louder from the Titans fielders.
Yeah, there definitely is a vibe out in the middle for the Sky Blues, and they know that they are the team to beat after winning last year's edition of this tournament. They came out in full force this year and are making sure that they came out with a bang, and they've done just that. I mean, to get 121 runs, 127?
Yeah,
127 in a 15-over game is really impressive for the Fidelity Titans, and they're backing it up with the ball.
Yes, they have restricted the DP World Lions, who are in a little bit of trouble at 32 for 4. Wilco Matile will continue from the Wally van Heerden end. I think that's all you want, you just want a team to grow in confidence as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, definitely, and she's on the money again, is Mwatile. She just holds her line and her length full on that off-stump line, and Molefe can do nothing but defend that into the offside.
And that's the beauty of the Global Cricket Tournament. It's an opportunity to put your best foot forward.
Hits the deck hard this time. There's a catch, and it's Sophia Small with her second catch of the morning, as she takes that one with safe hands. And Wilka Matile will be ecstatic with that breakthrough. This was the batter who was starting to look like she was in control. Now Molefe is dismissed now. 12 runs of 17 balls, and the DP World Lions really struggling. 32 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, as you've seen, the plan was, if you're going to get a boundary, you have to hit over that packed offside field, and that plan just working. Unfortunately for Nemolefi, has headed down the throat of one of the better fielders in this tournament. She'll be disappointed because it was short, it was wide, but just never really got going, Nemolefi, in terms of power hitting. And that has brought Sam Swanepoel to the crease.
Yeah, she has shown her talent with the ball, with her slow right arm off spin. But she is exceptionally talented with the bat in hand as well, coming in at 7 for the DP World Lions team. And she'll be looking to extend this game as far as possible into the innings, with 32 runs on the board in the 8th over. The DP World Lions will need to do something spectacular to come out on top in the second innings of the first game of day 3 at the Global Cricket Tournament. Watile returns, and she's just playing with that wide offside line, and she just tucks it in nicely and earns herself a dot ball.
I think what we have seen, especially in this match, is there aren't too many batters, and I think this is part of the plan, who are able to hit it over the covers. I mean, Maya Nagina showed us in the first innings that she's not afraid to. She has the power, she has the technique to get over the covers.
Yeah, and to do it consistently is the name of the game, and that's exactly what Sam Swanepoel was unable to do there. She was looking for the big shot through the covers, but unable to connect on that, and Moatile just crashing into the wickets there. That's an excellent start of her second over. 4 balls, no runs, 2 wickets. That is an exceptional display of cricket from the Namibian international player.
The Namibian internationals probably saying, you should have let me bowl earlier. But that ball, wide, bring it in straight, let the batter think that it's going to go away from her. And she gets the read on it wrong, and it's another wicket down for the DP World Lions. They are in some big trouble now.
Yeah, they definitely are in trouble. 6 wickets down in the 8th over. The Fidelity Titans are showing who they are and are really stamping a serious display of authority out here at Irene Country Club.
I think and that's what you want, you know. You can see all the players are hyped up. You can see, I think even Tebogo Macheke is saying, I want a ball.
Yeah, they definitely do look like a unit out on the field. They're working together, they're supporting each other really nicely. And even though the vibe on the field is energetic, it's also calm at the same time. They sort of know their plans, they know what they are looking to do. And with that wicket comes to the crease Tuto Tibedi in at number 8 for the DP World Lions. And Moatile has 2 balls left in the 8th over. Bringing it back into the right-hander beautifully, and this is an exceptional show of seam bowling.
Wilka Moatile is showing her experience. I would say she's revved up. She's hyped up. She wants to bowl good rhythm. I'd be tempted, if I was Robin Searle, I'd be tempted to bowl out, please.
And she ends off a wonderful double wicket maiden there, the last ball being a dot ball as Tibedi just defended that out into the covers. An excellent over, just showing all of her experience and all of her talent. Welcome Moatile with a double wicket maiden.
I think that's the first first maiden in this tournament, and I mean, what a stage to do it on. This is the best day that we've had here at Irene Country Club, and I'd say the definition of bowling and partnerships, where on the other end Sophia Smale was bowling very tight, also putting the batters under pressure with her trickery, her left arm round, and then Wilka Moatile just ripping through on the other side.
Sophia Smile into Letabo Bidley, who plays this out into the covers, but a good piece of fielding by Catherine Pryor at mid-off restricts it to a single. And I do think something that is standing out for the Fidelity Titans is the use of their international players and how they are excelling. I mean, we saw the 41 at the top of the order by Yanagida. And now the excellent bowling partnership between the Essex player and the Namibian player. And they really just are tapping into that experience and the knowledge and the talent that these international players have.
And that's why the Global Cricket Tournament was thought up. It was all about letting players not only see experience.
Played into the leg side. Bit of a chase needed by Yanagida. She collects that. They go through for the second, but it's a good throw. And Tuto Tibedi just scampering back in for the second.
You know, both these players, Wilka Moatile and Sophia Smale, are very young players, and they're just showing, you know, it doesn't matter what your age is. If you are playing on the international stage, you have experience, and it's an opportunity for all the local players to see and learn from them.
This one's just pushed slightly too wide there.
Yeah, so I guess that's the beauty of it, and this tournament can only get better and better. And Titans are leading the front, not only with this tournament as a franchise, but as a team by utilizing their international players to the best of their ability. And Sophia Smale with another wicket crashing in, and that brings the end to Tuto Tibedi's innings. 2 runs after 5 deliveries.
Yeah, and that's excellent. Just changing it up. We saw the previous ball going too wide outside the off stump. It's called a wide, and then she brings it back in expertly, crashing into the pads of Tuto Tubedi, and it's given out immediately by the umpire. And this is excellent here from the Essex player, Sophia Smell.
I guess, that's what it is. A little bit slower coming in. Everything looked exactly the same, but if I was a young spinner, I would look at that and be like, I want to try and do that, because the way she does it, you don't see it from her run-up, that it is coming a little bit slower, and that is top bowling from the Essex International.
It's very good stuff out on display here at Irene Country Club. And if you are watching and you're in the area, it definitely is worth coming down to Irene Country Club. There's a really wonderful vibe out here. The sky is blue. There's no real clouds out in the sky that look too ominous. A wonderful day of cricket on display. And just to see all of the players out here catching their dreams and making the best of the experience.
2 more balls left in this over.
Tsokoloho Matsepe just pulls this across the line, and a very good piece of fielding by Mai Yanagida, who collects that and gets it in. She had a big dive to her left there. She did excellent work on the boundary.
If that's what you want, Matsepe's come in, hasn't wasted time.
Just defending that one on that occasion. Yeah, but exciting to see that she wasn't afraid to take on the shorter ball and pull it across the line. But that ends a very good over from Sophia Small. In her 2 overs, she has 2 wickets for 9 runs. And Welcome Watsile, who ended her previous over a double wicket maiden, will return and complete her spell.
I think Wilka went to her captain and was like, please, give me the ball back. Let me try and finish this off.
Yeah, and I don't think Robin Saw would have hesitated to agree with her on that one at all.
I don't think any captain would disagree. Just continue doing what you're doing. Lead from the front. That's all we can ask for.
Yeah, full faith and trust in the player. She yorks Letabo Beatley nicely, but well taken care of by the young Lions batter.
This is good cricket all around in that delivery. Good Yorker, well played. Some good fielding there from Catherine Pryor. Nobody can complain about what about the display of cricket that we are seeing here today.
Yeah, it is definitely high quality, entertaining stuff here as Welcome Watile continues the momentum that she has built up over her first 2 overs into her third. 2 wickets for 5 runs, 4 balls left in her spell. Crashes into the pads, but that one looks like it was going slightly down the leg side. A shake of the head by umpire Macheke.
Going down the leg side, but always worth a shout, showing the batter that I'm hunting, I'm on the hunt. I want your wicket. If you miss, I hit. And what a ball there from Wilka Matile is not allowing Letabo Bidley to settle.
Yeah, excellent here. She allows the batters to take the single there. Paulina Mashishi just collecting that one. It was well played by Bidley, who just played that out to mid-off for 1.
I think Mashishi a little bit on her heels there. Matile not too happy. I missed out on another maiden. And why get 1 when you can get 2?
What a wonderful delivery here from Matile. Just shaked back in to the right-hander, and Tebogo Macheke with the gloves behind the stumps needed to put a slight dive into her left, as that is how much the ball was moving.
I think Wilke Matile has made it very clear. You can't drop me now. I want to play every game.
Just defended out to mid-off. This time they're not risking the quick single, and 1 run taken in that over. This is an excellent display of seam bowling by Namibian international Wilke Matile, and wonderful to see from her. As that ends the 10th over, as we have a commentary change. Thank you, Sean. I will be joined again by Ken Borland, who will take us through to the end of the innings. The DP World Lions really struggling in their batting innings. 39 for 7, 5 overs left. That's only 30 deliveries. They'll need to make the most of the time that they have out in the middle. Change of bowling here for the Fidelity Titans. Alicia Rudolph will start her spell from the golf course end. She's a really talented player. She bowls her right arm off spin, very consistent, but not afraid to change things up. She bowls a very good line and length. She darts it in sometimes, tosses it up on other occasions, as she goes to Bidley, who plays this to mid-on for no run.
Hello, Jenna. Apologies for bashing you in the head with my power pack. But as you said, it really has been an excellent display of bowling by the Titans. Rudolph in again. Hit lofted. A good effort at mid-off, diving forward. But just couldn't hang on to the catch.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the intent that Letabo Bidley is showing at the moment. Just finding the fielders.
Rudolph firing that in towards the block hole. Bidley got it out well there.
Alicia Rudolph speeds through her overs, and before you know it, we're already halfway through the over.
That one's slower, and moral victory for the bowler, I guess. Inside half of the bat to square leg, gets the run.
Yeah, Alicia Rudolph so skilled with the ball. Lots of variation deliveries.
Lofted again towards mid-off, over mid-off, and that'll run away for 4. Very well struck by Tokoloho Matsepe.
Yeah, an excellent shot there. Letabo Bidley just using her feet to get over the head of mid-off. Sophia Smell, who has been really successful in the field, but I don't think any fielder on the field would have been able to jump high enough to collect that one.
And Rudolph will end her first over with a dot ball. The over goes for 6. And the DP World Lions, well, it's been rather a hapless batting effort by them, unfortunately. 45 for 7 with 11 overs gone. They need 83 more runs in 4 overs. Jenna, the win is out the window, but what can the Lions hope to achieve in these last 4 overs?
Well, I definitely think that they can use this, especially Letabo Bidley, for a little bit of confidence. We've seen now in the over, Alicia Rudolph's over, she's using a little bit more intent. She's getting to the pitch of the ball. And if she can bat that way for the next 4 overs, build herself up, find her feet, and that will hopefully take her into the next game with a little bit more confidence.
Grudge match. Gandhi Jafta bowl her last over. It is Matsepe on strike at the moment, but at the non-striker's end, Letabo Bidley, who tried to run her out, backing up too far at the non-striker's end. That's nicely pulled through mid-wicket by Matsepe. Just a single, and now we will have Jafta versus Bidley, round 2.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of turn on display here for Gandhi Jafta. She is a big turner of the ball. She gets a lot of revs on it, but on the previous occasion, just dropping it too short. So the batter was able to play across the line. She'll be looking to get a bit fuller to Bidley, as she said her field sweeper, long off, long on, and cow corner.
Well bowled by Jafta. Not too much Bidley could do with that one.
And that length with the turn on display will put doubt in the mind of the young batter.
Down the leg side, Bidley probably missed out there. Fine leg up in the ring.
Yeah, Bidley just leaning too far back on that. She was never really in the game to sweep on that occasion, as the head was not in the shot at all.
Yeah, key to playing spin is picking up length early. Down the wicket she comes. Wasn't quite to the pitch. Oh, that's close. Pretty straight and given out. Gandhi Jafta has the last laugh. She has trapped Letabo Bidley, LBW, for 7 as the Lions lose their 8th wicket.
Yeah, and Gandhi Jafta, with all the experience in the world, knowing that she was in the game with the turn that she's been getting, and Letabo Bidley did not look confident at all against the off-spinner Gandhi Jafta, who has come out on top. She only has 1 ball left in her 3rd over, but those 2 wickets are for 9 runs, and she has definitely shown who is the boss here at the Global Cricket Tournament.
Yeah, she really varied her length and her pace really nicely in that over, and that last delivery that trapped Bidley really fired in quicker, a bit fuller and straighter, and Bidley really was playing all around it, and I don't think there's much doubt that umpire Khotatso Macheke spot on with the decision there. Gandhi Jafta will certainly agree. It's her 2nd wicket.
Yeah, wicket-taking ability that we know she has. She sometimes goes for a couple of runs, but today she's managed to be economical as well. Just 9 runs in her 3 overs.
As we now see Rialivua Korombi come to the crease and just play out the last ball of the over. 47 for 8 after 12 overs.
An excellent spell there by Gandhi Jafta. 2 wickets, 9 runs in her 3 overs. And she'll be very pleased with the opportunity to bowl to Letabo Bidley, and even more so that she was able to take the wicket. As Alicia Rudolph will continue from the golf course end.
Fielders just going out to their positions. There's a cow corner heading for the boundary, a deep square leg, deep cover. Oh, 1 bounce to Masishi at backward point.
Robin Searle just having a chat with Alicia Rudolph, potentially about the field. They are looking at long on and deciding to send her out, as Motile will go out to long on. So 4 fielders out on the boundary, as Ken said. The deep backward square, cow corner. Now long on is out, and cover sweeper has been brought into the ring.
Yeah, I think if number 10 hits you through or over the covers for 4, that has to be a very good shot. Another play and a miss.
Alicia Rudolph really showing the class that she is. Very economical bowler. Lots of dot balls on display here in the Fidelity Titans bowling innings.
It might be heading down leg. Umpire Diam agrees. As you say, Elisha Rudolph, definitely a tactic. She really likes to get to her over quickly. She even runs back to her mark sometimes between balls. Beautifully bowled. Just slowed the pace down a bit, allowed it to grip and turn, and bowled through the gate, hit the top of off stump. That's perfection for an off spinner, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. She's shown who she is, shown her class, and is able to collect the wicket off the tail. And coming out to the crease will be Japanese international Nonoha Yasumoto, as she will join her teammate Tokoloho Matsepe.
And the Lions 9 down now. And it really has been a morning they'd like to forget. Heading for a very heavy defeat here against the Titans. I think the Titans, well, I think both sides maybe would have fancied their chances yesterday afternoon's game, with the Titans posting 71 for 3, which I think we felt was a good score, but not unreachable by the Lions if they batted very well. And unfortunately they needed to bat very well, certainly in this game, to reach their target, and they're going to fall well short as Kaylee Tapp returns. Oh, pops back! Just out of reach of Kaylee Tapp. There is that area bowling from the Wally Van Heerden end on the pitch where if you pitch it that short, it does look like the bounce could be a bit variable.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that Welcome Watile took full advantage of that varied bounce. I mean, she was so successful in her spell.
She was superb, wasn't she? Fantastic figures of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 6. It's a pity she's bowled out. Wouldn't mind seeing her bowl again. Hoiked away, and a dolly. Absolute dolly for the straight mid-wicket. And that's the end of the game, with the Fidelity Titans bundling the DP World Lions out to win by 76 runs. Jenna Searle, that was a very convincing, excellent performance by the Titans.
Yeah, very convincing indeed, Ken. With the last wicket, Kaylee Tapp bowled that one and caught Elisha Rudolph at mid-wicket. Just an excellent economical performance, wonderful from the Fidelity Titans, who we have said are the team to beat, and so far they have done so well in defending their title of the Global Cricket Tournament of 2024, champions of last year's event, as they just congratulate each other and shake hands with the opposition. They will play straight away after this game against the Eastern Storm team. But before that game happens, there will be a post-match interview.
Yeah, so the Titans have played 3, 1, 2 and 1 no result. Well on the way to defending their title in this John Deere Financial Global Cricket Tournament on what is turning out to be a glorious day here in Irene. Just reflecting, obviously we've spoken about what a good job the bowlers have done, Jenna, but also that Titans batting innings, posting 127 for 3. May Yanagina 41 of 32, and Christelle van der Schuyf 42 not out of 23 balls. But there were contributions all the way down, weren't there?
Yeah, they definitely were. A very well-balanced, well-thought-out batting innings from the Fidelity Titans, with every single batter who came in making a difference, adding to that total, which was a very different show in the DP World Lions innings.
And then no one really getting going with the bat for the DP World Lions. But the bowlers, all the Titans bowlers, managed to get a wicket. And there were 2 wickets apiece for Gandhi Jafta, Sophia Smale, and Wilco Mwatile, who was probably the best of the bowlers, I think.
Yeah, definitely the best in her 3 overs. 2 wickets for 6 runs. Exceptional batting, but exceptional bowling from the Namibian international. She is young, but she really did show all of the experience that she has. And
yeah, Kaylee Tapp also, let's not forget, she also got 2 wickets. But Wilco Mwatile, 24 years old, comes from eShakenu, which is right at the top of Namibia, on the border with Angola, but 71 T20 internationals for her, and she's one of the few bowlers in international T20 cricket who's bowled 3 maidens in a spell in T20. She had figures in last month, in fact, against China of 4 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 6. So she's got form before, and she's shown it here today. Jenna, as you said, the Titans play again now against the Easterns. I know as a coach you set high standards yourself, and I know the Titans captain sets high standards too. Are there any areas where you feel the Titans need to sharpen up, improve ahead of their last game?
Yeah, I think they showed a really convincing performance, but there are a few areas that I think there were a couple of wides that I think could have been turned into dot balls. Those few runs can be the difference between a win and a loss in the end. And then just 1 or 2 catches going down in the field as well, which can be cleaned up, a misfield on an overthrow, some of those things. But overall, a really good, convincing performance, both from an energy and team morale point of view, as well as an outcome, scoring runs, taking wickets point of view as well.
Wonderful. So that game between the Titans and the Eastern Storm will get underway at 12 o'clock midday. Do join us a few minutes before that for that game. We'll see you all later.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first post-match presentation of day 3. I would like to firstly congratulate the Titans for walking away with a win against the Lions. And to start off the post-match presentation, I would like to call over captain of the losing side from the Lions, Jenna Libber. Jenna, I know you're not smiling. Obviously, you're disappointed by another loss against the Titans, but talk us through what went wrong in today's game.
I think our overall performance wasn't as great as it was supposed to be. We dropped a lot of easy catches and we had a big batting collapse from soft dismissals, and we also weren't bowling our lines and ends properly. Yeah.
And when we look at the conditions, just talk to us about how the wicket plays and how it affected how you performed with the bat.
Me with the bat?
Yes.
I think for the team, we saw that pace was a lot easier to get away, so we brought on a lot of more spinners. And I think the other team did exact same because I went out to a spinner. Yeah, a lot of our dismissals were from spinners.
And going, you still have one more game to play. What do you think you still need to do in order to hopefully secure one win in this competition?
I think we need to take all our catches and just have fun with it and not to put too much pressure on ourselves.
That was Jenna. Another round of applause. Unfortunate for that loss. And now I'd like to call captain of the winning side, Robin Seal. Robin, you're smiling. Obviously, you're happy with another loss. Just talk to us about the success of this game against the Lions.
Yeah, I think that was a big win for us. I'm really proud of the girls. Again, lots of people put their hands up. I think we set the tone with the bat. We had 2 big scores from Mai and Christelle, which was really great to see, which set us up nicely for our bowling innings.
Let's talk about the international player, Maya, coming in. How great is it to have such a player to come into your side?
Yeah, she's a great kid. She's super positive. She's kind of taken all the information we've given her in and used it and executed it out there. So, yeah, I'm really proud of her, and yeah, she really did a good job today.
Let's talk about that wicket. Did it look like a 120 plus score? And of course, I'm sure you were happy with the amount of runs that the team was able to get.
Yeah, we were happy with that score. I think we had to work for it. The outfield was quite slow, so we had to run really hard in the middle. So yeah, it wasn't easy to get, but I was proud of that. The pitch is playing really nicely. It's just hopefully now the sun will dry the outfield a little bit going forward.
Going into the next game, just talk to us about your plans.
We're going to take a few moments to just enjoy this victory and then strategize again. But I think just in terms of our mindset, we have that growing mindset, wanting to get better with each game. So yeah, we'll look to do that and then finalize a few things in our break now.
Well, congratulations on your win and celebrate with your team. And now, before I call over the man of the match, player of the match, I'd like the Titans cricket president, Damien Vialaman, to come through and present the John Doe sunglasses and a voucher for 150 Rand from Baron Hemper, as well as from Mitcham. So I would like to call player of today's match, Crystal van der Skey, for her amazing performance with the bat. Getting 42 runs of 23 deliveries will allow you to take a picture and smile for the camera as you come through as I chat to you. First and foremost, 42 runs. Talk to us about how that wicket played.
It wasn't too bad. At first it was quite difficult to play on. When I got used to it, it got easier as it got on. And credits to Ganya as well, pushing me for those 2s. Otherwise I don't think it would have been as big total.
And talk to us about the overall performance from the Titans. It seems like there's a good team camaraderie on your side.
Yeah, I think we're building on the team now. It's been getting back to how it was. Just the bowlers backing up what the batters did. I think all over we did really well.
Well, another congratulations and go celebrate.
Thank you.
And that's it from us from the post-match presentation. I'm standing next to Jock Fall, who is the CEO of T15's Cricket. And Dr. Jock Fall, let's talk about this grand idea of the Global Cricket Tournament and how this idea came about.
The initial idea came about because we wanted women's cricket content during the break in the domestic season. So that was important for us. But you know, these things don't happen if you don't have any sponsors and don't have staff to roll it out. So it's one thing coming up with the idea, another thing, you know, to execute it and get it funded. So yeah, last year with the first edition, we're very happy about it. We wanted to give it a international flavor, and of course we needed international partners. First year we only had Japan and Namibia, and this year we've got Essex as well, so, and kept our other international partners. So we wanted to create more women's content. It's important for us to get the T15's brand out globally, so it ticked a lot of boxes for us.
You speak about the sponsors. Let's hop on to John Deere and all the other sponsors that are part of this amazing tournament.
Yeah, look, you need pioneering sponsors to get tournaments off the ground. I think women's sport needs pioneering sponsors, and John Deere has come to the party with it as a title sponsor. There's a lot of other sponsors that makes this special. It's so great to see a player of the match and they actually get you know, prizes. Also the team winning it. It makes it special. You know, it's good to call a tournament a professional tournament, but it's not professional if it's not well organized and well resourced. So it's not possible without this. John Deere has been tremendous. I mean, what an organization. I want to mention Antwerp van der Westhuizen, because we took the product to him and from the word go he just said we in.
Let's talk about the cricket and the quality of cricket that is being displayed. Are you happy with what you're seeing in the middle?
Well, look, the Titans are doing well, so I'm happy for various reasons. But the hope would be that you know, Namibia would benefit from this. Their players have been both editions very, very competitive. And then I thought that our relationship with Japan forever growing, so hopefully they will benefit and add to it. And then Essex been brilliant. Their coaching staff's been next level for us, and yeah, I think English cricket's probably ahead of most countries when it comes to good. So that's the whole idea, that we provide an opportunity, you know, for players abroad to come and play, and I can see this going abroad as well. So how great would that be? Big dreams. It's been a big success. Also want to mention my staff. You know, we've got the SA20 running. We've got young, energetic, brilliant staff members working both at the stadium and here. Tux, as he's affectionately known, has put this together in his own special way. So yeah, very thankful for sponsors, staff and players to come out and express themselves.
And lastly, for those that are hearing about the Global Cricket Tournament for the first time and also want to be enticed to be able to come through to the tournament, to Irene Country Club next season, what can they expect moving forward for the growth of this tournament?
Look, it'll keep on growing. I think there'll be a big international involvement. I on that note, has got to recognise the efforts from Irene Country Club. We had a very rainy start, and they went out of their way. John T and everybody involved with it just made it so special. This is where our cricket should be played. It's a great scenic ground. Next year will be bigger and better.
There we go. That's what we love it. Bigger and better next year.
Maar je krijgt iets Joel hier bij John Deere. Ek sien dit. Ons gaan net rondloop in games Joel.
Club, and the second game on this, the final day of the John Deere Financial Global Cricket Tournament, sees the Fidelity Titans, after a really thumping win over the DP World Lions this morning. They are taking on the Eastern Storm, who themselves registered a very good win over the Lions yesterday. So the Titans sitting with 2 wins and no result in this tournament so far. Easterns have 1 win and a loss, but still in the competition. If they win this game and then they beat the Lions after that, they can claim the title. And Sean Myers, that would be a great achievement for a Division 2 side.
It's what anybody would dream of. Coming back, getting some confidence going into the rest of the domestic season.
So my Yanagida on strike, struck on the body, it's going down the leg though. First ball, she batted really well this morning, laid the foundation for that excellent Titans total of 127 for 3. She scored 41 off 32 deliveries. Tando Zulu, the bowler. Catherine Pryor again opening the batting with Yanagida. Oh, half full toss. Yanagida's got it away. Down to fine leg for a single.
And it's a no ball, that means it's a free hit, and that's the first, I'd say it's always, as an opener, if your first ball you face is a free hit, you know, your eyes light up and you're like, I can essentially go for this, and it can set your innings up, because you kind of have just a free look at what's happening. And Catherine and Pryor is on strike.
Absolute bonus. Christmas in January. I presume it was a no ball for height. She can't take advantage of the free hit. I fancy Tando Zulu just took a bit of pace off that delivery. Well bowled.
Very well bowled. And I think it's an opportunity to let Pryor just see what kind of movement Tando Zulu's getting. It's coming in, I think, from the wrist. She's forcing one to attack this time to not give Katie Pryor any room to free her arms.
Full nasty driven. Oh, quick single. That could have been dangerous if the ball had stayed in hand there. Some excellent fielding very quickly across there was Arasta Diergaard, the Namibian, but she just couldn't quite hang on with that one hand.
And as expected, these two just rotating the strike. If you can't get the boundary, you need to make sure the scoreboard keeps ticking.
Yeah, there was an excellent intensity between these two in the previous game. It's not all about hitting boundaries, going for the big shots. It's just making sure you can get something off every ball, I think. That's the key.
I've just been very impressed. You know, that they came out at the beginning of the day, just knowing what they wanted to get.
It's a nice delivery that cuts back sharply from Tando Zulu. It's been a good over by her.
And it's very encouraging signs if you're a fast bowler, because if you're bowling from the golf course end, you know, with that extra bounce, you just bend your back a little bit, put a little bit of effort into it, you can get bounce like that. However, Maya Nagita, being a little bit of a shorter player, it does cramp up a little bit more than a taller batters.
It's well bowled again by Tando Zulu, swinging it right into the block hole there. Yanagita keeps it out. But a very good first over by Tando Zulu. 3 without loss.
I love the aggression from Tando Zulu, running right up to Maya Nagita. Just having a little bit of a stare down, saying, "Look, I'm here." The aggression. She is coming back from a wonderful bowling performance against the DP World Lions in yesterday's match. So, she would be raring to go, excited to bowl again, especially from an end where she was so economical. And now coming from the Wally van Heerden end is Simone Botha, who, impressive figures for a T10 match. 2 wickets for just 4 runs. I have not seen bowling like that, Kane, in ages.
Yeah, she is to Catherine Pryor. Nicely walloped, but on the mark. Oh, Yanagita's gone too far. Oh, Botha can't gather. Oh, man, Yanagita was just off without really waiting for the call from her partner. Crazy stuff there. Bit of excess nervous energy at the start of the innings.
I would say, just one needing to be on strike.
Bottom of the bat, but it's beaten the bowler, and it will be 1. Yeah, there we go. I think it's been a lovely sunny day today in Irene, and I think that certainly has caused the pitch to speed up a little bit. So the pace bowlers will enjoy that, Simone Botha being one of them.
I don't think the batters are going to complain too much as well. Especially with pace on the board, means that you don't have to try and muscle the ball to try and get, your runs. You can just play your strokes.
Yanagita really had to reach for that. Probably would have been a wide if she'd left it. She does get a single though. Simone Botha, 22 years old, from Huguenot High School. Played in the 2019 Under-19 week in Nelspruit. Made her debut for the Eastern Storm that same season. Nicely bowled.
Well, Catherine Pryor, expecting it to go more offside, didn't expect it to be right in front of her. But this is some really good areas that Simone Botha is hitting. Still a young player, very exciting. We do hope with, as she grows into the cricketer she could be, picks up a yard of pace as well.
Advancing down the pitch and slapped straight to cover. The slight misfield by Mashiliwane. Recovers well, but they get the quick single. Good response there by the 2 batters.
Good response, but I don't believe there was a run there. I think if Simone Botha was in a better position, I think Catherine Pryor would have been found wanting.
Yanagita crossed the line. Good meaty blow, but straight to mid-wicket, who shies at the stumps.
And that's the end of the second over. 6 runs for no loss. 3 overs left in this power play. I do think they have a good read of the wicket. I think they can start looking to attack a little bit more. They know that both bowlers want to cramp them up for room, and I think Tando Zulu hitting the length that she's hitting will be wanting to put both these batters under pressure, get the breakthrough that Eastern Storm will need and want if they want to take this tournament.
Struck on the pads. Surprised there wasn't an appeal there, but Zulu is bowling predominantly quite big in-swingers to the right-handers. Credit to the 2 opening bowlers for Easterns, Tando Zulu and Simone Botha. 2 very good overs to start with, just 6 runs off the first 2 overs against the Lions. The Titans were going at 8 and over right from the get-go. On the full, hit wide of mid-on. Kaylee Craig is giving chase. I think she's going to pull it back. And it's 2 more runs to Pryor. It'll take her to 5 not out.
I think Pryor wanted to hit that a lot harder, but given her dismissal in the previous game, where a full toss went straight to mid-wicket, I think she's looking more for placement and just get her timing right.
Yeah, it was a bit off the bottom of the bat, but importantly in the gap. Oh, was there an edge there?
Again, there was a sound, and that ball was mighty close to the bat.
Bowler and fielders were excited. And the wicketkeeper, Tamsin Hartman. It was a bit of a low chance, just couldn't quite gather it in.
I think she was standing up a little bit too soon. Her hands were well below. She was just bending to get the ball. I think I'd say a little bit excited. The ball hasn't been coming through all too often.
Yeah, have we had a caught behind? Yeah, there was one off the spinner. Yeah, there was a good catch standing up in this wonderful tournament that we're now in the penultimate game of the John Deere Financial Global Cricket Tournament. And a vital game. If the Titans win this, then they have defended their title successfully. Nicely worked by Pryor. Watermaker. Good quick release. Shy at the stumps by Thelma Makubela.
Ken, I've been really impressed by this Eastern Storm ladies team. They have, especially with their bowling and how they are executing their game plans. They are trying hard. They know what they're trying to do.
Oh, bit of confusion in the running again. Oh, Pryor, I think, would have been out with a direct hit there.
And just with the fielding, like the field sets, everybody's putting their body on the line. They want to do well. They want to do better. This is the epitome of a team that wants to develop.
Well, I was very impressed with them last year as well. They were a young side compared to the Titans last season, still are. Nicely cut into the gap by Yanagida, cover sweeper in business. And I think it just shows that there's a huge amount of talent in the Easterns region. And I actually think it's a pity they're in Division 2. You and I have both seen quite a lot of Division 1 cricket domestically, and I think they wouldn't be out of place. I mean, it's you're not sure who they would replace. But in a way, for the growth of the game and to develop this talent, it would be great if they could get a go at Division 1. Perhaps the Women's League can expand a bit.
I think you're very correct. Let the women's game, let the women's, I would say the women's Division 1 expand, get more teams playing at that top level to see the growth.
Dragged Wideman on, and good quick running between the wickets for another single.
Yeah, let it grow. These players are going to only benefit from the talent and the talent development by playing against, I would say, better or more seasoned opposition.
Hit on the full, but straight to square leg. Good fielding by Mokotso Seseng. Looking forward to seeing her bowl again today.
I think, again, it will just come down to consistency. Can the Eastern Storm, as players and as a team, perform like this consistently? I think that will be the big question.
Struck outside the... No, given. Yeah, we're not quite 100% down, straight down the track here. And Catherine Pryor walked across her stumps and then tried to paddle it around the corner and missed. And Simone Buerta has the first wicket for the Eastern Storm.
Catherine Pryor will be disappointed given how well she has been striking the ball. Another start, but as they say, when you're hitting the ball as well as she is, you can't really say that's a player out of form. I'm a firm believer she's getting into some really good positions, except for that one. And obviously trying to look for runs, will play a little bit outside herself. But I just think it's coming. The big score is coming from Pryor, but, that is a big wicket for the Eastern Storm, and it does bring the captain, Robin Searle, to the crease.
Yeah, I guess you could forgive Pryor for trying to innovate. The Titans set the bar in their first game this morning. They were going at 8 and over in the power play, and no reason why they can't try and match that. Although, to be fair, the Eastern Storm bowling has been better at the front here. So Pryor just trying to break the shackles a bit. just the execution letting her down. Just on the growth of Eastern's cricket and the future for them, there is, of course, promotion relegation between the two divisions. So if they win Division 2, they can go up. There are just 6 teams in the Women's Division 1 compared to 8 for the men. Keeper standing up.
I think, it will only get better, especially with Hollywood Bets coming on board and sponsoring the tournament and the professionalization of the women's domestic game here in South Africa. It will only get better. It will take time. That has been evident world over, especially in women's cricket.
Again, that wide line, and again, Cyril can't beat point.
But I do think, tournaments like this, especially with the professionalization, you are now exposed to players that are playing at a professional level and have been doing so for a lot longer. So you get to see, okay, this is where I have to be. This is the standard that the rest of the world is at. I am not the standard. I have to get there.
Nicely driven, set off quickly, Craig. Good fielding by her, but Robin Searle is very athletic and very quick to get to the non-striker's end. Yeah, and the level of play has certainly been lifted this season by the introduction of Essex cricketers, some of England's brightest young talent players who've played in the 100 and those sort of major tournaments. So that can only benefit, sharing a field with that sort of talent. And one of them, Florence Miller, playing for the Eastern Storm in this match. We've already seen her field very well at mid-wicket, and she batted beautifully in the first match, lashed 25 not out off 11 balls against the Titans on the second day, yesterday. Just the line slightly out here by Thando Zulu.
Ken, I've been very impressed by Thando Zulu, and she's one of the players that will benefit from playing in Division 1, where she's playing against a tougher opposition, right? Batters that have experience, I'd say, and especially, if she bowls to a Protea, she can only get better. And as we know, once the domestic season starts again, you'll have your Proteas available for the domestic teams.
Nicely played by Yanagida. That's a great shot. Just lifting it wide of mid-on, and it runs away for 4. It looks like May Yanagida is continuing in the same vein as this morning.
Ken, even in the warm-up games, I was saying this girl has intent. She wants to hit the ball. She wants to hit it hard and far. But that was just timing, just using Thando Zulu's pace and just lifting it, as you said, just over the inner ring between mid-on and mid-wicket, and automatically that has forced a field set change. The Eastern Storm have clearly been watched her first innings, so they do know that that is an area that she likes to target.
Well, it's opened up an easy one for her now, down to long on. Push and run into the covers. Nicely done. Thando Zulu's been around for a while. Made her debut for Easterns in 2021-22, but hasn't played much. She's only played 2 T20's and 10 one-day games for Easterns, but I like the look of her as well. Nice high action, pretty classical action, and really well. Good lines and lengths, as we see there.
Arista Dekha just showing, I would say, just showing her experience. It's like, the ball's going to come to me. Doesn't matter how hard you hit it. If it comes to me, it's not going through me.
She's fielded very well all throughout this tournament. Deerhot on the one side, Flo Miller next to her. It's a very good fielding side, this. And there it is, struck down to Long on by Robin Searle for the single.
Again, I've just loved her execution. You can see the plan is to bowl wicket to wicket, which has been executed really well. What the Titans have done well, even though they're under a little bit of, when I say a little bit of pressure, they're not getting the boundaries or the runs that they would want, but they haven't lost too many wickets.
Not sure there's a run there. Searle in trouble, but directed. Very well done. I was going to say there's no bowler at the stumps, but it wasn't required, as Robin Dormail has hit the stumps directly to run out Robin Searle. It was, I think Searle has just patted Yanagida on the back there to say, sorry, my fault, because she did rather come charging down the wicket for a single that really wasn't there.
No, that single wasn't there. But I do understand wanting to steal runs, but, both batters have to be on the same page with that.
I can sympathise with Robin Searle because previously in this innings, Yanagida has hit it into the covers and run. So she was probably thinking along the same lines there, but not this time. Excellent fielding by Robin Dormail as you have the new batter coming to the crease, and it's the player of the match from the previous game, Christelle van der Schyff, who was in excellent form against the Lions this morning, lashing 42 not out of just 23 balls, and she'll be looking much like Yanagida to continue in that form. And it's 5 overs gone. A very good job by the Eastern Storm in the power play. Titans 20 for 2 as I hand over to Jenna Searle.
And to my surprise, Simone Botha comes back into the attack as Van der Schyff is getting ready to face her first ball of this over. And just as they are very aware, the field is spread almost immediately. Okay, still only 3 on the boundary. You've got a sweeper on the offside boundary, a long off and cow corner.
Yeah, Simone Botha has been bowling really well. She did well yesterday in their game against the Lions. They took home a victory there, and so far in her 2 overs, 1 wicket for 5 runs, so really economical and with the early breakthrough.
I can understand why you've let Simone continue. You want to get Van der Schyff out cheaply because we know what damage she can do.
Yeah, she is a very powerful player, and giving her an opportunity to face a lot of balls, get herself in, will definitely make her more and more dangerous as the innings goes on.
Now this Eastern side has been just really impressive in the field. They want to learn as individuals and they're just coming together as a team. Just to execute that, and just comes off the pad for Van der Schyff. So she finds herself on the non-striker's end, but still has not come off the mark. Simone Botha, I really do just like the plan. Just bowl wicket to wicket, tail it in, make sure that there's no room to free arms. And if there is room, make sure that it's covered. The boundary is covered, the boundary riders are there, which is exactly what she's doing. Yanagida has, for me, just been very impressive.
Yeah, she really has. She's playing a very well-rounded innings. She plays the ball all over the field.
And that just hits straight back down the ground past the bowler. But mid-off Longoff doing the fielding. I know that wasn't a run-out opportunity, but I've been quite impressed with how the Eastern Storm ladies have been hitting the stumps. You can see that they spend a lot of time with their fielding, and even in warm-up, their fielding seems more like a session more than a warm-up. So I guess that's something that just gets them going, gets the blood flowing, ready to hunt as a team in the field. And a wide delivery, I'd say almost over-attacking, but still very impressive. They've been, I think, sticking to a very simple game plan. They know what works for them and just utilising their skills to get there.
Yeah, definitely. Their accuracy has been commendable. I played a season at Eastern Storm in 2021-2022, and the improvement that this team has made since then is exceptional.
And Mariana Gita just hitting it over, extra cover. And Longoff doing the fielding, still plugging a little bit if you hit it in the air. So still going to be a little bit slow, but all the same, that's the end of the 6th over. The score is 25-2.
Yeah, not the start that the Fidelity Titans would have hoped to have, especially after that exceptional batting innings that they had this morning against the DP World Lions. They ended on 127 in their 15 overs, and the beginning of this innings with just 25 runs on the scoreboard is looking very different to that one from this morning.
And we are seeing a change in the bowling attack coming from the golf course end. I'll say after Tando Zuda and Simone Bota have finished their allotted overs is Makotso Sessing. She's also been very economical in this tournament. Just a simple game plan, very accurate. With the conditions changing and the pitch getting harder, a little bit flatter, it'll be interesting to see how she adjusts to this. Just chipping that over mid-on. I do think that Eastern Storm just need to adjust that fielder. Maya Nagita, even in the first game, has made it very clear she's attacking the long-on boundary. I think that is where her boundary option is, but she keeps getting 2. If it doesn't get to the boundary, it's a 2. So I do think that they need to make an adjustment in the field there, but managing to get off strike, so that's 3 runs off the first 2 balls. I do think that for Maya Nagita, just keep long on out there as you would do for Van der Schaaf.
Yeah, both long on and long off out for Christelle Van der Schaaf. So her being very successful, especially on the leg side in the game this morning. She's got all the power in the world. So having those 2 fielders out will put a slight amount of doubt in her mind.
Oh, some good calling. Maya Nagita making it home safely. Van der Schaaf had to scamper a little bit at the end, but also making it home safely. Just the intensity in the field here. It's Eastern Storm want to win. Nagita just chipping it over, just keep the scoreboard ticking. Now I'm very she's an impressive batter, showing the cool, calm, collected, very simple game plan she has. Toss it up, I'm going to come at you. Was busy at the crease. And Van der Schaaf just placing that one past to the right of square leg, between square leg and 45, and getting her first boundary in her innings. This could be the start of what could be an onslaught. Sessing will have to adjust her line.
Yeah, she really whipped that off the pad. She hit it really hard as it pierced the gap between square leg and a short fine leg.
And she's placed that past A cover, but Florence Miller chasing it hard at pace. They can only get 2. And great fielding from her. That is why she's one of the best in her team for Essex. But that's the end of the 7th over. The score is 36-2 with Maya Nagita on 15 runs and Christelle van der Schuyf on 8. So after 7 deliveries.
A really exceptional fielding there by the Essex player. She chased that hard down all the way to the boundary and really quick across the ground. Then the throw was just as good. It was flat and hard and made it in to the keeper really quickly.
Right, and we see a change in bowling from the Wally van Heerden end with Robin Dormel coming into the attack. She's had a wonderful tournament, Robin Dormel, both with bat, both ball and in the field. She's just enjoying herself out there.
Yeah, I played a lot of junior cricket with Robin Dormel and she hasn't changed at all. She plays hard, intense cricket. And she's really nice to have on your team because she takes the pressure off her teammates. She takes up a lot of responsibility. She has in fact played for all 3 of the teams at this GCT tournament. She grew up playing for Gauteng, and then last year she played in this tournament for Gauteng as well.
And there you have it, Maya Nagita hitting it straight but just plugging in the field, but still manages to get 2 runs. I have a feeling Maya Nagita is gonna target the straight boundary. I think if a 6 is going to come, it's going to be straight over the bowler's head where there can't be a fielder. And where there isn't a boundary, it's been a pleasure to watch. Oh, and what a shot, an incredible shot from Maya Nagita, just showing the power, but what a catch from Mpumi Mashilwane on the cover sweeper boundary, and that is the breakthrough. Maya Nagita, unfortunately her innings comes to an end, 17 runs off 20 deliveries, and what a start she has put for the Titans. She'll be disappointed, but I think she'll be disappointed. But this is the breakthrough and the wicket, or one of the wickets that the Eastern Storm ladies needed.
Yeah, it really was an excellent cricket shot. Just unfortunate that the fielder was right there. Mpumelelo Mashlewane really stayed wonderfully calm underneath that ball, and it looked like a really simple catch in the end, even though it was coming at her like a bullet. But my Yanigida really just opening up the blade, but falling short in the end. So that brings to the crease Tebogo Macheke, and she's been super successful for the Fidelity Titans team in the past, both with the gloves and with the bat in hand, and she'll be looking to go from ball 1.
And in this tournament, she's made it clear from ball 1, she's looking for the big one. She's got all the strokes, has the power, has the timing. I think it just all needs to come together, and she has shown that it's all there. And in this tournament, she's obviously watching players play with a lot of freedom. She has been one of them. Loves to free her arms. If it's in her area, she will go for it. And the white down leg side. Some good glove work from Hartman.
Yeah, very speedy glove work there from her, as she needed to collect the ball on the leg side, which is a blind spot for a wicket keeper. So excellent to gather it and then to take the stumps or the bails off.
Yeah, some good awareness from Macheke, just realizing that it hasn't gone past the keeper. But I guess that's what happens when you're a keeper yourself. And Macheke has opened up her account with that sweep shot back to the 45 field on the leg side. She's off the mark. And I like that, sweeping against the spinner. The line not the greatest from Robin Dormel.
Yeah, Tebogo Macheke, a very good sweeper of the ball, and it seems as though Eastern Storm have done their research with the deep square leg and cow corner moving more square. in the form of mid-wicket on the boundary.
Oh, some good fielding from Kenny Craig. Just getting around, making sure that Van der Schyf cannot get a boundary. This is a really good awareness from Robin Dormel. And working in tandem with her captain, Kaylee Craig.
Yeah, she's got a very clear plan.
Geez, some fantastic work in the field here. All the players backing each other from Eastern Storm. This is what you want to see from a team. This is how you should be in the field. Regardless of what's happening, everybody just backs each other up. Oh, some impressive ground cover by Mpumi Mashilwane. It's a shorter boundary, so it's not always easy to get there in time, but that's the end of the 8th over, 43 for 3, with Van der Schyf on 9 runs after 8 balls, and Tebogo Macheke 3 runs after 3 balls.
Yeah, really good stuff here from the Eastern Storm ladies team, as they also, similar to the Fidelity Titans, have a new coach this season, Coach Kena Mutuma. He is part of them, originally from Titans. He was the assistant coach for the Fidelity Titans for 3 seasons prior to his post at Easterns. And I think the fielding has definitely improved under his command.
You know, it's what any cricketer, I would say, spends majority of their time doing is time out in the field. Besides your skill, this is where you're going to spend your time. So you always want to make sure if you enjoy it and your mindset is to have fun on the field, you usually find it will filter throughout your game. And usually, you know, when you back up your bowlers with some good fielding, you know, that's where you create that half chance into a wicket. You know, that bad ball all of a sudden becomes a really good ball because it's taken a wicket, or, you know, you stop a boundary, and sometimes that's where the moments of brilliance come. And, you know, games are won, especially against teams that are very evenly matched, sometimes just won in the field more than with bat and ball in hand.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're not performing with the bat or with the ball, there's always a chance to pull your weight in the field.
An easy single there for Macheke. She calling straight away. These 2 young players just looking to rotate the strike, which is what you need. They aren't, say, finding the gap, getting the boundary. So this is what they need. I do hope they stay in for a little bit longer, an over or 2, so they can take advantage. They both can hit a long ball. Both offer so much with power hitting as well as with stroke play. So I do hope that, you know, one of them don't give it away too soon. You know, keep the wickets, early wickets fell, so stay there for as long as possible and take advantage of, of the conditions getting easier and easier.
Yeah, for sure. 6.1 overs left in this batting innings for the Fidelity Titans. And the 2 out in the middle want to make the most.
And Christelle Van der Schyf, it's short, it's wide, she gets it over the inner ring, but the timing isn't quite there. The outfield's a little bit slow, so she only manages to get 2 runs off the last ball of Makotso Sesing's over. That brings us to the end of the 9th over, 49 for 3.
Yeah, the conditions are improving as the day goes on, but the outfield is still really, really slow. And so while it was a good shot from Christelle Van der Schyf, just not making it out to the boundary. That is the long boundary that she was hitting towards. And so the running between the wicket definitely needs to be on point here, but the Eastern Storm ladies making it difficult.
I know. Looking for singles isn't exactly Van der Skyf or Macheke's game plan. So you can see that the plan is try and get them to take on the fielders. All right, the frustration will come, and we can see it is coming. They're lots of forcing it, but you've got 3 of the Eastern Storm's best fielders on the leg side boundary. And Arasta Deeghardt gives chase. She manages to stop it. And a little fumble, but they managed to get 2. I think there was always 2 on offer there. But Deeghardt doing her part and making sure that that is not a boundary. And it's high in the air. Kaylee Craig is under it, and it's unfortunately goes through the hands. The big wicket of Van der Skyf. She gets her first life. I'd say disappointing for the Eastern Storm. You can see Robin Dormel's not too happy. And I say, sometimes in the field, the ball just follows you, and it goes back to Kaylee Craig. Robin Dormel, wily with the ball. That was the opportunity, that was the wicket that Eastern Storm needed.
Yeah, it definitely was. They worked hard to get that breakthrough, to force, with the pressure, a mistake from the batters.
Robin Dormel just bowling to her field. She's been really, I'll say, the all-rounder for the Eastern Storm, just offering something with everything she does. And still no boundary in this over.
That brings the end of 10 overs, 55 for 3, 5 overs left in the game. And that par total that we spoke about this morning of 110, which was well made by the Fidelity Titans this morning in their game against the DP World Lions team, is looking further and further away for the Sky Blues. However, the 2 at the crease, Tebogo Macheke and Christelle van der Skyf, have all of the potential to make something happen and to increase the run rate slightly. At just 5.5 at the moment, so that does need to increase. But with a solid partnership of 17 runs, both Christelle van der Skyf and Tebogo Macheke will be comfortable at the crease. She goes up, and that's over the head of cow corner. Christelle van der Skyf with a maximum. This is what she is good at, hitting the ball hard, and all of a sudden that run rate makes its way up to 6 and over, and with a full toss from Sesing, Christelle van der Skyf taking full advantage. At the end of that over, we had a commentary change, as I'm joined once again by Ken Borland in the commentary box.
Hi, Jenna. Yeah, it just shows you that what tight bowling and really good fielding can do. It's like an anesthetic, that it's really restricted the Titans batting.
Van der Skyf goes across the line again. This time it's on the ground and rolls into the boundary cushions. That's 10 runs from 2 balls, and Van der Skyf is really switching it on.
Yeah, Fidelity Titans are going to have to go some to even get to 100, which is a lot less than they got in the first game. So credit to Easterns for that. But you just sense that Christelle van der Skyf has been there for a while now, and she's ready now to change gears, and a few warning lights for Eastern's 6 out of 4 to start this 11th over.
She double steps, but this time plays it with soft hands out to long on. She'll get the single, and it just shows what intent can do for her, going from 17 off 16 deliveries to 27 off 19, or 28 off 19 now. And that increase in intensity really has upped the intensity for the Sky Blues. Forcing pressure here, making the bowler change her line. She's pushed it down the leg side, and Tamsin Hartman has been unable to collect it. They go through for a run, so 2 runs added. She goes up this time. Safe hands under the ball, and that is the end of Christelle van der Schyff. A very good catch in the end by Florence Miller. It was up in the air for a long time, Ken.
That was an absolute steepler, and I had money on the ball personally until I saw who was coming underneath it, Florence Miller. That's a pity for Christelle van der Schyff, because I thought she actually paced her innings really well there. She'd done the hard work, she'd got herself in, going at around one a ball, and was really set for a blitz here at the end, which she started to do in that over, and just unfortunately Sessing beating her in the flight a bit. She got underneath that one. Too much height rather than distance, and a promising innings cut short. Vital wicket by Sessing. I've been impressed with how she's responded to this aggression from Van der Schyff, taken the pace off. She's kept her cool very well.
Yeah, she really has kept her cool indeed, and it paid off. As to the crease comes Tiani van den Heevel, and she hasn't played too much. And had a lot of time with bat in hand, so she'll be looking to show and prove what she can do with the bat. She scored a lot of runs at club cricket. We play in the same club cricket team for Tucks, and she scores 50s and 100s every other weekend, so she definitely has the potential to score runs, and whether that can be translated to this level of the game is yet to be seen, but I'm sure she's capable of it.
Where does she bat for Tucks?
She'll bat in the top 4, off an opening. She plays this with soft hands into the leg side for no run. Just getting a feel of the ball, bat on ball to start off.
I have some sympathy for Tiani then, because she, in terms of opportunity at the Titans,
she plays this across the line, but good fielding by Tando Zulu at mid-wicket.
she generally does come in, in the sort of number 6, 5, 7 round of that positions, where she often doesn't have a lot of time to build an innings and play a substantial innings. Like now, she has to come in and be aggressive and hit out from the get-go, and does that unselfishly, but the gamble sometimes will lead to her cheap dismissal.
Yeah, for sure, and I think especially in the light blue clothing, she is seen more as a bowling all-rounder than she is as a batter. And she struggles slightly with the ball, a lot of change in her action. She's gone from a front on to a side on action this season. She struggled a bit with that, but the batting has stayed consistent at club cricket throughout the seasons that she's played, as this is swept around the corner by Macheke, but a good piece of fielding out in the deep as Macheke comes through for the second. A lightning fast throw from deep backward square.
Yeah, very good arm from out there. The long boundary.
Played straight back to Robin Dormal for no run. She's been so cool and calm as she's gone into her third over. 4 balls left in her spell. It's a full toss and it's played hard into the leg side. 1 bounce over the boundary cushions, and Robin Dormal just claps her hands in frustrations there as Tebogo Macheke takes full advantage of the full toss. 74 for 4, 3 balls left in the 12th over.
I can understand why Kaylee Craig bowled her seamers out up front, but perhaps just beginning to regret that a bit now, because the Eastern spinners are being attacked quite ruthlessly at the death, and Titans are surging forward. Kaylee Craig maybe would have liked to have just the option of a bit of seam now, just to change the pace a bit.
Yeah, the other 2 seam bowlers, Chulafelo Marema and Peyton Coppen, are on the bench for this game. So there isn't another option for a seam bowler to come into the attack. So Dormal goes down that leg stump line, crashes into the pads and goes out for no run. So full toss again. This time it's pulled down by Macheke. Goes out to cow corner. Excellent fielding once again by Florence Miller. Just 1 run added to the total.
So 20 balls remaining in this innings. So run a ball definitely minimum.
It's a full toss, and Tiani van den Heuvel unable to get any real bat on that as it just falls into the leg side. And that ends the over. Eastern Storm close it with that single. And a much better intensity here from the Fidelity Titans batters.
Yeah, so we make the score 77 for 4. I think the Titans will really want to get at least 30 off these last 3 overs. Get them well past 100.
Yeah, definitely past 100, pushing 110 would be ideal for them, something that I think they would be able to defend with the ball.
They'll have to bowl and field very well, exactly as the Eastern Storm have done.
Yeah, they definitely can take a few lessons from the team in blue and red.
Thelma Makubela coming on to bowl.
That goes down the leg side. There's a chance or a shot for the stump, for a stumping, but it's called wide in the end. Van den Heuvel not looking super confident out in the middle, and just a little bit of encouragement from her teammate Gandhi Jafta, telling her that she is good enough to be batting at this level. She certainly is. She just needs to trust herself. As she hits this one hard through the covers, there's no protection on the sweeper boundary, but it's chased by Simone Buerta, who collects it, and they come through for 2 runs.
Yeah, it's not the easiest situation for Van den Heuvel to come in, as we said earlier. Just a handful of overs remaining. The Titans are a bit shy of where they'd want to be, so the pressure's on for her to get going very quickly.
Makubela throws it out wide, and there's an edge from Van den Heuvel. It's collected really well by Tamsin Hartman, and that is the end of Tiani van den Heuvel. Slightly anticlimactic, as I think she was starting to find a little bit of a groove, but unfortunate for her.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tiani van den Heuvel.
To the crease comes Sophia Small, as she was so good with the ball in the first game this morning with her left arm off spin.
She's definitely got something as a bowler. I like her. She's tall. Asked a lot of questions. Certainly one to watch for the future, Sophia Small. Just 20 years old.
Makubela just floats that in. Good fielding by Diergaard. And there's a run out on the non-strikers here, and Smell just not able to ground her bat in time, but that's excellent fielding from the Namibian international fielder, and really good game awareness.
Yeah, well, Makubela did a great job in hitting the stumps after Diergaard had done her work. And shame, Sophia Smell, you can understand, trying to get the set batter on strike, unselfishly going for the single. She considers herself a batting all-rounder, so she would have preferably enjoyed a bit more time out there in the middle. But unselfish, as I said, but she's run herself out, and the Titans have lost another wicket.
79 for 6 with 3 balls left in the 13th, and to the crease walks Namibian international Wilka Matile. Tebogo Macheke on strike. It's played across the line into that mid-wicket region, collected by Mashloane, who prevents them from taking the 2. Big heave of the arms by Mwatile as she misses that one completely, aiming for the clouds or the top of the trees.
I don't think she has any great pretensions as a batter. Definitely a very good bowler.
Heaved again. This time she makes contact, but finds her Namibian teammate at extra cover for no run. That brings the end of the 13th over. 12 balls remaining in this first innings.
And well bowled, Thelma Makabela. We spoke about how hard it is to come in and bat towards the end of the innings, and also to come in and bowl your first over at this stage of the innings. And Thelma Makabela has done well. Got a important wicket and has certainly kept the runs down as well.
Into the attack, Namibian international, the player with the breakthrough, the run out of the Essex player. Arasta Dirgat into the attack. She's got a field of cover sweeper, long off, long on, and cow corner. Right arm seam attacking that off stump, but it's played into the leg side. A bit of a fumble in the field, so they get across to the opposite crease successfully.
So far so good for Arasta Dirgat. She bowled a couple of overs yesterday that were vastly different. The one, unfortunately, was littered with wides and no balls, and the other one was actually pretty good. And she's started well here today.
Just a change in field as the fielder from short 45 goes across to short third man. And it's a full toss played across the line by Mwatile. She only gets 1.
Arasta Dirgat played in the under-19 World Cup qualifiers last year, so definitely a young talent for Namibia, all-rounder, very good fielder as we've seen.
It's a low full toss, and this time it's put away by Tebogo Macheke, collected by Robin Dormal at long on, and they managed to come through for a double there, adding 2 to the scorecard.
Not a bad place to bowl by Dirgat, but well played by Macheke, getting it into the gap between long on and cow corner.
She's searching for that Yorker length delivery. She looks for it again. This time it's airborne by Macheke, but a couple of bounces before it's collected by Dormal at long on.
Came off the bottom of the bat. Again, you know, those low full tosses aren't the easiest to put away, so if you are going to err, that's the side to err on.
This time she pulls her length back. It's in the air, but falls in no man's land, and they get through for the single. Watile rotating the strike nicely, looking to get Tebogo Macheke on strike. That low full toss again, almost identical out to Dormal. There's a fumble. They look for the second but decide against it. And that brings the end of the 14th over. 6 balls left in this innings. 87 for 6 with 6 balls left in this innings. And there is a small problem with the scorecard on the Pitch Vision stream, but we'll keep you updated with the score.
So it's going to require a big final over for the Fidelity Titans to get to 100. Taboko Mashek is well set though. Thelma Makubela is going to bowl a second over.
It's outside the off stump. There's a big swing, and Tamsin Hartman manages to get the stumping. It's given out, and Taboko Macheke will be really disappointed with this, as she was the batter that was in at the crease. And sad for her, but it had to happen. She was looking to be aggressive, looking to attack and score a boundary, just coming off second best.
Yeah, Thelma Makubela, there's just no pace on the ball. It's really slow, and it really tests the patience of a batter. And Macheke trying to sweep that away just early on the shot, and overbalancing, and Hartman does the rest behind the stumps as Elisha Rudolph comes to the crease.
Yeah, I've been quite impressed with Tamsin Hartman. Lightning fast gloves. She rises with the ball. Made a few mistakes so far in this game. Elisha Rudolph, very experienced cricket player. She's been playing cricket for a long time. She too has played for all 3 teams at this tournament, so she knows most of the players here. She pulls this across the line, and that will crash into the boundary ropes. There's a big effort put in by Mashluane on the cow corner boundary, but Elisha Rudolph collecting another 4 for her team, taking the score up to 90 runs.
Very timely boundary for the Titans, and well played by Elisha Rudolph, just waiting on the back foot, waiting nicely for the ball to come to her, and then whipping it through square leg.
She looks to lap that over her left shoulder, but completely misjudging it as it is far outside the off stump. It's given as a no ball.
I think there's too many fielders, sorry. Are there, or not enough in the ring? There did seem to be some debate between the fielding side and the umpire. I don't see any change to the field though. Free hit given though.
Rudolph looks to go across the line, and she will bisect the field at long on and cow corner. Elisha Rudolph with another 4 on the scorecard. That takes the score up to 95 runs. And this is the finish that the Fidelity Titans were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very valuable runs here from Rudolph at the end in the final over. Can she finish finding the boundary again?
She looks to go again across to that leg side, but finds Mashluane on the boundary, goes through for the single. Mwatile looks to go over the cover region. There's a fielder out at sweeper, but the ball just plugs in just outside the inner ring. And with that single, Mwatile gets Elisha Rudolph back on strike for the last ball of the over.
Yeah, important that Rudolph is there. And just a few alterations to the field. Square leg is going back. That seems wise. There's a deep mid-wicket in place and a long off and a long on.
Rudolph is looking to go straight. She double steps but doesn't make full contact with it. She ends off with a single, which takes the total to 97 runs. 99 runs for 7 for the Fidelity Titans, and that's not where they would have wanted to be, but a decent finish in that last over by Rudolph and Mwatile, which got them from that 70-yard mark over to just under 100, so 100 runs to win for the Eastern Storm ladies, and the Fidelity Titans will need to work really hard in the field in order to defend this total.
Yeah, around about 6.5 runs to the over required by Eastern, so it's a competitive total by the Titans. They would have wanted more, certainly, but I think they can take a leaf out of Eastern's book. They know if they bowl very well and field as well as Eastern's did, then they certainly have a chance of defending that score. And especially with that 4-prong spin attack of theirs, that's proven a handful for everyone in this tournament. But quite rightly, the Eastern's bench is up off on their feet, on the edge of the boundary, clapping their team in for what has been a really impressive effort in the field.
It has been really exceptional from them, and they'll look to follow that effort and the intensity and the togetherness that they had in the field and transfer that into their batting innings. We will take a short break here as we will have the innings change, and we will catch you in about 5 to 10 minutes with the batting innings from Eastern Storm.
Elisha Rudolph.
Okay. We don't know yet. And welcome back to the second innings where the Eastern Storm need 100 runs to win. A fantastic bowling performance from them to restrict the Fidelity Titans to 99 in the allotted 15 overs. Elisha Rudolph comes into bowl.
Haruna Iwasaki, the batter, and just dead bats that first delivery.
She is a top order batter for the Japanese team. And Rudolph. And the Titans realizing that, you know, the slower pace is how they're going to, I would say, restrict the Eastern Storm ladies, and just bringing Elisha Rudolph into the attack. And Eastern Storm are off the mark. Haruna Iwasaki is also off the mark with just, I would say, a simple knockdown to long on.
A little bit more than a knockdown, but well played. And the Titans have been opening the bowling with Gandhi Jafta, the spinner, so just changing things up a little bit. Still opening with spin, but a different personnel, Elisha Rudolph.
Thelma Makubela faces her first ball and slaps that one past point to the sweeper boundary for 2 runs, and Katie Tapp just doing the field and getting it back in.
That was very flamboyant by Makubela. First ball she faces, and it had sort of Caribbean flavour to it. A la Gordon Greenwich, Desmond Haynes, just the big drive straight away, and now the loft over mid-on.
You know, she did make the SA Schools Philly side, so I guess, you know, that's what comes with, you know, a little bit of form. You know, she played well, she's a top order batter. She hasn't got off to the best starts in this tournament. Haruna Iwasaki, that's a full toss, and just lofts it down too long on, very high in the air. I think that's what saved her. That's why she's still there. But that's the end of the first over. 5 runs for no loss. Not a bad start. Lots of intent shown by Iwasaki and Makubela.
Yeah, bright start. They've got things going nicely. And 5 off the first, so 95 more runs needed off 14 overs for the Eastern Storm in what is really a final for them. If they win this match, then they keep things alive going to the last match of the tournament, which is them playing the DP World Lions. So if Easterns win both their matches this afternoon, they'll take the title.
And what a celebration it will be. A Division 2 team coming into this tournament and so shocking everyone. Kaylee Tapp. A good start, not a bad length, a little bit wide. Haruna Iwasaki, just very little foot movement there.
Yeah, we've seen Kaylee Tapp, her modus operandi is to hang it outside off stump. She's pretty well disciplined in bowling that good line, packing the offside with fielders.
Just straying a little bit, almost wanting to attack, get it straighter. She does shake the ball away from the right-hander.
Maybe just going a bit too hard for the glory ball there. Always happens, doesn't it? You might be shaping the way beautifully, but beating the outside edge so you bowl a bit straighter, and somehow it becomes an in-swinger.
And there you have it, Haruna just getting that one past extra cover for a single. Kaylee Tapp has 4 fielders in the cover region. Haruna Iwasaki, that is a strength of hers to play there. She wants to show intent. She has spent a lot of time batting with Mai Yanagida in the Japanese national team. So them attacking the offside I would say is what you want to see early on. Right, the two fielders on the boundary are Kaukona and long on to both Iwasaki and Makubela.
Bit of zip in that delivery from Kaylee Tapp. She's tall, she got a bit of bounce.
I quite like that Kaylee Tapp is attacking. 100 is not a big total, and they know that early wickets here will be extremely important. So Captain Pryor at slip is probably seeing the extra zip and bounce and is hoping for an outside edge. And it's the first wicket. Makubela swings and nicks it. And you have Teboko Macheke taking the catch. That is the breakthrough that the Titans needed. The exciting young player Makubela has to make her way back to the dugout. 7 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, Kaylee Tapp striking early, just sticking to that line outside off stump and saying to the batters, you come and get me. And it being a 15-over game, they almost feel compelled to have a go outside that off stump. And Makubela has found the edge, and she's gone for just 3 off 4 deliveries. As Mpumelelo Mashiliwane comes to the crease, really talented youngster. Just 17 years old, turns 18 in March, but was part of the broader under-19 squad for the under-19 World Cup that has just got underway in Malaysia. And she batted really nicely against the Titans yesterday when they first played Eastern, scored 25 off 23 deliveries, and looked good for more.
She did. I do think that the conditions yesterday didn't suit her style of play. She would have got a lot more value from her shots had the outfield, well, in my opinion, had the outfield just, I'll say, played like it is currently, where it's travelling a lot faster. I think she would have scored a lot more, been able to get more singles. She's a busy player. And just the intent.
So it's the veteran, Kaylee Tapp, against the youngster, Mashiliwane. The rising star against someone who's been around the block.
Oh, just not to Maya Nagida. She's coming in, attacking, hunting, making sure that, you know, there's no easy single in front of her. And I guess, you know, these are the competitions you want to see at a tournament like this with Kaylee Tapp. She is experienced, has probably played more domestic cricket than years Mashilwani has been alive. Oh, and that is a very, very close, which is what you want to see from the experienced Tapp, and Mashilwani just getting away with that.
Well, the shot she should have played was the one she played afterwards, the practice shot, which was a much better high elbow, looking to go through extra cover. When the ball actually came, you could see the bat was facing towards us over mid-on, playing across that delivery from Kaylee Tapp, and very nearly finding the edge.
That's the end of the second over. 7 for 1. Great start from the 2 openers. And Alicia Rudolph comes back into the attack. Iwasaki long on is on the boundary, and corner. Aruna just realizing there's lots of time. Don't need to force any runs. Force any shots.
Elisha Rudolph only went for 5 in her first over, but it wasn't her tidiest over. I feel there were a couple of full tosses and one long hop in there.
You know, some good awareness there from Teboko Macheke. It wasn't the tidiest, but you know, The spinner sometimes. I like to give the benefit of the doubt to the spinner, especially with spinner with the new ball.
Good over so far by Alicia Rudolph.
And just knocked over the bowler. Wilka Matile doing the fielding on the long on boundary. Just keeping that down to 1 run.
Very good straight hit by Iwasaki.
Iwasaki is just wanting to hit the spinner straight. I think almost every single delivery has either been straight or I'll say very square. It's definitely her game plan. If it's not in that area in the first few overs, she's just defending it. And Pumi Mashiwane could probably learn a little bit, a thing or two, especially batting early up in the innings. She tries to go over mid-off and it just hangs in the air. Unfortunately, Casey Pride not able to hold on to that one, making the ground, but it just, unfortunately, as she lands the balls, doesn't manage to take the catch, and that's the end of the 3rd over. 9 for 1.
Valiant effort by Katie Pryor there. Had a long way to go. Bit loose by Mashiliwane, just heading out, trying to get it over extra cover, but the length not quite there for that.
And I think the key here for these two will just be to continue rotating the strike. Don't worry too much about the boundaries just yet. Especially because this track is getting flatter and flatter. So it will become easier and easier the longer they stay there. It's almost a dream to bat on. But both teams are bowling very tight. Eastern Storm have shown if you keep to a simple game plan, it does become very difficult to score runs. And that is driven past extra cover for a boundary. Mpumi Mashilwane has got her first boundary of this innings, just showing the stroke play that she has as well as the power.
Yeah, she's a slight lady, pretty diminutive, thin, but man, she gave that a good thump. All timing, beautiful stroke.
And a little bit of an overcorrection from Kaylee Tapp, and that just sees the ball going past the batter on the leg side for a wide. You can get hit for a boundary, and these things happen, especially in the power play. I mean, it was a good shot, so that overcorrection. I know you want to get wickets, but sometimes adjust your length a little bit, get Katie Pryor back get her into the game, threaten that outside edge. Much better length and line from Kaylee Tapp.
Yeah, the boundary came more because of length than line. It was over pitched and Mashiliwane was very quickly onto it. But no need to change the line. I agree with you. It's the length that Kaylee Tapp needs to get right, and that was a better length. And straight away we see Mashiliwane trying to play a cross-bat shot and getting into a bit of bother.
And not a bad delivery from Kaylee Tapp, just well managed by Mashilwane. Down for the single, which is what you want, especially in the power play. You want to minimize boundaries and say, look, it's okay, get the one. Hit to my fielders, it's perfectly fine. You want to minimize as many boundaries as possible because there is only 2 fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, it was a slower ball from Tapp, and Mashiliwane adjusted well in the end.
This is turning into a very healthy over for the Eastern Storm. Seven runs off it already with one ball left. I don't think Kelly Tab needs to change much at all. Just keep bowling the length that she's been bowling. It does put them in a spot of bother. But I do think the Titans don't have too much on the board, so they will need to attack and minimize on the singles, force the batters to take a little bit of risk.
Yeah, one wicket down in the first 4 overs, 17 for 1. Shiliwana looks like she could be an important batter to get out early. Don't want her to get going, and then Robin Dormal and Florence Miller have both made runs in this tournament. They're also going to be key for Easterns, who need another 83 runs to win this game in 11 overs. So that required rate, the Titans have managed to push it up a bit.
So if you smell a little bit unorthodox, starting right in front of the umpire. That one just going wide past the leg side. A good take from Tiboko Macheke.
I'm just interested that Smale has moved her short fine leg across to short third man. The first ball was bowled down leg. The second one was also angling towards the leg side.
I think what that does is she's not going to be bowling as flat or as fast. I think she wants to toss it up, get some turn, get some purchase off the wicket. With the ball turning away from the right-hander, probably going to pull her length back a little bit.
Yeah, this whole tournament, she obviously looks a really promising bowler. I think she's just hurt a little bit on the full side.
With the angle, the ball hits the pad, goes to that, I'd say, vacant fine leg region, but Maya Yanagida is able to keep it down just to one easy single there. But leg buys all the same. On the dot balls was what's going to put the pressure on the Eastern Storm ladies. They do need to start attacking. And there you have Aruna Iwasaki just trying to hit that over the top, just lofts it straight, and is able to get 2 runs to her name to add to the total.
Well, we saw the Japan national captain Maya Yanagida in the Titans, and it was very strong, straight down the ground and hitting over the extra cover. And Haruna Iwasaki seems to be following suit. Another good hit by her straight down the ground, as I hand over to Jenna Searle to join Sean Myers.
After 5 overs, the power play is done. The score is 21 for 1. That does mean that the Fidelity Titans can spread the field, and with that we see a change not only in the commentary box but also in the field, with Wilka Mwatile coming into the attack. The Namibian international bowled the first maiden of this tournament.
Yeah, this morning she had a wonderful spell. 2 wickets, 6 runs in 3 overs. It was a double wicket maiden, and that was a really exciting piece of exceptional seam bowling that we had the pleasure of watching this morning.
Jenna, it was also a pleasure being on the mics with you at that time. I was talking about how she's come in, hasn't bowled too much in this tournament, and as which is where you'll see as an international, the deck gets flatter and they stand out a little bit.
Yeah, she definitely stood out this morning as she starts off her campaign in this game with a dot ball to point. And I think the chance that she was given this morning, she definitely took with two hands, and she proved how good she can be. And so the Fidelity Titans trusting her once again in this game.
She's bowled well, found her rhythm, very excited.
Low full toss, and it's hit through the covers for 4. That's a wonderful cricket shot from Phumelelo Mashloane, and that beats extra cover and mid-off, rolls over the boundary rope for 4.
And what a shot. She just leaned into it, freed her arms, and just let the bat do the talking. It sounded phenomenal off the bat and just raced away to the boundary, just showing how the conditions are changing and just favouring the batters as the day goes on.
Yeah, the track is definitely getting flatter as the wicket dries out and bakes underneath the hot Pretoria sun. Mwatile returns and she gets the wicket of Mashloane. That is an excellent recovery ball as it crashes into middle stump. That Yorker length delivery has been so vital for her, and she is successful once again.
And full straight attacking the stumps, just using her wrist to attack those stumps, and Mashloane is undone by that incredible delivery by Wilka Mwatile. The second scalp to fall for Eastern Storm. That does bring Robin Dormel to the crease. She has been in exceptional form with the bat.
Yeah, she has been with her 40 of 25 yesterday, as she will be looking to replicate that, and if not, get a couple more to her name. She's got a lot of experience, as we were speaking in the first innings, that she has played for all 3 teams at this tournament. She grew up playing at the Lions, and then her school was put into the Easterns area when the borders and the boundaries changed, so she had to play for Easterns at under 19 level. And then when she finished school, she played for the Titans, 1 or 2 games there. She actually played for Irene Country Club, for the Irene Villagers, for 2 seasons. Then she took a bit of a break. Last year she played in this tournament for the DP World Lions, and now she's returned to play as a player for the Eastern Storm team. So she is, I don't know if she's contracted there, but she's definitely more often than not in their starting 11.
Well, with the form she's showing and the talent and just how she expresses herself as a cricketer, I wouldn't be surprised if she is one of the first few names on that starting lineup. This will be a good test. Wilka Mwatile. She's rearing to go and against informed Robin Dormel.
And she comes off best here, does Mwatile, as she starts off Robin Dormel's innings with a dot ball.
As a batter, I'm sure, Jenna, for you as well, a good ball, it's always nice to keep it out. Just say to the bowler, well, you put in you bench your back, you put in all this effort, and all I had to do was watch it. Sometimes, it gives me sometimes a little bit of a confidence boost.
Oh, this time it's far outside the off stump, and the bottom half of the bat gets a shaky single to get Robin Dormel off strike, and opens up her account, as you would say, Sean. Takes the total up to 26 for 2, with Mwatile left with 1 ball in the 6th over. Her first, just 5 runs going off her first 5 balls. More importantly, the breakthrough and the wicket of Mashloane. She closes off nicely as there's another thick outside edge for Haruna, as it gets through for a single, and that ends off the over. 6 runs from it, but 1 wicket, the important wicket of the young Phumelelo Mashloane. Mwatile closes off her over. That's 6 overs done, 27 for 2.
I think that's what you want, the moment there's a change in the bowling attack. You want to get that breakthrough. You want the bowlers to continue putting pressure, especially with all the dot balls that have been bowled in this innings already, which is currently at 20. And just to put that in context, it's 20 dot balls and only 36 balls have been bowled in this inning so far. So definitely the Titans are seeing, right, if wickets aren't on offer, you have to bowl as many dot balls as possible. And in the shorter formats of the game, those are gold.
Yeah, dot balls build pressure and it forces the batters to do things that could be slightly unhinged, which could create something and force a breakthrough for the Fidelity Titans, as Sophia Smale opens up her over with one of those gold dot balls. It goes up, there's an outside half, a chance for a catch, but it lands in no man's land. Slightly disappointing from Kaylee Tapp there. Do you think that was a chance?
I think it hung in the air a little bit. It is going against the wind. So I think maybe just a little bit of a misjudgment. Things are going a little bit faster, so probably more focused on bringing it back than going for the catch. But, you know, would it be nice to see her go for the dive, pull off something spectacular?
Smell to Dormel. It's just defended into the offside.
I think we both know that Robin Dormel can score very quickly, so I'm not too worried if she stays in for as long as possible and is able to score boundaries in the back end. We know that she's very capable of doing that.
Yeah, she definitely is. The more time that she spends at the crease, feels the ball on bat, the more confident she'll be, and she's definitely more than capable of exploding towards the back end of the innings. That's hit hard by Iwasaki. Underneath the ball, welcome Watile. Safe hands. And that'll be the end of the Japanese international player. Haruna Iwasaki was looking for the big shot, was looking for that maximum boundary, and unfortunately is unable to be successful on it. 29 for 3. And that is the end of Haruna Iwasaki.
The intent she showed, she wants to win the game for a team or put a team in the best position to win. She'll be disappointed to go out like that, but it was struck so well. I think just trying to take on that fielder a little bit too much, but it has brought in Florence Miller to the crease in game 1 for the Eastern Storm. She scored 38 runs, almost half the runs for Eastern Storm in their first match against the Titans. She backs up Robin Dormel at the end to get Eastern Storm over the line against the DP World Lions. So this is the partnership that Eastern Storm will want to see grow and take the game as deep as possible for the Eastern Storm.
Yeah, if anyone in the Eastern Storm lineup is going to do it, it would definitely be these two who are out in the middle. However, the excellent bowling so far that the Fidelity Titans have been able to showcase could put some pressure on them.
I guess this is also a good matchup in terms of batter versus bowler. Teammates. They both play for Essex. They know each other well.
Just on that leg stump line. Good fielding in the end by Risha Kutsa. Close off the over with a dot ball and a very good over from Sophia Smell. Just 2 runs from it, but very important breakthrough with the dismissal of Iwasaki. And that is the end of the 7th over, 29 for 3.
I think Wilka Motile is probably, shoulders up, very excited, a spring in her step. She's in some good rhythm with the ball in hand. She made that catch look a lot simpler than it was. It was in the air, hung in the air for a long time. But I think she's making everything she does look effortless.
Yeah, she does seem like a very calm, collected cricket player. While she does seem to be playing a hard game of cricket, as you said, Sean, it does look effortless.
It's very hot out there, but she's cool as a cucumber. She is out there.
She returns for her second over. Robin Dormal on strike. Low full toss, and it's caught by the captain. Robin still at extra cover. Mwatile collects her second of the game. Her figures so far: 7 balls bowled, 6 runs given, 2 wickets taken. This is excellent from the Namibian international.
Oh, she is getting the Titans closer to that trophy. She knows how much this means to her team, and also just leading from the front, just showing the international experience that she has. Bowling hard, bending her back. Was a low full toss, but sometimes those are the hardest to get away.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes a bad ball creates doubt in a batter's mind, and Robin Dormal coming off second best there, just playing it straight into the safe hands of Robin Still at extra cover. So that is a very important breakthrough, because I do think, as we said, Sean, that she was a dangerous player, and the Fidelity Titans needed that wicket. However, to the crease comes Kaylee Craig, the captain of the Eastern Storm team. And she also has a lot of potential. She scored a lot of runs in Division 2 cricket in the CSA League.
I think the key now, Florence Miller is a busy player. She does want to score runs very quickly, steal some singles. Kelly Craig's been involved in a few run-outs with her teammates and once running out herself. But I do think that these two, just if the communication works with the runs that Katie Craig has, I think they could take the game deep, but it will just come down to application.
Tile bowls it into the wicket, and Craig gets off the mark in quite a calm fashion. She just hung the bat out, opened up the face of the bat and played that out to third man.
I think batting in the middle order could work for Craig, who the field is spread. She's able to get singles. She's able to get Florence Miller on strike, which is what you'd want. Florence Miller has shown that it doesn't matter at what stage in the game. If the ball needs to go to the boundary, if it's in her area, if it's in her zone, she will take it on. And she's also not afraid to take the fielders on. She trusts that she runs well between the wickets. She has a good read of the angles. Assesses the conditions and what the bowler is trying to do very early, and just knows where her gaps are. She's exactly what you want from somebody batting in that middle order to get you over the line.
Matile pulls her length back, and it's played into the leg side. They're looking for the second, but good fielding by Van den Heevel out at cow corner.
Van den Heevel got to that ball very quickly. A young player, lots of potential. I'm so sure playing with the likes of Motile, Yanagida, and Sophia Smell. She's learnt a lot. Will only benefit her game. Because, as we've been saying, global cricket tournament.
Yeah, lots of opportunity to learn from the experience of the international players. Small fielding change as square leg comes into the ring. Fine leg is dropped down to the boundary. Matile bowls it into the wicket, and it's played off the back foot over the head of cover. Risha Kutsa on chase collects that one, but Eastern Storm batters go through for 2.
I think with the pace, right? Kaylee Craig's able to use the pace that Motile generates, just as it gets flatter, making it a little bit easier to score runs, get the 2s, get the 1s. As you go past the fielders, it doesn't hold up in the surface as much. And along the ground.
Yeah, closing off her over there is Matile with a dot ball to Kaylee Craig. It's the end of the 8th, 33 for 4. Matile 2 wickets for 10 runs in her 2 overs. Excellent display of pace bowling.
Won't be surprised if Matile gets a 3rd over. Right, but we will see a change from the golf course end with Tiani van den Hevel coming into the attack. I think this is her first over in this tournament.
Yeah, she does bowl a little bit of in-swing towards the right-handed batter. She is seen in this team as more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder. She'll be looking to show just how much talent and skill she has behind the ball. There's a chance at a caught and bowled, but it's hit hard, and there's a big dive put on out at long off. They go through for the second, but a very aggressive, intentional shot there by Florence Miller. Well executed, beat the bowler and managed to come back for the second.
A little bit of self-preservation there in her follow-through. Let's make sure that she can finish the over.
She goes with a full toss and it's played with a flat bat out to long on. It's collected. They're looking for two, and Kaylee Craig does well to get back. A bit of a fumble by Christelle van der Schyff out at long on.
You know, when you're aware, which is something that Kaylee Craig was, and I think also just batting in the middle order has calmed her down. She's able to take advantage of the singles. They've been running well between the wickets, these two.
Van den Hevel brings her length back quite a bit, but manages not to get an accurate line.
Yes, I think she's been bowling quite well, except for that full toss. But you know, we've seen full tosses get wickets here, even in this match. A wicket dismissed Robin Dormel. So I think she just needs to maintain her line, just that length.
She does just that. It's quite short, but played with a flat bat straight past the bowler. This time on the ground, quite a risk-free kind of cricket shot from Florence Miller, and she adds one to the total.
Yes, it's the last ball. Sorry, no, it's not the last ball of this over. But I think that the plan will be to ensure that Florence Miller stays on strike for as long as possible, just to try and get the boundaries, because boundaries are going to be needed now.
That's a better comeback there from Tiani van den Hevel. She's looking to attack the stumps there, as we've been talking about, Sean, and just collects herself a dot.
There's 2 balls left in this over. I think the plan will be, if it's not 2, or if it's a 1, right, the next one has to get Florence Miller back on strike. That will be the plan.
Crashes into the pads of Craig. There's a shy at the striker's end from Van den Hevel, but she's not able to connect with the stumps. But a very good display of intent from the bowler.
And Craig got, I would say, a little bit worried, wanted to run away from the appeal, not realizing where the ball was. I think just calm heads will prevail in this match. Van den Hevel almost getting a wicket as a fielder of her own bowling. But that was going to be a gift. Van den Hevel, I think, kicking herself at 3 stumps to aim for.
She goes forward, crashes into the pads again, but Craig manages to get through for the 1 leg bye, which ends what didn't start as the best over for Van den Hevel, but ended well. And in the end, Kaylee Craig manages to keep the strike, which, as we've said, Sean, is not what the Eastern Storm batters need.
Yes, and Wilcom Watile will be coming in for her last over. And as usual, just bowl the first one so well. You know, it's very difficult when I say these are good problems to have when a bowler is bowling so well. Do you let her finish her allotted overs, knowing that the opposition have wickets in hand? Do you pull them off, you know, maybe disrupt the rhythm and save them for later on in the back end of the innings? You know, but the Titans do have depth in their bowling attack. So try and get as many wickets, especially top order wickets, as early as possible with your bowlers in good rhythm.
And Moatile starts well as she beats the outside edge of Kaylee Craig. And that's what we've come to expect from her. A good start up front in the over, then to collect 1 or 2 wickets down the line.
You know, something I've noticed, you know, the boundary ball comes usually in the second or third ball, and then it's a wicket. It's a good ball, maybe a boundary ball, or good shot, and she comes back and takes.
She's definitely something of a comeback queen.
I guess that's exactly what you want from your top bowlers, your fast bowlers. You want them to come in, to come in hard, especially after somebody's attacked them. That's aggression that you want them to go for.
Just on that off stump line, and she allows the batters to come through for a single, which gets Florence Miller on strike.
You know, speaking to Moatile, I spoke to her after the first game, and she didn't even realize that she'd had a double wicket maiden. She only knew once the game was over. And that's what you call just staying in the moment, focusing on what is on offer at present.
She goes full and straight. Maybe a hand on the ball as just before it crashed into the wicket.
I think it hit a little bit too hard. I know I'd be reluctant to try and stop that with the power on that ball from Florence Miller.
Yeah, very well struck by the Essex player.
Oh, the dot ball count is climbing.
She pulls it back slightly, and this time it hits hard between extra cover and mid-off, and that'll race over the boundary rope for 4. Florence Miller with excellent execution. She saw the missed length and just drove it expertly through the covers, found the gap, executed to perfection. Wilka Moatile, 1 ball left in the over. It's hit hard, but protection has been given to the Namibian international. Alicia Rudolph collects that on the boundary at a long off. And more importantly, Florence Miller gets herself back on strike for the next over. And with that end of the over comes a commentary change, as Sean Mayers has already stepped out, and I'm joined once again by Ken Borland.
Hello, Jenna. And unfortunately, what we had hoped would be a really tight, interesting contest between these two teams, well, the seizure of those 4 wickets in the first half of the innings by the Fidelity Titans has made it very, very difficult to see Easterns getting to that target of 100. But you never know. While Florence Miller is still there is still hope. And Tiani van den Heerful in her second over, she will be trying to snuff out that hope as she bowls to Florence Miller. Just moving her deep mid-wicket more towards cow corner. And the ball is tripped even further to the right of that fielder by Miller. Just a single though.
Yeah, the Easterns storm batters. Florence Miller looking for the second run on that occasion. But Kaylee Craig not running as hard as she possibly could. She's standing about a foot out of her crease.
Struck on the pads, but looks like it's going down the leg side. Masheki will have a go at the bowler's end. But the leg by safely completed. Was it a leg by? I haven't seen a signal yet. Perhaps she got a scratch on it.
Yeah, I did hear two sounds. Just good awareness there from Florence Miller to rotate the strike, get herself back on.
Nice hit by Flo Miller again towards that cow corner area. But Sophia Smale doing very tidy fielding out there, and again, just the single.
Yeah, clean pickup from the Essex fielder out at cow corner, and she got it in lightning fast back to the bowler.
Easterns need boundaries. Oh, well bowled Van den here for right up in the block hole. And Craig really couldn't do much of that.
Yeah, this is a very good comeback here from Tiani van den Heuvel. She struggled slightly in the beginning of her first over with a wide and a full toss, but she's come back nicely, found a good rhythm.
Full toss and shoveled away by Kaylee Craig. Behind square on the leg side, Elisha Rudolph fields, but they're back for two. Yeah, Tiani van den Heuvel. It's a nice action. I would just say perhaps the head just falls away a little bit in the delivery stride, something she can work on, but she definitely has the makings of a very useful all-rounder. Oh, inside edge, just past the stumps. And it's a very good piece of fielding by Kaylee Tapp.
Yeah, Risha Kutsa.
Rikia Kutsa, yes, that's it.
Yeah, finally just throwing her body to her right there and preventing what, if she had to turn and chase, would definitely have been a four. So good work by her, and she will now back that up by coming into the attack from the Wally van Heerden end. She bowls slow right arm leg spin.
In between innings, I just noticed her warming up on the side pitch. She was getting a lot of turn. And I quite like this idea of her bowling now. When Easterns are really forced to attack, they've got to head out, they've got to take risks. And for a leg spinner, that often provides great opportunity for wickets. There's a long on and a long off in place to catch the straight hits, a deep mid wicket and a cow corner. That's very wide.
She will take one or two balls to get into a rhythm here. Risha Kutsa, very much a rhythm bowler. Once she gets into it, she's unstoppable.
Nicely played by Kaylee Craig down towards short third man. Kaylee Craig will be happy. She'd made 2 ducks prior to this game, but she's got going quite nicely here.
She will understand her role at this stage in the game will be to rotate strike and get Florence Miller on strike as much as possible.
Beautifully tossed up by Kutsa, but equally well played by Florence Miller through the covers. A lovely boundary for the English star.
Yeah, definitely a much needed boundary here. Ken, you were just saying that Eastern Storm need to get a boundary, and a leg spin at this point of the game can go one of two ways.
Well, that was a quality shot by Flo Miller.
She got to the pitch of the ball nicely, executed very nice inside out cover drive.
Yeah, previously Kutsa didn't have any protection on the offside boundary. I think she's still not going to, but she's brought one fielder across from the leg side into the ring on the offside. She beats Miller outside off stump.
So the only fielder in the ring on the leg side is the short 45. No one in the ring in front of the bat on the leg side.
It's airborne and just over the covers by Miller. Martile fields and a couple of runs. Yeah, I quite like that. If you want to get the one, you're going to have to try and play against the turn. There's always a risk of a leading edge back to the bowler. Lots of space on the leg side. But now a slight change of thinking. And Agida's coming into the ring at square leg. And the sweep goes past her towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Van den Heuvel fields. And a couple more for Flo Miller. She's getting going here. Okay, lovely flight by Kutsa, but Miller is up to the task. A glorious stroke again. Over extra cover, one bounce for.
This is excellent batting here from the Essex star, as she just used her feet, got to the pitch of the delivery in a very exciting fashion, and just lofted that over the head of those cover fielders. The field was set for a delivery like that, but very well executed by Florence Miller.
Well, that over has taken the score to 66 for 4. 3 overs left and 34 runs required. Easterns are back in this game. If Flo Miller can keep going, it's a scratch over 11 runs to the over needed. It's a big ask, but if anyone can do it, Flo Miller can, the way she's playing at the moment. Kaylee Craig on strike to Tiani van den Heuvel, looking for one. And it's going to be a quick single that's required. Flo comes in, hits the diving Miller. So there'll be no run out there. Christelle van der Schyff just checking that Miller's all right. She just needs to rearrange her clothing and equipment after that dive from a long way out.
Yeah, Christelle van der Schyff just caught slightly on the back foot there, allowing the Eastern Storm batters to take the risk, to take the quick single. And so Tiani van den Heuvel moves the mid-wicket fielder 2 or 3 steps in off the ring.
Short from Van den Heuvel, pulled away high, hits him, and for 6! Florence Miller going big here, 26 required now, off 16 deliveries.
Yeah, definitely well within reach for the Essex star, and Tiani van den Heuvel just missing her length completely.
Yeah, I'm not sure how deliberate that was, but if it was deliberate, I think it was bad thinking. We've seen Miller's very strong on the leg side, very strong off the back foot. Really, you can't be giving her on a slightly slowish pitch that much time to pick her spot. Again, the pull along the ground, but this time it's cut off on the boundary. They'll come back for 2. So 24 needed now, or 15 deliveries.
A very good piece of ground fielding by Alicia Rudolph in the shade at square leg. She had to cover quite a lot of ground in the end, putting the diving roll in.
Shortish again, and just bunted through the covers by Miller. Definitely 2 here. Will they come back for a 3rd? Yeah. Oh no, a bit of hesitation. And Miller will hang on to the strike. So 22 needed now off 14 deliveries.
Yeah, Tiani van den Heuvel just struggling to bowl a consistent line and length to her field.
Oh, it's an important stop in the covers.
Here, Kaylee Tapp just putting in a little dive there to collect that. They get through for 1, which puts Kaylee Craig on strike for Tiani van den Heuvel.
21 needed off 13. Ideally, you'd like Miller on strike for the next over, so 2 or 4. Inside edge for at least 1, and Rudolph gives chase. They're going to come back for a comfortable 2, so that's it's Richia Kutsa actually who went after that ball. So that's a good outcome for Easterns, and they now need 19 off the last 2 overs to win this game. And it could have been even better for Easterns if the veteran pace bowler Kaylee Tapp hadn't made that fine save in the covers the previous delivery. So just a correction, we operating a little bit blind here in terms of scores, but it's 20 to win for the Eastern Storm off the last 2 overs, as we're going to see the left arm spinner Sophia Smale come back into the attack. If anyone knows how to bowl to Florence Miller, it should be her. They teammates in the Sunrisers regional side, and now for Essex.
She will be changing her action. Looks like she's coming left arm over the wicket. She's got cover sweeper, mid-off, mid-on.
And a nice delicate little paddle sweep by Florence Miller. Beautifully played. Yanagida is off in pursuit. She's quick and she will haul it in. But Kaylee Craig's coming back for the 3rd. Oh my word, Masheki's missed the stumps. Oh no. I don't think the 3rd was on there. Why would you want a risky 3rd? Keep Miller on strike. Anyway, 17 to win off 11 balls now. Will that missed run out cost the Fidelity Titans?
Long off, long on, cow corner, deep backward square for Kaylee Craig.
And Smale reverts back to her usual through and around the wicket. Down the wicket, Craig, but no real contact made, but enough for the single. 16 off 10 to win for Easterns. And Smale is now putting someone behind square on the leg side just to block off that little paddle sweep by Flo Miller. It now opens up the boundary option through square leg though. Lofted out into the gap between the 3 fielders on the leg side. Well played by Miller. Craig must come back for 2. Miller, she makes it back. That was a very nice little chip shot by Flo Miller for 2.
Yeah, very well executed. She needed to get back onto strike, so it needed to be an even number.
So 14 needed now off 9 balls. Miller, will they risk a single? No, they will not. 14 needed off 8. Hoiked away towards cow corner into the gap, and a vital boundary for Florence Miller.
The score after 13.5, 90 for 4, 10 runs needed with Florence Miller on 45 of 23.
What an innings she's played. Oh no, oh no. Is that going to be a no ball? It is. So free hits as well. A run and a free hit. So from 10 runs required off 7 balls, it's now 9 runs required off 7 balls with a free hit to come. Again, heaved away towards that cow corner area. Kaylee Tapp is trying to get there, but she can't. It's 4 more to Florence Miller. What an over. Florence Miller has taken Easton's to the brink of a famous victory, and she's also just 1 run away from her half century.
Batting masterclass here by Florence Miller. That 49 off 25 at almost 200 strike rate. This is excellent from her. The Fidelity Titans will really need to squeeze as they are turning to the experienced Alicia Rudolph to close off this innings.
And Kaylee Craig is on strike, so 5 runs needed to win. I think the Titans need to really enforce the inner ring here, not give Kaylee Craig an easy one. Perhaps 1 or 2 fielders back, just because she could well try the aerial route and just scoop one over the ring, but it's going to be very interesting where they decide to put the specific fielders.
It is actually Kaylee Tapp who's going to be taking the last 6 balls of the second innings of this game.
Now, given how Kaylee Tapp normally likes to bowl, she's got to have a 3rd man in place, surely. Yes, Kutso is moving across. She does like to bowl just outside that off stump, and you don't want to allow Kaylee Craig just to nudge it down through an unguarded 3rd man. Partnership with 66 runs now, and the skipper Kaylee Craig has played her part, 13 not out. Just a reminder that if Easterns win this game, they can still win the title if they then beat the DP World Lions in the match after this. Titans, if they manage to concede less than 4 runs in this over, they will then claim the Global Cricket Tournament Challenge once again. Kaylee Tapp to Kaylee Craig. Great start. Again, just outside that off stump, and Craig is nudging there. Can't make any contact. 5 needed or 5 balls.
Have to admit that 3rd man in the ring is worrying me.
Where would you like her?
On the boundary. But then in the same breath, that gives an easy single.
It's a tough choice, isn't it? Yeah, it's a real conundrum, because you don't want to give away an easy one to Craig. Nicely struck. Oh! Very important backing up by Sophia Smell. The shy at the stumps by Robin Searle, trying to catch Flo Miller short at the bowler's end. And what thrilling cricket. What a great ending we are having after all to this game.
Yeah, my heart is beating really fast. I can only imagine what is happening out in the middle. As Kaylee Tapp has 4 balls left, 5 runs needed.
Pulls back her length. Craig has done well. She's just nudged that away on the leg side for a single. And now it is 4 runs required off 3 deliveries. And, Florence Miller has been full of boundaries in the last little while. I've got no doubt she's going to back herself to finish this off very quickly. And I imagine we'll also see a very different field. Boundaries have to be protected now. There's a fielder at cow corner, long on, long off. Deep extra cover. We have seen Miller play a couple of laps, and there's no one on the fine leg boundary, just a short 3rd man in place. Nice and straight, flicked away. Good fielding at square leg. Alicia Rudolph scrambling, getting her body behind the ball. Just a single, and Kaylee Craig is back on strike. But in the meantime, a lot of applause for Florence Miller, what a fantastic half century she has completed off just 26 deliveries, and really a fantastic effort to give Easterns a chance here.
3 runs needed, 2 balls remaining. Alicia Rudolph with an excellent piece of fielding.
Whatever happens, what an over so far by Kaylee Tapp. Oh, the paddle! Kaylee Craig! What a shot! The captain has delivered. Oh, brilliantly done. She just got nicely inside the line of that delivery. There was no fine leg in place. You can't have fielders everywhere. And wonderfully done by Kaylee Craig. She seals really a fantastic, famous victory for the Eastern Storm.
She did not hesitate at all. She trusted herself completely, did the Eastern Storm captain Kaylee Craig. Stepped across the line of the stumps and just ramped that over her left shoulder. Very well executed there by Kaylee Craig, but excellent work from the Essex star Florence Miller to get her team over the line. Eastern Storm ladies beat the Titans by 6 wickets.
The Division 2 team comes out tops, and all thanks to that superb partnership of 72 runs, unbroken for the 5th wicket, between Florence Miller, who finishes on 50 not out off just 26 balls, 5 fours and a 6. Kaylee Craig hit just 1 boundary in her 18 not out off 22 balls, but it was the match-winning one as we came down to the last couple of deliveries. So a thrilling game of cricket, which has now set up a wonderful finale to this John Deere Financial Global Cricket Tournament, as the jubilant Eastern Storm will now take on the struggling DP World Lions in the final game. And if they win the title.
Yeah, very exciting finish, as we are just seeing a very excited Eastern Storm ladies team as they are bowing down to both Florence Miller and Kaylee Craig. An excellent finish with the bat by the two of them, and the Fidelity Titans will be disappointed, but I don't think anybody can complain about what an exciting and creative, very good display of cricket that we just had on show.
Yeah, that last game will start at 3 p.m. South African time, so in 35 minutes time. But we've mentioned how Florence Miller and Kaylee Craig have taken the Eastern Storms to victory. Just a mention of the Titans bowling, who, well, for the first half of the innings, they really held sway. Wilcom Watile, again, wonderful form by the Namibian international. 2 for 16 in her 3 overs, and the delivery she bowled to Castle Pumelelo Mashiliwane was an absolute beauty, probably the ball of the tournament. Kaylee Tapp, a valiant effort by her in that final over. She finishes with 1 for 16. Sophia Smell bowled well, 1 for 20, took a bit of tap in her last over, which was crucial. And Alicia Rudolph, 2 overs for 7 runs. But it's the Eastern Storm ladies who win by 6 wickets with 1 ball to spare. And do join us in about half an hour.
She comes out at the end. Just having no, I just wanted to say, don't worry, she's going to come.
right, good afternoon and welcome to the post-match presentation of what has been a scintillating game here with the Eastern Storm walking away at the end by 6 wickets. Very good effort from Eastern Storm to win that game against the Fidelity Titans. Now, to start off the post-match presentation, I'd like to call up the losing captain from the Fidelity Titans, Robin Searle. Robs, unlucky. What do you think you guys could have done differently to win the match?
I'd like to just start off by saying credit to Easton's. Well done, good game. Especially Flo and then Kaylee there at the end with the nerve to play the lap shot, so well played. Yeah, look, I think we maybe could have been a little bit tighter here and there in the field, probably short 5 to 10 runs as well. But yeah, overall I think it was a really good game of cricket.
What kind of lessons does the Fidelity Titans take going back into the season? You're going to start the second half of the season in February, and this tournament, what has it provided for you guys to be able to work on certain things?
I think it's kind of forced us to play a really positive brand of cricket. I think we've learned to trust each other with the running, because you have no choice when you're playing such a short format. So I think we'll take that going forward. And then I think just general playing together as a group and having different individuals put their hands up. It's nice in terms of confidence, having done well here and then taking that forward into our domestic league.
Right. This being your guys' last game of the tournament, how can you sum up the performance of the team for the tournament and just the overall tournament?
Yeah, I'm really proud of the girls' team. I think you've been brilliant. I think we've played for the team. Everyone who's gone out there has put the team first. So really proud of that. And then the tournament as a whole, it's amazing to be part of this. Thank you to everyone who's made it possible, sponsors. The groundsmen have put in a lot of work. I think we actually should probably give them a hand. Yeah, without the groundsmen and their hard work, we probably wouldn't have got out. So, yeah, overall, thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. Best of luck going back into the season. And now I'd like to call up the winning captain from the Eastern Storm, Kaylee Craig.
Yes, captain.
Kaylee, well done. See you on a smile, but not pulling it out. Let's first speak about that shot that you played at the end there, with the nerves, with the score the way it was. Let's just speak about that. What was going through your mind to play that shot?
It was very gutsy from me. The girls came up and told me that I haven't seen you play the shot in the nets before, and they aren't lying. I think it's got to do with backing yourself. You know, even when you are down in the trenches, you feel like nothing's really working for you. Sometimes you just got to let it go and just allow the process to take you over the line.
And obviously yesterday when you played the Titans, you lost that match. You would have taken some lessons from there. What is it that you implemented differently in this match to walk away with the victory?
I think I need to give credit to my bowlers. They were brilliant today. They set us up for only chasing 100 in a 15-over match. Our fielding was also quite good. You know, there will be a couple of mistakes here and there. But I think, just like what we said, we ended off the day on a very positive note yesterday. We came in this morning just as positive, so we optimized on it and made sure that we came out with the win.
Now you've got a very important game coming up against the Lions. You win that match, you win the Global Cricket Tournament. And how are you feeling about that, being in the position that you are in now after last year?
We're quite excited for it. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. There's still a game of cricket that needs to be played. So we're still going to put our heads down, do what we're going to do best, and hopefully we will come out on top.
Thank you, Kaylee. Go and prepare for that last match. And now we are going to have the player of the match for today. And I'm just going to ask Ms. Bianca Joseph to just join us, the Titans board member, just to join us to hand over the player of the match accolades. The player of the match gets the Jundo sunglasses, a 150 Rand voucher from the Baron, and a hamper from Mitcham. And I think we can all agree who the man of the player of the match is. And the player of the match for this game, for scoring 50 of 26 not out, Flores Miller. Flores, big smile on you. Really Miller time, giving everybody a Miller time. How does it feel to be player of the match in a very important game like you just played now?
Yeah, it feels great to be honest, and thank you. I think it's just nice to get a few runs under my belt and feel confident going into the next game, and also to contribute to the team. I think that was quite a big win over the Titans. We know that they're a really strong side, and I think I got the impression around the group earlier, and a few of them were saying that we're kind of the underdogs of the tournament. So I think to get a win over this Titans in that sort of game is really pleasing.
And how did you go about the innings? What was going through your mind when you're going through your innings? You went in there needing about 12 and over to go. And how did you think you were just going to approach this match in order for you to walk away victorious at the end?
I think when Kaylee came in, we spoke about, the run rate was up at about 10 or 11 and over. So we talked about kind of trying to go for a boundary early in the over and then running hard between the wickets and trying to put pressure back onto their bowlers. We felt like we were very much under the pump at that point.
Thank you, Floris. Go and prepare for the last match. And that ends the post-match presentation here with the Eastern Storm winning by 6 wickets to end this match. They just need to go and win against the Lions if they are to win this season 2 of GCT.
Ready when you are. Okay.
Welcome back to the Global Cricket Tournament, where you find yourself watching the third game of day 3 at Irene Country Club. My name is Jenna Searle, and I'm joined by Ken Boyland as we bring live commentary and stream from the Global Cricket Tournament this third game between Eastern Storm women's team and the DP World Lions women's team.
DP World Lions won the toss and elected to bat first, and as we all just catch our breath after an absolute thriller before this game, Eastern Storm beating the Fidelity Titans, and that means that if they win this game, they win the tournament.
Yeah, that was a very exciting finish for Eastern Storm against the Fidelity Titans, Ken, as Peyton Coppin has the new ball. She starts from the Willie Van Heerden end. She starts off with a dot ball straight out to Tanique Williams at extra cover.
Very stylishly driven by Daniela Weber.
It's played hard through the covers, but there's protection out on the sweeper boundary, and they will just go through for the single. So that gets Danielle Weber off strike and adds the first run onto the scorecard.
And Kiamachetse Chwene will now face her first delivery. She's also one of the non-travelling reserves for the Under-19 World Cup, currently undergo.
Big swing and a miss, and just seaming in there from Peyton Coppin as it beats the inside edge of Chwene's bat and goes through to the keeper, Mpumelelo Mashluane, who is, of course, taking the gloves in place of Tamsin Hartman, who is on the bench. Coppin with that in swing, just swings a bit too much down the leg side. Adds another to the scorecard.
Easterns have also rested Tando Zulu and Simone Buerta, who have been absolute stars with the new ball for the team.
Beating that inside edge of the bat once again, Peyton Coppin, an exciting young talent. She's got that natural in-swinger. She kind of rolls her fingers over the seam. Chwene with a double step on that occasion, and Mashluane with lightning fast hands there behind the stumps, but manages to keep her foot down. It's not out.
Yeah, Peyton Coppin, just 18 years old, turns 19 in February, product of Kuro Schools.
She ends off her over with a very good-looking, well-shaped delivery that ends up with a dot. 6 balls have been bowled, 2 runs have been scored, and that'll be a bowling change for Eastern Storm, who are looking to take the trophy home.
What an achievement that would be for the Division 2 team, playing against two of the powerhouses of the women's domestic game in South Africa, the Titans and the Lions. And a good start by Peyton Coppin, taking the new ball for the first time in this tournament and conceding just 2 runs in that first over. Cholofelo Marema is going to open the bowling from the golf course end.
She has a beautiful fluid action, does Cholofelo Marema. Quite a high action, can move the ball both ways, but bowls her stock straight delivery more often than not. I think it is important to mention that the DP World Lions team that is at this tournament is not the same team that plays in the Hollywood Bets Pro Series. Excellent delivery there by Marema, just missing everything and going through to the keeper.
And you could see Weber kind of asking her batting partner, what did that do? She really was well and truly beaten by that one. Lucky not to lose her off stump.
She plays this over the leg side. That'll be a 1 bounce 4 as she takes her total up to 5. And Danielle Weber, big hitter of the ball. She's very good across the line. And she just proves that with that 1 bounce boundary.
Well, she certainly saw that one, okay. Right out the middle. Marema just dropping too short. If you bowl that short, it's not going to swing. It's not really going to move much off what is a very good batting pitch.
Yeah, the pitch has gotten better and better to bat on as the day has gone on. It's flattened out beautifully. This a lot fuller by Marema. And almost traps Danielle Weber out in front of the stumps.
Yeah, and then the ball bobbling around the stumps off her pad. Yeah, Marema much more effective when she pitches the ball up.
Sliced away through point and third man. Robin Dormal on chase. She picks it up and gets it in, but the batters manage to come through for 2.
Not really in control of that shot, Weber. 2 fielders were interested for a moment. Sessing and Dormal are at a short third man and point respectively.
This comes off what looks like the pad of Danielle Weber, and it goes out to the fine leg region. Must have touched something on the bat as it is given as runs. Chilofelo Marema not really finding her rhythm early on. Just strained down too far down the leg side, and she concedes one in the form of a wide.
Made her debut for Easterns in 2019.
Chaps training on the pads, but umpire Macheke having none of it. That brings the end of the second over. 10 runs on the scorecard for the DP World Lions women's team.
Yeah, and Weber has 8 of them. Joanna yet to get off the mark. Peyton Coppen to continue.
Lots of cricket has been played over the last 2 days. Of course, day 1 on Friday was rained out. The pitch way too wet to play on. Yesterday, there was a late start, but the groundsman really did an excellent job in getting the wicket ready for yesterday afternoon and today. This is a full here from Peyton Coppen and dotted down the wicket.
Yeah, one can't praise the groundsman and the ground staff enough here at Irene Villages Cricket Club. On the first day of the tournament, there was so much mud on that square.
She goes hard over the head of the captain, Kaylee Craig. It bobbles just over her head as she collects it. That's excellent running from the Lions. Batters out in the middle as they come back for the second.
And considering the weather, to come up with a pitch that's actually played so well has been a great effort by the ground staff.
Straying down the leg side there, Coppen. Because of her wristy action, that is definitely always a possibility, that leg side wide. She does need to make sure she's controlling her line on that 5th, 6th stump line. Giving the ball the best chance to seam in or swing in towards the right-hander. Oh, what would have been an excellent catch put down by Marema. at short 45. She was in the game there.
She's a tall lady with long arms, and she was at full stretch there. Very nearly hauled that in. Well, she saved runs though, at least.
That she did. And that's edged and caught by Mashlowane behind the stumps. Peyton Coppin with the breakthrough, the early breakthrough here of the player who was looking more aggressive of the two. Danielle Weber will walk back to the Lions gazebo. That is the first wicket. She goes for 10 from 10. The score 13 for the loss of 1.
So no Simone Buerta, no Tanda Zulu in this game for Easterns, both resting. But so far, Peyton Coppin is doing the business. She's bowled 10 balls and taken 1 for 5 so far. Gets the first wicket. That line just outside off stump, and the swish of the bat by Weber, and the edge through to Mashilwane, who's just showing what a talented all-round sportswoman she is, donning the gloves, as Tamsin Hartman is also on the bench for this final game.
And out to the crease comes the young talent of Naomi Lefe. She scored a lot of runs at junior cricket for the Lions.
Prolific run scorer at under 16 level. Batted really well in this tournament last year. Hasn't really come to the party yet this year.
It's a wonderful drive there, but straight to extra cover. They go for the quick single. There's a chance at a run out, but unfortunately the throw wasn't collected quick enough. And Tanique Williams struggling to get it in after the slight fumble. And that's much better there from Peyton Coppin. She brings the line in, and Chwene just defends that back to the bowler. With that dot comes the end of the third over, 14 runs. But the big breakthrough in that over by Peyton Coppin, assisted by Mpumelelo Mashlowane, to take the wicket of Danielle Weber for 10.
Kiama Getswich Chwene yet to get off the mark. She's been there for 6 deliveries, so needs to get going. Lions don't want to get stuck, and in a way that's been their problem through this tournament. They've been a bit sluggish, slow to get out the blocks with the bat, putting themselves under pressure. But can Neo Malefe, she's certainly got the ability to get in here and lay the platform for a decent score.
Rema continues. It's slightly airborne, and there's a slight confusion between the two batters at the crease whether or not to take the quick single, but decide against it in the end.
I think if they'd gone straight away, there was a run there. Deep mid-off had to run a bit to her right.
She goes on that good-looking drive again. This time they decide on the single. It hits the stumps and a bit of a chance at an overthrow, but well backed up by Peyton Coppin.
Pardon me, I got my lefts and my rights confused. It happens embarrassingly often, I'm afraid to say.
Slightly airborne there off the flat bat shot by Chwene, as she gets off the mark after 7 deliveries. She takes her first single out to long on. Rema with a slower ball outside the off stump, and a good piece of fielding by assessing at short third man.
Easterns were outstanding in the field against the Titans, And they've got their two fielders outside the ring in this power play are at long on and deep cover.
To hoink that out to the leg side. Doesn't get a lot of bat on it. And it's well fielded by Makubele at square leg.
Just losing her shape a bit there, Naya Malefe.
Marima, wicket to wicket. She allows just a quick single to come through. A good over in the end, just 3 runs from it. A very well constructed over from Chulafele Marima. And it looks like Peyton Coppin will continue.
Yeah, Easton's did this against the Titans as well. Captain Kaylee Craig electing to keep her new ball pair on, bowl them out up front. It worked, you can't deny it. They won the match, and they've made a good start here again. 17 for 1 after 4 overs. Coppin 2 overs for just 6 runs.
In swing towards the right hander on display, but let down in the field. Sonique Williams just fumbling that completely through the legs. They managed to get through for the single. Score goes up to 18 in the 5th. Coppin on the money there, bowling to a field. Excellent start here. Almost to the end. Played with soft hands by Shwene, but Peyton Coppin really, as I've said, bowling to a field here, Ken.
She's been excellent, yeah, just bringing it back into the right-handers, but getting the line right, starting at the outside off stump. And she's got decent protection on the leg side, but she hasn't needed it because she's bowling such a good line.
And just as you say that, Ken, she pulls it back. It's short and it's straight, and it's pulled across the line by Shwene. Goes 1 bounce over the boundary, which takes the team total to 22. 2 balls left in the 5th.
Very well put away by Kiamakhetsu Shwene. Coppin, the problem there was the length. It didn't really matter the line. If you're going to bowl that short, you're going to get pulled.
She goes short again. This time it stays low and it's defended into the offside for no run. Peyton Coppin's figures, even after that boundary, still looking really, really tidy. 1 wicket, 11 runs, 1 ball left in her spell. She goes for the full toss, completely missing her length, and it's pulled over square leg, collected by Marema. And they go through for 2 runs. That'll be the end of Peyton Coppin's spell. 3 overs, 13 runs for 1 wicket. I don't think she'll be disappointed with that at all. That's the end of 5 overs, 24 for 1. And we will have a commentary change. I will be replaced by Sean Mayers.
Well, Easton's captain Kaylee Craig will definitely take that in a 15-over game. 3 overs, 1 for 13. Excellent work by Peyton Coppin, taking the new ball as Simone Buerta and Tanda Zulu both resting for this game. She had big shoes to fill. Sean Myers, welcome back.
And Ken, after the last game, the excitement is still very high in the Easton's dugout. Looking for the first trophy for them of the year.
Well, that's going to be the challenge in this game, and so far they've done very well. Is coming off that high, of beating the Titans and then going straight into another game with just a half an hour break. But they seem focused. They've started very well.
I was surprised to see Simone Botha not on the field, but I guess that's the beauty of this tournament, of the game. You want to make sure that your bowlers are fresh, batters are fresh. You put somebody tired, that's where lines and lengths could start straying.
Yeah, I imagine it was a pre-existing plan to rest them for the last game, and Marema and Coppen have responded really well in their places.
And they just backed up in the field by their fielders, just throwing themselves around. Rasta Degat diving, making sure that there's no sniff of a second run there.
She's a real little terrier in the field, is Rasta Degat.
Molefe, I would say that was a bit of a half volley. A bit slow to pick it and just guiding it. I just want to see her go after the ball. I hate to say it, the Lions have the DP World Lions have nothing to lose. So a little bit more intent would be what I would like to see from them, especially in a game like this.
Yeah, now Molefe is a really, really bright talent. Prolific scorer, as I said, at under 16 level. Batted really well in this tournament last year. Just seems to be struggling with her game a bit, and more the tempo of her game.
What I am seeing, especially with younger players coming into the women's game, not only here at the Global Cricket Tournament, but also within the domestic structures, is at under 16, there's a lot more loose deliveries. Fielders aren't going to dive and throw as hard, so you're able to get away with a lot more.
Very well taken by wicketkeeper Mashiliwane, but I fancy off the pad.
A really good take. And yeah, but again, as I was saying, there's a lot more loose deliveries. Fielders aren't going to dive as much. So, and also just the mental aspect. You're going to get older players who are going to have a little bit of a word here and there with young players, get under their skin a little bit, see how mentally tough they are.
Yeah, your point feeds very much into what I was going to say about Molefe, is that she seems a little bit 4 or nothing at the moment. If she can't hit a boundary, then it tends maybe to be a bit of a dot ball situation, and maybe that's because she's so used to, at the level she's been playing, getting, as you say, more bad deliveries to put away, and she's certainly got the strength and the power to do that. She's still very young, and it's all part of learning the craft of batting. Just being able to turn over strike, manipulate the ball, the softer skills, if you like.
I guess it will come with time, just to learn that aspect of her game. Singles aren't going to be easy to come by when you go up to the next level. Especially in the power play. We can't say we're out of the power play, but there hasn't been too much of a reason to have, I would say, hasn't been much of a reason to not attack, especially on the offside. We do know that both players can hit a long ball on their leg side, so all 3 leg side fielders are there, but they just need to make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. So this is the dot ball count. Goes down.
Robin Dormel into the attack from the Wally van Heerden end. Nicely.
And nicely played to the third man boundary. Good chase.
Lovely touch by Chuene there. bit short from Dormel, so she was able to pull off the nifty stroke. Still no third man in place, so lots of space behind there.
I like what Shirena has done. You know, just guided to third man, forced Robin Dormel to come a little bit straighter. Double step, just keep the scoreboard ticking. I think that's what they need more of.
Malefe taking a leaf out of her partner's book. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that could just get some momentum into the innings and just force Easton's to maybe, and the bowler to maybe do something a little bit different. No bowler likes leaking, you know, a single or a two every ball.
You know, they say, you know, it's 6 balls in the over. If you get 2 every ball, you're going at 12s. So, you know, sometimes you need to look at it from the mats. Yes, you're not hitting 2 big 6s or a big, or, you know, this cracking 4. You know, but if you just keep the scoreboard ticking, at the end of the day, you're still going to be striking it at almost 200.
Exactly right, yeah. And it's funny how if you are taking the 1s and the 2s, the bad balls seem to follow as the bowlers try something different, and then those are the balls you can put away to the boundary.
And we see a bowling change coming from the golf course end, and it's Makotsa Sessing.
She's bowled well in this tournament, the spinner.
I love the Makotso Sessing, rather. I like how she's been very tight, has come in the middle overs and made sure she doesn't go for too many boundaries. Obviously backed up by incredible fielding. I think this will be the start of a really good rest of season for her. And that's what you want to see, you know, she's just getting up high, looking to get some turn. You can't ask for too much more from her. Let's knock down the ground. You know, I can't complain too much. I've really enjoyed watching how the Eastern Storm bowlers have gone about this innings, backing up some good bowling, bowling in partnerships. I'll say the only thing, they manages to get the ball past the keeper, but I'd say the only thing I would love to see more from, especially the spinners, is to put those stumps in play. Get the stumps in play. We've seen what happens when the seamers are getting them in play. There's always something on offer.
Makabela getting the ball on the bounce there at a deep backward square. Just Sessing's line was better, but the length was too short. Yeah, so important to get the length right with the line. As you say, if you're going to bowl straighter, it's got to be the right length. And again, she's a bit short. Hit away through square leg. But Sessing is very much just at the start of her senior career in the Hollywood Bets Pro 20. She's only bowled 4 overs in her career, taken 2 for 18 already, so that's good. Stumping chance. Oh.
And Mpumi Mashluwane will be disappointed with herself. Throws her head back in dismay and missing that stumping opportunity. Sessing has, I would say, 2 opportunities where I'll say that there was some some buys that went past Mashluwane, just keeping her in the game, but a really good over from Sessing.
Yeah, nicely bowled Mashluwane, perhaps just standing up a little bit early there, ended up snatching at the ball a bit, and a chance gone a begging for a second wicket for Easterns, but at least they have kept the run rate really under check here. 37 for 1, the Lions, after 8 overs, so they're going at less than 5 to the over, and they really need to get a move on now.
And a good attempt to find the boundary, but lots of protection on the leg side with, I'd say, the quickest and the best fielders currently fielding on the boundary for the Eastern Storm.
Yeah, and it's a long way out there. You got to make better contact than she did with that delivery. It was a bit of inside half of the bat.
And as we've seen, full tossers are getting wickets in this tournament. So not completely a bad ball from Robin Dornell in this tournament.
Every now and then she slips one in.
You know, can some call it buying a wicket, but that was well played by Molefe, just knocking it around the corner to that vacant fine leg area.
Yeah, clever by Molefe. Acres of space behind square on the leg side. Closest field is definitely the wicket keeper, but apart from her, there's a deep square leg and quite a straight mid wicket. So short third man as well. A lot of running.
It's a much better line and length, but I do still think that is a half volley. That should be hit a lot harder. Try and get it past extra cover. Some turn, some bounce. Robin Dornell using all her trickery. Keep the scoreboard from ticking. A big hit down the ground, and Arasta Degard stops it, saving what would be a definite 2. She's quick across, and it just keeps it down to 1, saving 3 runs.
Yeah, lovely fielding. So quick across the ground, and very quick to release the throw as well. Wonderful athlete, Arasta Degard. It really has been a pleasure to watch her in the field during this tournament. Looks like she might be bowling soon as well, as she swings her arms around a bit.
No, sometimes you just swing your arms just to let the captain know, I'm ready. Putting her hand up, I'm ready. Please pick me. Give me a chance. That just might be me, but
No, I think you speak for most, Sean.
And around her leg, Sessing has her first scalp, and it is the aggressive Neo Molefe who has to depart. Bold, going too far across, and Sessing taking out her leg stump. Molefe departs for 15 off 20.
Yeah, a bit careless really by Neo Molefe there, and a big blow struck. Because, again, she got herself in. She's been there 20 balls. And really the Lions would have been looking to her to provide some impetus to an innings that really is going nowhere at the moment. 42 for 2, and we're in the 10th over of the innings. It's they're only 2 wickets down, but you have to say it's been a poor start.
It has been a poor start, but you know, all credit goes to the Eastern Storm ladies, where they haven't got wickets. They've made sure we keep the run rate down. We make sure that there's no, I'll say, freebies. Right, throw your body around, make them toil, make them work, graft for every single run that they're going to score.
Yeah, it just shows you that you don't necessarily need to do something incredible or special. Sometimes it's just the basic disciplines of keeping a good line, bowling the right lengths, and just good controlled bowling backed by good fielding gets you in the game.
No, definitely, and it is I would say, I mean, if she looks back on this innings, will be disappointed by some of the half volleys that she didn't show intention. If it wasn't going for 4, it was kind of just like a nudge to the fielders instead of looking right. If I hit it hard on the ground, that means outside off. If I miss, nothing happens. I don't see that too often. In the 10th over in a match, where the batter leaves the ball alone.
Sarah Barber just giving herself a sighter there.
And she's off the mark. Getting that to Katie Craig at mid-wicket. Gets her innings off to a start. I think, yeah, just the intent. I think they'll look back at some of the dot balls and realise we could have scored. We could have just pushed it at it a little bit harder. I'm a firm believer that if it's outside off, you have to go for it, especially if it's not coming back into your stumps. And it doesn't look like there's too much sharp turn coming from assessing. It's in the air, just over mid-wicket, and they managed to only get one, bring Sarah Barber back on strike. Good use of her feet for Chwene.
Well, it ended up being quite a high full toss from Sessing.
And just chipped over the bowler into that vacant area. No, but that is one of the safest the safest areas on the field.
I think Sessing was in business there very nearly. Sarah Barber beaten in the flight and just managed to get it over the bowler.
I think what's helped Sarah with that one is she didn't try to overhit it. She just checked it, because I think if she did try and overhit it, she was going to be in a world of trouble, but just held her shape and managed to get it over the bowler. It's the end of the 10th over, 45 for 2. Now we'll see a commentary change with the man, the legend, Ken Borland, who's going to have a well-deserved break, and the legend herself, Jenna Searle, will be joining me for the last 5 overs. And a change in commentary also sometimes is paired up with a change on the field. Coming from the Wally van Heerden end, we've got Arasta Degat coming in for her first over. The Namibian internationals has a skiddy action, and I think we'll get some purchase with the current conditions. Just knocked down too long on.
Not a lot of intent being shown at the moment by the DP World Lions team. Just kind of ticking on, doing what they have to do.
And that is the Degat's first wicket with her second delivery, keeping it wicket to wicket. I'd say that was almost just a hoik by Chwene. She will be disappointed with that. She now has to depart with her off stump gone. Her leg stump gone. She scores 15 after 26 deliveries.
Yeah, and that's the purchase that she had asked for, Sean. She really just pitched that on off stump, and it seemed in towards the right-hander, crashing into leg stump. And Chwene gone for 15 off 25. And to the crease comes the Lions captain, Jenna Libba.
I actually don't think this is a bad idea. Losing the wickets they did, there was a lot of dot balls between Molefe and Chwene. It came up to 24 dot balls. That's 4 overs of dot balls just between the two of them. So I do think that a little bit of aggression, they have wickets in hand as the DP World Lions. So I do think that these two, Sarah Barber and Jenna Lee Libba, can almost from ball 1 look to start rotating the strike, get back on ball, hit the gaps, and if they can, get a boundary as soon as possible.
Yeah, definitely. That boundary is vital.
I do think a competitive total here, the DP World Lions will be looking at 100 runs, going at 10 runs and over. But with the current, I'd say with the current run rate, it's 2 new batters. We have to give them time. You never know. That we've seen stranger things in this game.
Yes, definitely stranger things have happened, but for that 100 mark to happen, both new batters would have to get going as soon as possible.
They do, and both of them are very hard hitters of the ball and like to clear that front leg. And there, Jenna just showing the power, just a back foot punch, showing her power to get it past the fielder, to open up her account.
25 balls left in the innings. I think each ball needs to be treated individually as Sarah Barber faces up for the last ball of Dirgat's over.
And she just knocks it down to the sweeper boundary on the offside. It's the last ball of the over. Scores 48 for 3.
Well, the DP World Lions just really struggling with intent at the moment. And if they want to reach anywhere close to that 100 mark, they're going to need to pick things up a little bit. However, the people who are going to make that difficult for them are really on the money and putting their best foot forward.
I do think that these two can afford to move around. Right? They're both strong on the front foot. They both like to see the ball flying. So I don't see why you can't run at the bowler. Force them to change their length. Force angles in the field to change as they change the length, change the line, and are hitting from different areas. But there you have it. It's a short down the leg side, and Sarah Barber with her first boundary, 2 backward square leg, setting a little bit too straight, and just with the angle, Sarah Barber just helps it around the corner.
Yeah, for sure. And with that boundary from Sarah Barber brings up the 50-run mark for the DP World Lions team. And they are now closer to 100 than they have been the whole innings. And they'll be looking to increase that steadily.
I think, they say slow and steady. I think this group is not going to forget slow and steady. We need to go at 100 miles an hour. And there you have it, Sarah Barber again through the offside. Uppish, but gets into the gap. And it's 2 welcome runs. And there you have it, 2 balls, 6 runs. They say bat in 5s and 7s, but, nobody's going to say no to extra runs. And definitely not the DP World Lions in the current situation they're in. Very wide. I mean, it's always helpful. If the batter's going to give you runs, you take them with open arms. Sarah Barber just going deep in her crease, but trusting. Oh, that was definite. A run out if Sessing had collected that one. Living life on the edge, yeah?
Yeah, well, that was slightly risky. I don't mind that at all. It keeps the scoreboard ticking. It puts pressure on the bowlers, puts pressure on the fielders, and forces them to make the mistake. And that is kind of what happened. So the reward needs to be worth it.
Tossed up, and Jenna Libba just waiting for it to just knock it down too long off. I do think she could have, met that ball on the full.
Yeah, definitely she could have. It almost feels as though she's playing within herself. She has only faced 4 balls, so I do hope that she can come out of her shell and start expressing herself more.
And a strong shot by Sarah Barber, but Dirgat equal to the task. If anything, stopping a definite 2 runs as it raced across. As she dived to her left. That is the fielding you want. That's something special from Eastern Storm ladies.
She is so fit, so athletic and agile in the field. She is definitely worth her weight in gold.
And Sarah Barber just knocking that down to the vacant fine leg area. A definite 2 runs. I like that shot. It's going to hopefully force a change in the field, change in length. But it's been a very productive over for the DP World Lions. It's the end of the 12th over, and the score is 59 for 3.
Yeah, 13 runs from that over, and finally the DP World Lions team are challenging the bowlers, which is exciting to see.
I think the target now will be to, at least in the last 3 overs, get 20 runs to put 80 on the board. But I think with Sarah Barber, I think she needs to tell Jenna Liver, you have to play. This is a fantastic situation where you have the freedom to get as close to the ball as possible and just free your arms. Just lean into it and just play as freely as possible.
And she's definitely capable of doing that. She's not someone who usually plays within herself.
And there you have it, a back foot punch again. You can see the power hitting it through the gap, forcing a dive on the, I'd say, extra cover boundary by Kaylee Craig, and she gets 2 runs. Jenna has that power off the back foot, and she is a strong front foot player. I always wonder how much further would she go if she met it on the full, or as she was leaning into it. I think that ball would sail.
Yeah, I do want to see her actually hit the ball and go through with the shot. Because as you said, Sean, she does have that power.
Oh, and fielder, she thought that it was going to get it, but the good awareness from Jenna Lee Libber, and manages to steal a run.
And it's almost the first sign of tiredness from the Eastern Storm team, as Peyton Coppin just decided to let that one go. And they do need to be better. They've been so good all day in the field, been on the money, made sure that they're diving and putting their body on the line.
And Sarah Barber also not wasting time. She's probably going to look for the second, and she does. It's a touch and go. A good throw from the boundary. Good running from Sarah Barber. And that's what you want. Can't get the boundary, get the 2s. And luckily, these 2 are running well together.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is an excellent chance for Sarah Barber to show what she's worth. She hasn't played a lot of cricket in the Lions first team, the team that plays in the Hollywood Bets Pro Series. And so if she can score runs and make a difference here in this emerging setup, then they could be considering her for that 18.
I think she's been plagued with a few injuries, so this is her opportunity. A wide ball from Dechart. She's apologizing straight away. She knows that she doesn't want to give runs away. And also she knows that she's better than that. So just taking responsibility. Don't worry, I'm going to be on the money in the next ball. And there you have it, on the money, bowling to her field set.
Sean Mayers calling it as it is.
I guess I've been lucky to have faced the rest of the Dechart. Not in a competition like this. We're both wearing different colour kits. And as you see it, no room for Sarah Barber. Sarah wants to free her arms on the offside. But just that skiddy action, that ball coming in, and Dechart giving her no room.
Yeah, it's really clever bowling, as the first half of the over was being bowled outside that off stump consistently, and changing it back, bringing it in tighter to the right hander and cramping up her style.
6 runs from the over so far. The DP World Lions will be looking for a boundary. And just knocked down to a long off for the single. I think it's not a bad idea to have Sarah Barber on strike. It's the end of the 13th over. Score 66 for 3. And I'd say this is the start of a really good partnership if they can try and get a boundary, and well, at least 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, definitely those boundaries are going to be crucial. There are 12 balls left in this innings, and DP World Lions team need to make sure that the bad balls are put away. That might be difficult, as Robin Dormal is taking the ball. She's bowled most of her overs from the Wally van Heerden end. She's changing it up, coming out from the golf course end with her right arm off spin.
So it's an interesting change of ends, especially with her bowling into the right-hander. That just means that the shorter boundary is at play.
And she is a big turner of the ball with the slope that could create one or two problems.
And I said, leaving the short third area vacant. So we do know she's going to be looking to bowl straight. And a low full toss, and it's only knocked down to long on. I'm telling you, Jenna, low full tosses seem to be the one in this tournament.
Yeah, I think so often coaches throw back of a length outside the off stump, and players have gotten so good at playing those good textbook shots that they forget how to hit the ball hard when it's a bad ball.
And a good ball comes. It's a Yorker, but I do feel that Jenna Libbe should express herself. Just attack the ball. You've got 2 overs left, or just under 2 overs. Just go after it.
Yeah, she has nothing to lose.
The DP World Lions do need boundaries if they want to get 80 runs on the board. We do know Eastern Storm have a good read of the wicket. Their batters have been batting well. In all fairness, Florence Miller and everybody batting around her. And straight to Kelly Craig. Ooh, and potential run-out opportunity, but better running from Sarah Barber.
Yeah, good cricket all round, as Sarah Barber hit that confidently, called early, and didn't hesitate on the run at all, but a good piece of fielding by Kaylee Craig.
Oh, that's much better from Jenna Lee Libbe, looking to use her feet, change the length, and usually that does mean that one of two things will happen. Either it's going to come shorter, or will force Robin Dormel to bowl a little bit faster. And the moment there's pace on the ball, there's not much turn, and she is a turn of the ball, and it will just work into Sarah Barber's strength. Oh, it's a top edge. Dechard gets under it and takes the catch. Not the best delivery from Robin Dormel. Sarah Barber will be disappointed, losing her wicket. That is 18 runs off 17 deliveries. She was the aggressor. She'll be disappointed with it, but she did know she had to go for the ball, had to look to get runs, and that is the end of her innings. It also is the end of the 14th over. There's 1 over left to go, and it brings Tristan Cronje to the crease.
Yeah, Sarah Barber really not wanting to leave the middle, kind of asking the square leg umpire whether or not that was a no ball because of height. I think it was just below that hip height. And unfortunately, just coming off second base, there's that not taking advantage of the full toss delivery once again.
I think after this tournament, every single coach will be throwing some full tosses to their batters. Make sure that the bad ball, when it comes, must not be a wicket. It must go.
Yeah, definitely must go. Those are freebies. And
was the end of the 14th over. Dechard coming in, bowling the last over. Will be looking to keep the score under 80 to give the Eastern Storm ladies, I would say, more time, a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, definitely, and a win in this game will secure their position as champions of the 2025 Global Cricket Tournament.
And Dechard, knowing what she's done there, that's not hitting the stumps, but cramping up Jenna Lee Libbe for room. Jenna is not moving her feet as freely as you would hope.
No, not at all. She doesn't seem confident with the bat in hand. And yeah, I really do hope that she can find herself. She Only has 5 balls to do it.
And there we go, moving over to the offside. That does mean that Tristan Cronje comes to the crease. Will be facing her first ball. Tristan can hit hard, can hit it hard and long.
Yeah, she does have a lot of power behind her. She can clear that front leg. She will definitely be playing with the boundary rope.
And there you have it, straight away off the mark. The intention clearly shown from Tristan. Bat on ball, and it's either single or it's a boundary. And that's what you want, especially from somebody, the new batter coming in. Look for the boundary, swing hard, just keep your head down. And I think that's what we need from Jenna. It's only 3 balls left in this innings. She does need to get more bat on balls, more intent. And that's better. That's what you need from the DP World Lions captain. Dekhar will be very happy with how this over is going.
Yeah, she's bowling a really good last over of the inning. She's kept it full. She's kept it close to the stumps. And really just varying her speed, making sure that the bounce isn't consistent.
And there you have it. Hit the pad. But they still managed to get the single, which is what you want. You hit the boundary, that's what you want. I'm sure Tristan would have loved to see that sailing over the boundary.
Yeah, definitely the eyes lit up at that straight and full delivery, but unable to get any bat on it. It's given us leg byes, and this is exceptional bowling from Arasta Dirghart.
And there you have it. Also again down to the long off boundary. They're going for 2. They had to go for the second run to try and up the scoring antique. Tristan Cronje doing the team thing and sacrificing her wicket for potential extra run. That's what you want from, I would say, from your team players. I would say disappointing for her, but that is the end of the innings. It does mean the DP World Lions will only have 74 runs on the board, with the Eastern Storm ladies needing 75 runs to win this tournament, this 2025 Global Cricket Tournament. We're going to go through the batting innings from the DP World Lions. And it started off with Danielle Weber and Khiomoretsuwe Chwene. They opened up the innings. Danielle showing some intent, 10 runs off of 11. Chwene, only 15 runs, but a lot of dot balls in her innings. Neo Malefe showing that she wants to score quicker. 15 runs off 21 balls, also a lot of dot balls there, but Sarah Barber, I'll say, was the aggressor in this innings and put some impetus. You almost want her to come onto the track earlier. 18 runs off 17 deliveries. And not out on 9 is Captain Jedeli Libba, 9 runs off 12. And Tristan Cronje run out on the last ball of the innings for 1.
Yeah, slightly disappointing batting innings from the DP World Lions. They definitely had more in them. And unfortunately for them, they will have to do the difficult work of defending a total of 75 runs. However, I do think that cricket is a funny game and anything can happen. As I will just take you through the bowling. Peyton Coppen and Cholofelo Marema started off the innings with 3 overs apiece. Bowled really well, really good economy. Both of them under 5 to the over. 3 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket for Coppen. Marema, 3 overs, 14 runs for no wicket. Then Robin Dormal came up and she bowled really nicely as well. 5 to the over. She bowled 3 overs for 15 runs. She got a very important wicket. And Sising also 3 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Rasta Diergaard with an exceptional finish, as that is some of the best death bowling that I have seen in a long time, as she bowled her 3 overs for 14 runs, 1 wicket, and that last over contributing to the run out of Tristan Cunha. So you will catch us in about 5 or 10 minutes as we will bring you the second innings of the final game of the Global Cricket Tournament here at Irene Country Club, as the Eastern's Storm women will look to take the title of champions if they can score 75 runs.
to Irene Country Club for the chase. Eastern Storm with the trophy at stake. And what a famous victory it would be for them if they can get across the line here against the DP World Lions. With me is Jenna Searle. Jenna, who's your money on?
Thank you, Ken. Definitely on Easterns. It would be very exciting if they were to take the trophy home. However, the home team, and I do have a slight bias having family in that team, are definitely supporting the Lions in order to hold on to the trophy. They are defending that trophy, of course. And cricket is a funny game, so anything can happen.
76 is the target as a short ball to start with, and just pulled away for the single by Iwazaki, Haruna Iwazaki.
Tokoloho Matsepe opening the bowling for the Lions team once again.
Short again from Matsepe, and Thelma Makubela says, thank you very much. Just what I wanted. First ball, pulled away for 4.
Yeah, this looks like a tired start. Maybe muscles are tired, muscles are fatigued, and definitely not the start that the Lions need, especially defending a low total.
Yeah, boundary, second ball. Just 71 more runs needed. Short again and again. It's leg side runs. Easy pickings for Thelma Makubela. As soon as she beat the short fine leg, away it goes for 4 more.
And this is an excellent start from the Eastern Storm batter, the young Thelma Makubele, as she soars to 8 runs off 2 deliveries.
Very talented player, Thelma Makubele. She's represented the SA Phillies team at the end of the 2023 under-19 week. That's like the B side, like the boys have the SA Colts team. And now wide. Sepi's lucky, I think, to get away with that.
Yeah, lucky as it may be, that's a dot ball as well. TP World Lions will need more of those in order to defend the 76 that they put on the board.
Yeah, at least the length was okay, and it wasn't bashed through the leg side for runs like the previous balls. It's a nice drive from Makubela. Cronje had to get across quickly to do the fielding. She does well.
Yeah, better comeback delivery from Matsepe. It was fuller, it was straighter, and had to be a use of good technique from Makubele to squeeze that one out for the single that she did.
Nicely worked by Iwasaki, but straight to short fine leg.
Japanese international waited for that really nicely, played it underneath her eyes, just turning her hands over the ball to keep the ball down.
It was quite a square short fine leg. I think usually she'd get runs for that. That would have been, normally your short fine leg is a bit finer, and it would have been past her. 1 over gone, and already the Eastern Storm well underway. 10 without loss, chasing just 76 for victory. We're going to have spin from the other end. Samantha Swanepoel.
Samantha Swanepoel has been consistent for this Lions team so far this tournament. Hasn't let very many bad balls go, and the bad balls that she has bowled have gotten her wickets. As we saw earlier on, Catherine Pryor caught at mid-wicket off a very slow full toss by Samantha Swanepoel. Sometimes bad balls bring wickets.
Nicely tossed up, but even better The drive by Thelma Makubela lashed away through the covers. 4 more.
She leaned into that beautifully. It was a really slow delivery. She waited long, got her head and her weight across to the ball and completely played through the line of that delivery, bisected the fielders expertly and earned herself 4 more. So 62 more runs to win here for the Eastern Storm ladies, and there is a lot of enthusiasm from the dugout.
And confidence, just the way Makubela is playing, it just exudes confidence. And that's what I love about how Easterns have played in this tournament. They're playing against the big girls, against the Division 1 unions, and they have not taken a step backwards. Slog sweep, bottom edge, so it's an easy bit of fielding for short fine leg. Too short from Sanapur and slapped off the back foot through the covers again by Makubela. I'm not sure it's going to reach the fence this time. They'll get 2 runs.
Yeah, and perhaps slightly lazy running there between the wickets as the throw came in slowly from the boundary. The 3rd run was definitely on the cards.
Do you think Makubela wants to keep the strike?
Yes, definitely, especially considering the way that she's hitting the ball. It's clean and it's really confident, as you were saying, Ken.
Sanapur continues to toss the ball up. She's bashed through cover point now. There is a fielder on the boundary though, just to keep it to 1.
A change in gloves here for the Lions team as Kia Betswe Chwene has the gloves for the Lions team.
Lovely slog sweep by Iwazaki, just for a single. Yeah, the Lions have certainly been hurt a lot by the injury to Amara Carr, their English import.
And Sunay Wittmann.
Correct. Namibia's captain also not playing. Yeah. Down the ground, hit nicely by Makubela. The fielding is half made. It's going to stop the ball from going to the boundary.
Yeah, the fielding definitely prevented a boundary, but the knock-on allowed the 2nd run to take place, and that's 20 for no loss after 2, with Samantha Swanepoel going for 10 in that over. So going at a run rate of 10 currently is a really great intent from the Eastern Storm ladies.
And it just ensures that there's not too many nerves at the start. The last thing Easterns would have wanted chasing a small target is a nervy start where you lose 1 or 2 wickets, where the openers get a bit stuck, 4 behind the run rate. But they're well ahead, going at 10 to the over in the first 2 overs. See a change of bowling. It's the leg spinner Tuto Tiberi, her 2 fielders are at a deep mid wicket and a deep extra cover. And this might not clear mid on. Catch, well taken. Good catch. Tiberi strikes first ball, and it's nicely pulled down by Tokoloko Matsepe.
Yeah, we saw her struggle under the high ball this morning with something similar. She dropped 2 to Yani Gida in the Titans game, but she definitely settled well underneath that one. The hands went up and maybe a little bit shaky, but in the end the result was successful.
Delighted for her. Never nice to drop a couple of catches. Then the next one comes along and you're full of doubts, full of nerves, but she did well there. So the leg spinner Tiberi makes the breakthrough for the DP World Lions. Easton's 20 for 1, and it's the big wicket of Thelma Makubela. No, it was Sark.
Yeah, Makubele is now joined by Mpumelelo Mashluane. Excellent young talent coming out of Eastern Storm.
She's batted really nicely in this tournament so far. Looks a great talent.
It really isn't anything too flashy from the young batter. She's just calm and confident, goes about her business.
Seems to have a natural gift of timing, and she uses that to good effect. Dragged down from Tepede off the edge by Mashiliwane. Oh, a bit of bounce there for the leg spinner. Shiliwana just trying to find her bearings against the leg spin.
Yeah, hasn't found her groove at all, really. She's only faced 3 balls.
Slower from Tebede, beautifully bowled that. Slowed it up, gave it a bit more flight, and had Mashiliwana groping outside off stump.
Mpumelelo definitely caught on the crease.
And then that's a bit too short, but good fielding. Nice for a one-handed save. There will be a single.
Good piece of fielding by the captain, Jenna Libbe. She had a big dive to the right at a short extra cover position. The slight fumble allowed the single to end the over, what would have been a wicket maiden, except for that one at the end of the over. So after going the first 2 overs at 10 runs and over, I think Tutu Tebedi really has brought the run rate down nicely. A good comeback over from her.
Yeah, she bowled really nicely. A bit of pressure on her that made a good start. Easton's, you're a leg spinner bowling inside the power play. Not easy, but she did very well as Samantha Sonapul will continue from the golf course end.
Long on and cow corner out on the boundary.
And it's going towards cow corner, but it's not going to clear mid-wicket. It's another catch off the top edge and a big wicket. Mpumelelo Mashiliwane goes for just 1.
Yeah, and Matsepe under the high ball again. She makes no mistake. She learnt from this morning's terrible happenings, and she takes 2 in the short span of 2 overs here. And that pressure of the couple of dots to Mpumelelo Mashiliwane getting to her and just unable to find the middle of the bat.
It's the wonderful thing about cricket. There's always the chance of redemption. Motsepe had a torrid time in the field this morning, but loving it this afternoon. 2 good catches, 2 skiers. She's taken very well. 21 for 2 now, Easton's. Are the Lions starting to believe?
I do hope so. If the Lions are starting to believe, as you say, Ken, it could make for an exciting second innings here.
Robin Dormel comes to the crease. She's been in good form in this tournament. Hard-hitting batter.
High score of 40 of 25 balls, so she definitely is in form. She struggled slightly in this morning's game against the Titans. But luckily, Florence Miller was able to come in at the back end and take away the victory from the defending champions. Robin Dormel in excellent form with the ball. Hopefully she can continue that with the bat.
This is out there on the cut shot. Gets off the mark with 1 too long on, as Sonapul couldn't cut that off her own bowling.
Yeah, slightly lazy there off of her own bowling. Getting a hand there would have restricted Robin Dormel from getting the single and kept the new batter on strike.
heaved away between mid-wicket and mid-on. A bit of work for the cow corner running across to do, but now Malefe has done well there, and 2 runs for Makubela takes her to 18.
Off just 9 deliveries.
Yeah, she's not hanging about. Cut now, and there is no point, but there's a fielder on the boundary. Just be the one. Samantha Swanepoel's bowling slower and slower. It's not going to reach the wicketkeeper just now.
It definitely feels like that. The batters really have to generate their own power behind the ball because they're getting nothing from the off spinner. Good end to the over. Samantha Swanepoel ending her second. Her figures much better in that over, just going for the 4 runs, and of course the wicket of Mpumelelo Mashlowane ends the 4th over 25 for 2.
So just 51 more runs needed by Easterns. They've got 55 balls to get that in. So just about a run a ball.
From here, it feels like an easy finish.
66 balls. Sorry, I was wondering why Jenna was looking at me a bit oddly. Matt's letting me down there.
Definitely feels like it's going downhill from here for the Eastern Storm. But as we've said, cricket is a funny game and anything can happen.
Tabedi is hit back over her head from the drag down. It's well struck by Makubela, and that's another boundary for the opener. That's her 4th 4 and takes her to 25 not out.
Thelma Makubele really striking exceptionally cleanly here for the Eastern Storm team. She saw the shorter pitch delivery, went with a flat bat into that safe, straight is safe region.
Better length from Tabedi, but the line going wrong now. Nice to hear a bit of encouragement from her teammates. Cut away powerfully by Makubela. My word, she struck the ball beautifully in this little innings so far. That's another boundary for her.
Yeah, this is an exceptional batting from the young opener, and it's risk-free cricket, which is what I'm enjoying. There's no rush. She's just looking at the ball and she's playing the ball as it comes to her.
Exactly. She's really pouncing on any deficiency in length or line, and generally keeping the ball on the ground. So as you say, risk-free, wonderful batting by Thelma Makubela. That was a bit of a loose swish. Slower from Tabedi, hit straight to mid-off. Well bowled. Tuto Tabedi slowing down the pace, and Makubela trying to go over the top. Didn't have the timing that time, and a comfortable catch for mid-off.
Yeah, as soon as we said risk-free cricket, she decided to take a risk there, Ken. But a very well-constructed innings there from her. It looked calm, it looked confident, and she departs for 29 of just 14 balls. And I think she's definitely a young player to look out for in the future.
Most definitely, and she's given Easterns a good start, almost single-handedly. 29 out of the 34 runs on the board. But the key partnership now to break is upon the lines, because Florence Miller, who just played an absolutely exceptional innings to win the match against the Titans, 50 not out of just 26 balls. She comes to the crease to partner the in-form Robin Dormel, and as a pair, these are two batters who can certainly be very destructive.
Yeah, definitely, and I heard her saying to Lesego earlier, she did a little bit of an interview saying that the calmness and the clear mind that Kaylee Craig brought when she came out into the middle for the game against the Fidelity Titans really gave her the boost that she needed, and they kind of fed off each other during that innings, and they knew if they were there together that they could get over the line.
Oh, starts off very well, Florence Miller. It was nicely tossed up by Tutu Tomato, but just eased away through the covers for a couple of runs. That's wonderful to hear, Jenna, because, you know, Kaylee Craig, it's been a tough tournament for her as captain. Made ducks in her first 2 games, was involved in a couple of run-outs, dropped a catch. And that's very neatly cut away to the cover sweeper, just a single. But she did a fine job in that partnership with Florence Miller. Just did exactly the right thing. And then let's not forget that when it came down to the crunch with 4 runs needed off 2 balls, she was the one who got the boundary with a really clever bit of innovation.
Yeah, and to come off with the start that she did, as you're saying, 2 ducks, and then to have the confidence to pull off a shot like that, a risky shot like that, I think was unbelievable. And I think that just gives way to the partnership that the two of them had. However, with that 5 overs done, 37 for 3, and I'm stepping away to make room for Sean Mayers.
So 37 for 3 after 5 overs. Samantha Swanepoel will continue bowling her 3rd over from the golf course end. Robin Dormail on strike. Hits uppishly, but middle off his back, so no danger there.
And Robin Dormail just calling early, making sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. I like the intent with her running.
Beg your pardon, it was Florence Miller who played that stroke. Oh, really tossed up this time, but Miller up to the task, driven all along the carpet to the cover sweeper.
I was very impressed with Florence Miller, where after the game I spoke to her and she's saying, I'm batting a little bit lower down than I would want to. It is where she bats, around the area where she bats for Essex. She's hoping that this will allow an opportunity for her to bat up the order when she goes back to England. That's what she's trying to do, which goes to show the mindset she has. She's looking at every opportunity to bat, you know, just to better herself and her career.
Slapped away down the ground. Swanepoel, I think she got a hand to it, but can't stop the single. Yeah, you know, that is a great attitude. I think, you know, any game of cricket you play, you can make it a learning experience. You can take something out of it, I believe. And that's, Florence Miller has certainly put this little trip to South Africa to great use. Slog sweep by Miller now. And very well placed in time, and she has her first boundary.
Yes, she's a busy player, and square legs in the ring, just get it left or right of that inner ring fielder, and it's a definite 4, especially with how hard she's hitting it. And also, you know, speaking of wanting to make every experience a learning experience, she has said, I'm not there to save the game. It's a team effort.
Down to long on for 1.
It's a team effort, and she's shown that with batting with Kaylee Craig, making sure the runs are there. So even with Robin Dormail, who top scored yesterday for Easterns, Florence Miller has come in and, you know, there's no expectation that she must win the game for the Eastern Storm ladies.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously helped Easterns to have a player of her calibre in this tournament. But it hasn't been a one-lady show. There's no doubt about that. The Easterns as a unit have really looked as if they have really enjoyed their cricket. They've bowled and fielded superbly. And we were just talking about it off air between matches, how yesterday when there was no play in the morning, nevertheless, Eastern's spent much of the morning playing a game of tennis ball cricket on the field, and there was much laughter, and you could just see they just loving playing together at the moment as Tabedi continues. It's straight down the ground, lovely shot by Florence Miller. One bounce over the boundary for 4.
I guess that's what happened when you are enjoying your cricket. You're able to express yourself, and it's not so long ago that she was raising her bat unbeaten after scoring a well-deserved 50. So her form just continues.
And it's 50 up for Easton's. So rapidly closing in on their target of 76 and the title, the second global cricket tournament champions.
You know, maybe this is the prompt to, you know, to take every opportunity by the horns.
And now the sweep comes out. She's got it away through mid-wicket. Work for Cronje on the boundary, and 2 more for Miller.
Yes, to take every opportunity. That's what Florence Miller has done. Her coaches are around and have been watching every single game. So this will also, you know, just knocking on the door. Let me bat in the top order. You can see I'm playing the strokes. I'm adjusting to the situation and winning matches for my team.
Well, that's it. You know, it was certainly a high-pressure situation against the Titans. Easterns were 29 for 4, chasing. They needed exactly 100 for victory, and to be able to pull that off under pressure, I don't care what game of cricket it is, there's valuable learnings in that, as this is too short, and Robin Dormel has put it away over short fine leg for another boundary.
I think these two are thinking they're going to finish the game now. But yes, it doesn't matter what game of cricket. To score boundaries under that kind of pressure with the calibre of players that the Titans have and the run of form they were coming into that match with, you almost want to say, you know, you want somebody like Florence Miller in every team.
Indeed, and just her prowess in the field as well. Wonderful fielder, very valuable there as well. Too short to Tabedi, just over the short extra cover limber, but it's going to be another boundary for Robert Dormel, and I just wonders, Tabedi went for a few in her previous over. I'm not sure there's much to be gained by her bowling another over against these two very aggressive, dominant batters.
Yes, and Robin Dormel was talking to her after her innings, and after coming out to a low full toss caught at extra cover, she did say that that ball should have sailed to the boundary, and I'll say righting that wrong, making sure it doesn't happen again when she's caught at extra cover, ensuring it goes to the boundary and getting the single to keep the strike.
Yeah, just 14 more runs needed to win now. 62 for 3 Easterns after 7 overs. Dormel on 11, Miller on 18, and both these batters will want to now finish the job. Get back off the field with those little asterisks next to their names.
I'll also send a message to the other franchises, especially for Robin Dormel, that she is around. So only 25, so wants to also show, look, I can hold my own. Especially somebody having played at the Lions just last season and now is at Eastern Storm. To say, look, I have opportunities. I can hold my own. I have a lot to offer as a player.
Yeah, she began her senior career at the Titans in 2019. Also had a stint with in Mpumalanga. But I think there's a lot of exciting talent in this Easterns team. We've spoken about it earlier, that they would not be out of place in Division 1. Let's hope that all these wonderful ladies get the opportunity, the full opportunity their talent deserves, as a wonderful effort on the boundary by Neo Malefe, but she can't claw that one in, and it's 6 runs for Robin Dormel.
She is a power hitter and showing it there, just giving herself some room and hitting it for 6 and practicing the shots that she wants to play. Those long levers coming in handy. I mean, no full tosses. No, it's no longer a wicket for her. She wants to send it to the boundary.
Yeah, Letabo Bidley now, her turn to get some tap, I'm afraid, from the Eastern's batters. Down leg, I think Dormel's got some bat on that. Running away, fine. She'll come back for 2.
Just the injection they needed. Started off with Thelma Makubela, talking about how she is a prospect for the future and how she came out very aggressive. And I guess, you know, when you watch other batters doing the job, you also want to get in on the action. And she did just that, and it's continuing now.
No bat on the previous delivery. It was wide. Not quite a lot of bat on that. Too long on for a single. So just 4 more runs needed now for victory. And Florence Miller back on strike. Surely the player of the tournament. And wouldn't it be fitting if she can find yet another boundary and just to seal what has been a remarkable couple of days for the Eastern Storm.
I do have a feeling she will probably see the change in the field with Squele coming in, be at the back of her mind.
Straight back past the bowler. It's not going to be a boundary unless there's a horrible misfield. There isn't. Just a single.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want to be there when the winning runs are scored, be unbeaten. And I think Robin Dormel might want to take this one for her team.
Really tossed up by Bidley and just slapped along on for 1 more.
Just 2 runs away from taking that Global Cricket Tournament trophy home to the east, to their home ground of Willamore Park. The upset of the tournament, that is what they're looking for.
Fabulous achievement by them and to their leadership and coaching staff as Miller has got the winning runs, put away through mid-wicket for 4. A famous day for the Eastern Storm and well deserved as well. They've beaten the DP World Lions by 7 wickets with 7 overs to spare. As convincing a win as you would hope to see, and following up on their absolutely thrilling, nail-biting, narrow win against the Titans in the game before. So, Sean Myers, just how impressed have you been with this Easterns team?
This Easterns team lost their first match, but came back, learnt, did their homework, and bowled to a simple game plan, knowing their strengths and their weaknesses, but most importantly, fought as a team. They made sure that all their players were batting in the right areas, and it just shows that with backup from your team and the confidence that your teammates will back you in whatever decision and in your successes, keep encouraging you in your failures is what you want. That is a team performance, and everybody performed to get to Eastern Storm to win this match, but also win the tournament. But nobody can doubt that Florence Miller, ever consistent in this tournament, performing under pressure, and just adding, I'd say, the cherry on the top for the Eastern Storm ladies.
Yeah, 78 for 3, and Thelma Makubela laid the platform up front with that sparkling 29 off just 15 balls. She had 5 fours, and Robin Dormel finishes on 19 not out off 12 balls, 2 fours and a 6. Florence Miller hit the winning runs fittingly, 23 not out off just 11 balls, 3 fours for her at the end, and it's been a wonderful couple of days, as we said, for Eastern Storm. Wicket takers for the DP World Lions, Sam Sonapur 1 for 23 in 3 overs, and the leggy Tuta Tabedi took 2 wickets but conceded 29 runs in her 3 overs. I imagine we will be having a bit of a presentation live on Pitch Vision, and it's important that we do thank Pitch Vision and their wonderful crew for their sterling work over the last couple of days, and to John Deere and all the other sponsors as well of this global cricket tournament, and Irene Country Club, who've done a great job in putting on cricket for the last 2 days as well. And Sean, what have been some of your highlights from the 2 days of action? You've been ever present right through this tournament, including the warm-up games against the GCT International 11.
For me, first and foremost, Irene Cricket Country Club have so much respect for their ground staff. They made sure that despite the washouts on the first day, they've come back and this pitch, the grounds have been impeccable. The cricket from the warm-up games has just got better and better. The pitch has played well. The outfield, the boundaries were coming, and this is exactly what you want from a tournament like this. You come in, you get exposure to the internationals, not only the ones playing in the tournament, but also those that are around the field, training, watching, getting advice, and that's the beauty of this tournament. And especially happening here, the Titans, the Titans' backyard, really. So they've been a fantastic host, but for me, seeing young players like Mpumi Mashuwane is somebody to look out in the future. 17 years old and is already is performing like a seasoned operator. So I just see her growing from strength to strength. And, you know, if Eastern Storm, do something right, they will keep her to ensure that they go from Division 2 to Division 1. But for me, Eastern Storm ladies are the epitome of the importance of a tournament like this. Playing in Division 2, underdogs in a tournament like this, and only losing one match, they are going to take the trophy home.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Sean Myers, and we're now going to just hand over to Jenna Searle, who's going to stay with you and just get her thoughts on this wonderful tournament, and just to wrap up the global cricket tournament for us before the final presentation.
Thank you, Ken. I think the whole point of this global cricket tournament, as you were saying, Sean, is all about catching dreams. And every single player who managed to get out here on the wonderfully prepared ground here at Irene Cricket Club has done just that. Whether it's in the form of learning or in the form of participating and even in succeeding, everybody who has stepped out here has done their best, has come to play, and has probably ticked something off their bucket list, like get an international player out, or take a catch on the boundary, or win the throwing competition that was hosted by John Deere and Mitchum. So something like this is so important, and to get this onto the global scale and to have women's cricket in South Africa, inviting international players and having a successful tournament like this is a step in the right direction, and it's inspiring for young players to get an opportunity like this to play on a stage this big, and I hope that in the years to come that it can grow and keep growing and make cricket and women's cricket in South Africa even stronger.
Yes, and also starting from last year where it was only players from 2 countries, that being Namibia and Japan. This year you also have the Essex players coming out here who have experience in the 100, who know what it's like to bowl under pressure to not only the best players in England but the best players in the world. You're listening to some of them in the net saying, you know, I learned this from Marizan, I saw this from Shibnam, I saw how this player did that, and they're just saying, look, it's tough out there, but they come here and it's an opportunity for these young players to develop, catch their dreams, know what it takes to be a professional, to play and perform at that level. And for women's cricket to be taken seriously, I only see this getting bigger and better. The more internationals that come out, the more interest that's gained. You're just going to see the competition get stiffer and stiffer, but also the cricket gets so much better, especially in this window where there is a break in the domestic season.
Yeah, definitely. And with that, the success of this tournament, that will be the last time you will hear our voices from the team. Ken Borland, Sean Mayers herself, and me, Jenna Searle. Thank you for tuning in, and you will hear from other people and from, I'm sure, all 3 captains at the post-tournament presentation.
tournament presentation. And just to start things off here, we'll start with the winner of the AfriPorts raffle, Siobhan Grip. Please come up to accept your airports from Koi. Siobhan Grip. Here she is, coming.
Thank you.
You can just show the camera.
Thank you.
Well done, Siobhan.
Thank you.
And then I would like to call up the panel that will be helping us hand over the prizes that we will be handing over today. I'd like to call up the CEO of Titans Cricket, Dr. Jacques Fowl.
Here.
We're not going to start. And also would like to call up the CEO of John Deere Financial, Mr. Antoine van der Westhuizen. And also the president of Titans Cricket, Mr. Damien Weideman. All right, it's been a very good day, very good 3 days of cricket. We couldn't get anything going in the first day, but the last 2 days have been quite brilliant. It's good with the kind of cricket that we have seen here. And just to start off with the presentation, we're going to start with the teams first to give them all their medals for being part of the tournament. We're going to start from the team that finished third going up to number 1. So the team that finished third, please come up to get your medals. The Lions, DP World Lions, please come up to get your medals. Let's put our hands together for the DP World Lions.
Also playing a bit of music here in the background.
Yes, always. A little bit of pushing for you guys.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
No, it's all right.
I'll stop singing and I'll make it.
I'll give you one from the back.
All right, and now we'd like to call up the runner-ups of the tournament, the Fidelity Titans. Fidelity Titans, please come up to get your medals.
KG.
Well done. Are you going to have enough? Well done. Well done. You're taking off there. Well done.
Okay, Lerato. Okay.
Then before we go on to the winners, I'd like to call up the captains of the teams that played previously. I'd like to call up Jenna Lee Leber from the DP World Lions. Jenna, hard luck. Things just didn't go your guys' way. What happened in today's game?
I think in today's game, all our opportunities weren't really taken. We had a bit of a batting collapse and we didn't take all of our boundaries that we could have. And I think our bowlers' lines were a bit off.
But what do you guys then take away from this tournament, having competed in this tournament? You guys had a fairly young team come into the tournament. What is it that you take away that you can improve on your cricket going forward?
I think definitely all of the experience and the mental side of the game from the internationals and the seniors in our team, as well as lifting and growing from each other.
Well done, Jeddah. That's good to have you guys here. And now, before we move on to the winning captain, I would like to call up the player of the match for this game, this previous game that played. And Empires have said the player of the match for scoring 29 from 15 balls, Thelma Makubela.
This is yours. Don't have to buy Mitchum again for 5 years.
Thelma, please come join me here. Miss stand here, please. Just look that way. Thelma, how does it feel to get the player of the match in this all-important match for the Eastern Storm?
It feels really great because the last few days I didn't have the best performance. So today I just went all out. I was like, I'm doing this for me and for the team. So yeah, it feels really great.
And having said that, today you had a better game. What is it that you did differently to ensure that you can score the runs that you did and get the team over the line?
I think I'm going to start with the mistakes that I did. Yeah, it was just overthinking things. Yeah, they told me that the pitch was going to stay low and then I kept going back. But today I made sure that I bet on my front foot. So yeah, that was it.
And what kind of lessons then do you take from this tournament going forward?
That you must believe in yourself, mostly in our teams, in my team. Yeah, we were backing each other, so you need to back other people up. Yeah, that's what it is.
Thank you, Thelma. Thank you for joining us. And now, to call up the player of the tournament, it was a very close one. We had Christel van der Schijf scoring 103 runs at an average of 37 and also a strike rate of 137. But at the end of the day, because of the significance of the innings, the Empires have decided that the player of the tournament will be Florence Miller for scoring 150 balls. Florence Miller scored 150 balls, hasn't been out the whole tournament, so a strike rate of 200.
Well done. Excellent. Excellent.
One for me, thank you.
Well done. Excellent.
Florence, can you come closer? How does it feel? We spoke to you after the last game for being the player of the match. Now you're the player of the tournament, and how does it feel?
Yeah, it feels really nice. I think especially to get the win with this team makes it even more special. Especially see how much growing this team has done over the last couple of days. It's been really nice to help contribute to that.
And obviously you coming from Essex in England, how did you find the conditions of playing in South Africa?
I think it was actually different in the warm-ups to the actual games. In the warm-ups, the wickets were a bit more tricky to bat on. So I think it's just a credit to the groundsmen to be able to prepare the pitch for us to be able to play. So I think the pitches were actually really good today. Good batting wickets for us.
Great. And what sort of message then would you have for the teammates that you played with? You had players obviously from South Africa, and then you had players from Namibia and also from Japan in your team. So what kind of message would you have for them?
I think we spoke a lot about like backing each other and backing ourselves, and trying to just go out there without fear, and play our cricket. So that would probably be what I say. Yeah.
And do you like being called Miller time? Do you take that tag with you?
Yeah, I'll take that. That's not too bad. Yeah.
Well done, Florence. Well done for a brilliant tournament, and all the best. And now to call up the winning captain from the Eastern Storm, Kaylee Craig. Kaylee, well done. And how does it feel to win the tournament?
Sure. This one, it feels surreal, actually. I am extremely proud of the girls. I'm very thankful for Fidelity Titans for actually inviting us to come and play a tournament like this. If we see the big steps that this tournament is taking compared to the first season, there's definitely a lot more growth within the women's setup that is going to happen, and I'm so excited to see what else is going to unfold from such a successful tournament.
Besides having the former Fidelity Titans coach coming into the Eastern Storm, what is it that you guys did differently from the way that you guys played last year to this year?
I think there was definitely a shift in positivity within the setup. Coach Penner is a special character, and having him in the setup has been fantastic. I wouldn't trade him for anything. He has changed a lot of things within the setup, but more with belief in yourself as a player. And I think that's important to have a team based on belief, not just within yourself, but within the rest of the squad that is there. And I think that's definitely what carried us over the line today.
And how was it with you guys having different players in your team? Obviously, now you come up with your team and now you've got 3 internationals. And how was it for them to now integrate into the team?
I think we quite friendly, so I don't think that it was much of a challenge for us. No, but it was fantastic having them with us. They were also very welcoming towards us. You know, sometimes people can feel uncomfortable in different environments. I think we made it feel as comfortable as possible for them, and I need to give thanks to them for also giving of themselves the way that they did within the tournament. And you are always going to be part of Eastern Storm.
And besides the trophy that you take in from the Fidelity Titans, what else does the team take away from the tournament?
We obviously have the rest of our provincial season that we need to start focusing on after this tournament. I think having a good couple of games heading into our next fixture, which is next weekend, we want to ride on this positivity and make sure that we ride it until the end of the season. So yes, we're definitely going to do that.
Well done, Kaylee. And now I'd like to call up the rest of the team to come and collect the winners' medals. It's the battery. Because it goes on and off. It's not because of the distance. It's very close here. It's the battery. No, easily.
Well done, ladies. Proud of you, eh? Well done. Excellent. Well played.
It's interference.
No.
There's a lot of
It's a battery. Oh, because if you use it for 2 days, then never charge for it, never charge it. It's a battery.
My job here is done.
What, like it's... Must I not? No.
Okay, in front, please. Let's go.
Let's present it to Kaylee first, take some photos, and then the rest of the team. Now, the rest of the team, you can join Kaylee for the celebrations.
Oh, come on the side. Yeah, but please. Thank you.
This ex-wife of ours coming.
Yes.
Okay, ready?
One.
Well done, guys. Well done. Well done, guys.